Everybody here to your city council meeting, October 14th. I'm going to go ahead and officially call us to order. Thank you for coming. If you would, we have Bradley Spear here from Oasis Church who's going to give the invocation. If everyone would please stand and remain standing for the pledges.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for your love for us. And thank you for the way that you've represented that love to us in so many ways. Thank you, God, that you have honored us with your hand of protection upon our country, upon our great state, and upon the crown of your earthly creation of which we are blessed to live in, the amazing city of Amarillo, Texas. Thank you, Lord, for the way that you have held us, guarded us, and protected us. So, Lord, we ask you to bless this city council session. We pray, God, that you would give godly wisdom and guidance to these gentlemen as they take on the burden of leadership and give them discernment for the decisions set before them. We pray, Lord, that you would bless them and guard them as they serve Amarillo and her citizens. Their service and their sacrifice reminds each of us of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who served us all by sacrificing himself on the cross to die for our sins. It's in the name of Jesus Christ that we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, once again, welcome. I'm going to repeat it. We have a few more people showing up here. If you need a seat and you are having to stand and you would like to, we are going to live stream the entire meeting downstairs, first floor, room 1500. Please feel free to go down there. If you're okay standing, that's great as well. If you have seats around you, please feel free to come and find a seat if you'd like to sit down. At this time, we are going to do some proclamations. We have 3 of them. We'll be reading for National Chiropractic Health Month, National First Responders Day, and National Code Compliance Month. Gentlemen, if y'all will meet me downstairs here, we're going to go ahead and do these proclamations.
Okay, the first one is National Chiropractic Month. Is Jeremy Rafe here? Come on. You and any crew you got? Just you? Okay. Whereas the health, mobility, and quality of life of Amarillo residents are strengthened when musculoskeletal health is prioritized through prevention, movement, and early care, and whereas doctors of chiropractic are essential healthcare professionals who focus on the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disorders of the spine and musculoskeletal system, emphasizing a natural whole-person approach to patient care, and whereas each October the American Chiropractic Association and doctors of chiropractic across the nation celebrate National Chiropractic Health Month, encouraging awareness of the benefits of chiropractic care and the importance of maintaining spinal health. And whereas the 2025 theme, Get Started with Chiropractic, highlights the value of beginning a non-drug approach to pain management, encouraging patients to explore safe, effective, and evidence-based chiropractic care as part of a proactive wellness plan. And whereas the City of Amarillo recognizes the contributions of chiropractic professionals who serve our community with skill and compassion, helping residents of all ages stay active, reduce pain, and live healthier, more balanced lives. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as National Chiropractic Health Month.
I just want to thank the great city of Amarillo and to all the citizens and all the doctors and of chiropractic that are all over the rural area that we serve. Western Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Panhandle, southern Kansas, as well as eastern New Mexico. Amarillo is a hub for healthcare. It's a hub for many things, and we just thank the city for acknowledging that and appreciate everybody.
Gary Pittner and first responders.
Can we get all our first responders up here to this one and receive this?
I figured that's why he was here. Whereas the strength and safety of the city of Amarillo are upheld by the courage, dedication, and selfless service of our first responders, and whereas every day men and women in law enforcement, fire protection, emergency medical services, dispatch, and other public safety roles answer the call to serve, often placing themselves in harm's way to protect the lives and property of others, and whereas these individuals stand ready at all hours in every circumstance to respond with skill, compassion, and commitment, bringing help and hope to those in need. And whereas National First Responders Day provides an opportunity for our community to come together in gratitude and to recognize the extraordinary contributions of those who serve on the front lines. And whereas the city of Amarillo proudly honors these heroes, past and present, for their steadfast devotion to duty and for the profound difference they make in the lives of our citizens. Now, therefore, we, mayor and city council members of the city of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim October 28th, 2025, as National First Responders Day.
Well, first of all, representing everybody that's back here, as well as all the first responders in the 26 counties up here, this is all of our first responders, our EMS and our firefighters as well. They were all supposed to come and speak, but only I got to show up. But we really want to say thank you. We're working really hard. The Friends of A.J. Swope and the first responder memorial that's going in there at 10th and Polk is going to be an outstanding place where our ones that have fallen can be honored. And they don't have to go to Austin to honor them. They'll have their own memorial right here in the city of Amarillo, and we're so happy. We're almost there. We're getting the money so we can finally get started on that, and we've been pushing for that. And so we're hoping by the 28th that we'll have that money and get started on that. But we appreciate this. Thank you very much.
My name's Gary Pittner. I'm privileged to have had the opportunity to work toward the construction of the memorial of the 11th and Polk, and I appreciate Mr. Mayor and Council the opportunity to be here and update the community very briefly on the status of the project. It's been a long 3-year process, but we're almost there. You know, we have lost 104 men and women who have given their lives in the line of duty since we had our beginnings in the Texas Panhandle, as we know it to be today, back in the 1880s. The first loss of life was a deputy sheriff out in Oldham County, was shot and killed outside of a saloon at Old Tascosa while trying to make a gambling arrest. And unfortunately, those losses continue. Our most recent loss here in the Panhandle was the assistant fire chief up in Perryton, who was killed last year while actually battling a blaze there in Perryton. It's a $1 million project. It began back in 2022, not in this room, but in the corresponding room in the old City Hall, when the Amarillo City Council agreed to lease to the Friends of A.J. Swope a piece of property, a parcel of property at the corner of 11th and Polk in downtown Amarillo. So that will be the spot on which the memorial will be constructed. Beautiful setting. You can hear the church bells ring on the top of the hour, and yet it's still in the heart of our city and in the heart of the Texas Panhandle, being right there on Polk. Of the $1 million that we need, we've raised over $850,000. So if anyone would like to write me a check for the final $150,000, I'm available to receive that check. But we are in the midst of our final public fundraising campaign, and we would encourage you, if you haven't already and would like to go to TexasPanhandleFirstResponders.org and make a contribution to this very, very worthwhile project. You know, these guys and gals put on these uniforms every day for us. And unlike most of us, they know that there's a chance that they might not return home to their families, and they take that chance for us to take care of the big things and the small things. You know, one of the examples this morning, there was a lost child in downtown Amarillo, and the APD took care of him. And I understand he's back with his family now, and they're there for those kind of things and the large things as well. So thank you, City Council, for your support over the years on this project, and thanks to the community. We look forward to a groundbreaking shortly after the first of the year. Thank you.
I might need y'all to make a row, another row, maybe. Yes, I'm so sorry. Could I get a second row? And then scoot over just a little bit this way. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank y'all.
Ready? The code compliance officers. We have any code compliance folks here? All right, National Code Compliance Month. City of Amarillo, Amarillo, Texas City Council proclamation. Whereas code compliance officers play a vital role in keeping Amarillo's neighborhoods clean, safe, and vibrant through the fair and consistent enforcement of city codes and ordinances. And whereas these dedicated public servants work daily to protect property values, promote public health, and enhance the overall quality of life for Amarillo residents. And whereas their efforts help prevent neighborhood deterioration, address unsafe conditions, and encourage civic pride throughout our community. And whereas the American Association of Code Enforcement designates October as National Code Compliance Month to recognize the professionalism and commitment of code compliance officers across the nation. Whereas the City Marshal's Office responds to a wide range of code violations, upholding the standards that contribute to a cleaner, safer, and more vibrant community. Now therefore, we, Mayor and City Council members of the City of Amarillo, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as National Code Compliance Month in Amarillo, Texas, and encourage all citizens to join in recognizing and thanking our code compliance officers for their dedication in keeping Amarillo safe, clean, and a beautiful place to live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, council, staff, and community. Thank you for this proclamation, and thank you for the continued support of our department. Code enforcement is not just about going out and enforcing codes. It's about making Amarillo safer, cleaner, more attractive, and most importantly, for improving our economic growth. The folks you see behind me, a wonderful group of people. They're the ones behind the scenes and out in the field doing all the work. So big thank you to all of them. I'm grateful for each and every one of them.
Yeah, I think once again, sorry, we need a row. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more time. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we always appreciate you letting us do that and to honor those people that take care of every one of us, both in and around the city. Mr. City Manager, do you have any announcements you need to make here today? Okay. That brings us to item number 7. That's our public comment period. So before we kind of set that up, can I ask for a show of hands? Anyone who's come here who's willing to speak today, would you raise your hand? So I'm not going to do an actual count, but I would say 20 to 25 people or so. We always have the opportunity to hear from you guys, and we want that. And so it's 3 minutes that we normally do. We never want to reduce that. There are people that show up and they've prepared a speech, they've typed something up. You don't ever want to have somebody show up and then only get 2 minutes at the microphone. And it's important that we give you your time. However, we also don't want to be here for the next 2.5 hours, hopefully going through just the public comment period. We have plenty of people that are here for a business meeting, and I think we're hoping to get out of here by 9 o'clock tonight. And so I ordered pizza one time before. I hadn't called it off yet, but so we want to run an efficient business meeting, but we also want to provide a platform for discussion. So I would say this. We're going to maintain our 3-minute period, but we're going to limit you to your 3 minutes. And so at the 3-minute time, even if you're not concluding with all of your comments, go ahead and wrap it up and be honorable and respectful of everybody else's time that's waiting to speak as well. So, Ms. City Secretary, if you don't mind to walk us into public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we're glad that you're here to share them today. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items or topics related to city policy. As the Mayor stated, every speaker will have 3 minutes today to address Council. If you are here to speak on an item with a public hearing, and we do have one public hearing today, we would ask that you make your comments on that item either during public comment or the public hearing, but not both, in order to help us keep accurate records. It's your decision at which point you'd like to provide comment on that item. When you come to the microphone today, please state your name and whether or not you live within the Amarillo city limits. If you are addressing Council on an agenda item today, please state your position so that we may reflect it properly in the minutes. And if you are speaking to an item not on today's agenda, please remember that the Texas Open Meetings Act limits how elected officials may respond. Council may respond with statements of fact. They may ask that your topic be added to a future agenda, or they may refer your matter to the city manager, who can have staff step out and visit with you. Again, we are thankful that you're here today. Because we have so many public commenters, we are going to make use of both podiums today. And so while our first speaker is speaking, we'll ask our second speaker to make your way up to the other podium, and then we'll alternate back and forth. We're going to start out with Paul Borkhardt. And as Paul begins his comments, David Elizalde will have you come up to the other podium.
My name is Paul Borkhardt, Wonderland Amusement Park. I live at 3915 Colleen. I'm here to talk about the event that has to do with employment of the city. Since 1970, I've been in the city, and each year employing over 150 job entry level people. During that period of time, I've experienced the turn out the lights when you leave town. I thought when I got here, this is a wonderful place to live, and for the past 30 years, I agree with that. I think what I'm looking for is that the people that are going to put in a new AI power system, that we need that kind of thing and think about it at now, not now. We're looking for the things in the future. I look back to what we do. We've identified what is really possible in our city. We have the central location. Look what happened. We got the Bell helicopter, the packing plants, all this kind of stuff that have to do with agriculture. Now, this is something new that we have, but what do we have backing it up? We have the University of West Texas State, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Amarillo College. All these have to do with writing and doing things with computers and what we're doing. Also, we look at the other end. The city has the idea to put Amtech, which has to do with trades. So we got everything here in place. All we need to do is get the product that needs those things. And then going back to my experience with kids, these young people want to stay in their area, and I'm looking for any people that want to, once go through school here, come back and live in this great city of Amarillo. So that's why I say, please do think about what we're doing, not what's happened in the past, but what we can do in the future, and I know we can do it. Thank you.
Is David Elizalde here? If not, James Thiep Angwai. Mike Ford. And after Mike Ford, Alan Feingold, if you'll make your way to the other podium, please.
Use the tall one. Possible to make a parliamentary inquiry before the time starts?
If you'd like to go ahead and let him speak, you can step over to the secretary and we could.
I'm just asking about the letter of intent that was supposedly issued.
No, sir, we'll address that here later today, though.
That's my public comment. I'm asking for a fact answer. Is there a letter of intent that exists? Apparently it does because the mayor's saying so. Anybody else want to respond?
We'll be glad to offer that here later in the meeting, sir, during the discussion.
Well, it'd be nice to have a conversation right now because I'm prepared to have a conversation about a letter of intent. That's the purpose of public comment, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Ford, we appreciate you speaking.
Yes, thank you very much. Mike Ford, Amarillo, Texas. You're poaching on my time. Have a question on, in terms of the letter of intent. If there is a letter of intent, man, what a mess. It's already been created. Fermi's going to have damages. Shareholders are going to have damages. Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell once observed something profound about human understanding when he said, "I wouldn't give a fig for simplicity on this side of complexity, but I'd give my right arm for simplicity on the far side of complexity." His works speak to fundamental truth about how we make important decisions. There is a kind of simplicity that comes from ignorance, yet from not having confronted the true difficulty of a problem. And then there's another kind of simplicity, harder one, clarity, that emerges only after done with difficult work, genuine understanding of all the complexities involved. I'm assuming that the people from Fermi, their strong nuclear team that they put together, would not want to site 4 AP1000 reactors in a location that only has 20 years of a usable aquifer life. The ACCs, the air-cooled condensers that they're proposing to use, excuse me, I'm hurrying very quickly, have been rejected by the Southern Company, the last company that built the 2 AP1000s for Georgia Southern. The 2 existing reactors that they have at the site for Vogtle use over 100 million gallons per day. They're licensed to up to go 127 million gallons per day. They used over 100 million gallons per day. On average, they use 62 million gallons per day. The 2 AP1000s will use more than that. That's just 2. You're looking at 4. So if these ACCs don't work, what happens? Are they going to fall back to that? I hope you ask some tough questions of these guys. What I'm asking you to do today is to reject the false simplicity being offered by Fermi, America, and its representatives, and instead do the hard work necessary to achieve genuine understanding. Because once you truly grasp what this water agreement entails and work through all the complexity to reach clarity on the far side, the right decision becomes unquestionably clear. You must vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford.
Can we please have Steve Kirsch make your way to the empty podium? And Mr. Feingold, you may begin.
I had not intended to address you about the Fermi project, but it seems to have come up very suddenly. So I'm going to essentially further the point that Mr. Ford made. You have limited water in this area. The city had spent enormous amounts of time and effort to acquire water rights in Roberts County. If you intend to use any of the water from Roberts County to essentially supplement the Fermi project, the public needs to have a discussion about this, and this alone. The aquifer that you have available is inadequate for the kind of project that has been proposed. It is said, perhaps it was incorrect, but it was written in the paper that this is going to be a 10 gigawatt project. That means 10 1 billion watt capacity nuclear reactors. This is way beyond the capabilities of this area to sustain. It is probably beyond the capabilities of anyone in this area to build safely. This project will have more effect on this area than anything you've ever done. Before you make any major commitments to a corporation or anyone else on behalf of this city, you need to have extensive public discussions where the only topic is that project. You need to have available the entire time for the public to come and address this and consider the details involved in trying to build a bunch of nuclear reactors for the sake of artificial intelligence. I find that artificial intelligence is now used quite often as an excuse for the lack of natural intelligence, and that comes mainly from the failure to do adequate investigations of what you're getting into.
Thank you, sir.
Is Steve Kirsch in the audience? Steve Kirsch. If not, next is Jade Bonzer. Jason Green. Okay, as Jason makes his way up, Elliot McKinney will be after Jason. Elliot, if you'll make your way up to the other podium.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm Jason Green. I'm not a resident of the city of Amarillo. I live real close to Potter County. I'm fifth generation in the Texas Panhandle, third generation irrigated farmer, third generation Pantex. I do not actually work for Pantex. I work on the site. So I have a little bit of history with the site out there. I am its closest neighbor. And I would just like to make a few comments today that, you know, as I've been out there these last 13 years, the history of Pantex and why it came about during World War II. It was not the best of times, but we had a war to fight, and we're in a similar situation now, I feel. The next war is already going on. And this facility that we're talking about building out here and bringing online will help fight that next war. And as a resident and a neighbor of that area out there, I feel that it's going to be good for the community, good for the area. I've already made the comment before, you know, with multiple jobs being out there, highly skilled jobs, good paying jobs, I think it can be good for the community, the whole Texas Panhandle. It was brought up earlier that the water that y'all own in Roberts County up there, I was on that board of the groundwater district for 14 years. I worked with y'all. I was there the day we voted Potter and Randall County in and the city of Amarillo onto the board as we brought this water on that we're talking about that's coming up out here that y'all are going to use potentially. That water, as I remember, y'all wanted to purchase water to help maintain current water needs, plus you wanted to provide for the future of this area. We're just not talking about the city of Amarillo. We're talking about the whole Texas Panhandle. There's going to be multiple opportunities for everybody to benefit from this. And I'd hope that you would bring this forward, help bring it forward, and be a part of it as this future comes about for this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
If we can get Andrew Fuentes to make your way to the empty podium. And Elliot, you may begin.
Okay, Elliot McKinney, Amarillo resident, and I am here in support of the water agreement with Fermi America. Really, I mean, water is certainly a valuable asset and resource that we have, but it's not, in my mind, all about the water in this case. As it was just mentioned, Amarillo and this community has played a critical role in, let's call it the defense of our country, and I see it the same way. That's a situation we find ourselves in today. Where you lie on AI, it's kind of irrelevant at this point because it's here and it's coming, and I would rather us as a community and a nation be in front of that versus behind. In a lot of ways, we're playing catch up today. So that's my core position on it. And then in terms of, I think it's potentially just as impactful, but quite frankly, it's quite a bit below the reason I just stated, and that's the economic benefit of having this type of development in our area and in Texas. The core jobs, the technology, the ancillary jobs could be such that we haven't seen here, that we just haven't witnessed. And sure, that is, there's a bit of speculation there, but there is, I know that the mayor and council have considered steps and phases to this plan. We're not making, I don't think we're overreaching on our commitments today for what's being asked for. I think we're being smart in our approach and looking at it in phases. And as such, you know, we've already, there's been comments about the technology and things that could come up that reduce the amount of water that we need. And I think this is the steps and the ways to see that through. So again, I'm in favor of these steps and this phased approach that we're taking. And I would emphasize that, you know, quite frankly, second place is not an option, and first place is not given. I mean, we do need to fight for this, in my opinion. And I would be remiss if I didn't say to the mayor, to the council, to the city, we thank you for the time and service that you give, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney.
If we can please have Jeff McGonigal make your way to the empty podium. And Andrew, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Andrew Fuentes. I am a Amarillo resident. I'm here speaking today against the Fermi project. I find it concerning that an outside entity such as Fermi could come in through their wealth and influence and plan construction in close proximity to the highly secure Pantex facility. These data centers you don't want these in your city, you don't want them in your friend's town, you don't want them anywhere near anybody for that matter. And I am really concerned about the resources that these data centers are planning to take from Amarilloans and Texans. Our water, we've seen through other data centers that have been built, they get energy deals behind closed doors, and then they transfer those costs over to the consumers. So to make up the difference, so the local residents of those towns end up paying higher bills in utilities, while these wealthy billionaire corporations get all of those savings. And so, it's that kind of wealth and influence that scares me about this project, as I am somebody who struggles to make their monthly mortgage and higher utilities, and knowing that there's a data center there that's wanting to consume our resources is definitely really worrying to me. And so also these data centers are not going to be bringing those jobs that people believe that are going to be brought here. Those data centers are fairly autonomous, and they require very little labor to operate, as well as require personnel with very specific knowledge. And I don't see those bringing work to Amarilloans and people in the neighboring towns. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff McGonigal. If not, Emma Fournier. Is Emma here? Chris Pittman. And while Chris is making his comments, if we could get Tom Tortorio up to the second podium.
Afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Chris Pittman, Amarillo resident. First item I'd like to talk about is item 8Q. I know, breaking away from Fermi for a moment. This is the Penlink Tangles Bronze subscription. I would like to ask the council to vote no on this. This is a slippery slope and would expose Amarillo to new risks of data privacy invasion and sets a very dangerous precedent.
Thank you, sir.
And then moving back to 10B, back to Fermi. As I'm sure you all know, I'd rather be here talking about bikes, but we're talking about water. As everyone has already stated, and as I feel, I'm terrified. Never mind Fermi coming or leaving. I have a feeling they're going to come whether we vote yes or no. They'll get their water however they want. But we just recently had the Canadian River Municipal Water Authority come here. They told us that 89% of our water comes from our declining aquifer. 100% of our water comes from 60-year-old infrastructure. And that has to go over dozens of miles to get to us. And now we're talking about losing potentially even more water to a very, very water-thirsty industry. Like this makes me very scared. It's putting all of our eggs in one basket. And so what I've shared today on this pamphlet or this handout is a potential solution to help offset some of the water that we get. It's using some technology called direct potable reuse. This is something that's already in use in several other Texas cities, El Paso, Wichita Falls, Abilene. And what this does is this treats our wastewater to become drinkable again. We can't continue relying on a single source that is declining. Even our backup water, Lake Meredith, has been unreliable for 15 years and first has to be diluted before we can use it. I understand we are considering building a new wastewater treatment facility. I think this would be a great time to implement this technology at the same time so we can bundle some savings. There is also a ton of grant opportunities for a facility like this. In fact, this facility was actually recommended by the Texas Water Development Board 3 years ago and is on their recommendation plan for 2040. I just suggest that we get a head start on that and building that sooner in light of the other facilities that we are contemplating building. When we only get to build huge water infrastructure like this every few decades, let's make sure that every drop counts by exploring alternative sources that are drought-proof, reduce dependency on declining aquifers, and protect us against future water-thirsty industrial and agricultural practices. I encourage you to consider a feasibility study into direct potable reuse as Amarillo's path to water independence. Thank you.
Okay, Emma Fournier will be after Tom, and Tom, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. I am 150% in favor of Fermi and what they can do for our community. The job creation that this project will bring to our community will keep our children and our grandchildren in Amarillo. They will become taxpayers, they will become voters, and they will not leave our community. They will grow Amarillo into one of the greatest cities in our state and in our country. This project is not just important for our community, our state, our great country, but it gives a rare opportunity to impact globally. Sell them the water at a premium rate and pass that profitability on to the consumer, on to the citizens of our great community. Immerse yourself in this project. And I have a high level of confidence that Fermi will immerse themselves in Amarillo. You guys have the power. You're at the epicenter of this amazing opportunity that we have in our community, in our state, and in our country. The world is watching. Act locally, impact globally. Please sell the water. Support this great project and show the world that Amarillo, Texas can lead the way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Todd Boykin, if you'll make your way up to the empty podium, and Emma, you may begin your comments.
Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm a bit nervous. I am opposed to the Fermi project. I'm very concerned about the water. That is one major issue that I think is not a good idea. I've grown up here. I've lived here a vast majority of my life. I've only spent a couple years anywhere else. And we've always been in a drought. I think there's been a couple of times where we've not been in a drought. And I know it's supposed to, asking for rights to the aquifer, but that's also concerning because that water it's hard to replace, and I just don't think that is a logical step, especially for the future. Also, AI hasn't been proven to be profitable yet. Nowhere they have been making a profit. They have promises on this technology to be profitable in the future, but it has not proven yet. Also, there have been cases where just recently I remember reading a story about a child getting information from a chatbot and telling him that it was a good idea to kill himself. That's a disturbing thing, and he just said it was for a story, or it was all theoretical, and it willingly told him detailed ways to kill himself, and he ended up killing himself. Also, what am I trying to say? I'm sorry. I just think the amount of misinformation I've seen from AI, the amount of fake videos, the amount of things that they can generate from stealing other people's art. They are training AI with books that they haven't, like, how does that work? They basically just like feed it information and it regurgitates what it's learned. But it's working off other people's work. I guess that's, sorry. So I can see in the future people wanting the rights to, and it's already started where people do not want their stuff that they've worked on to be used to train these AI. So we're going to invest in something that's creating more misinformation. I heard someone say something about the war on, this is the new war. That's concerning whenever it's all technology. Like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but it's just very concerning whenever you can't trust what you see or what you hear, because people are creating fake videos. I've seen already people in very powerful places post something that's not true, and they do not get called out for anything. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
We can get Chase Briggs to come up to the empty podium.
Afternoon, Mr. Boykin.
And Mr. Boykin, you may start.
Gentlemen, thank you. My name is Todd Boykin. I'm a resident of the city, but I'm here to speak on behalf of Lake Tanglewood, and the entity that owns Lake Tanglewood is called LSIOT. And it's regarding the Fermi issue on 10B, but it's a very small part of that. It's regarding what was termed earlier the direct potable reuse of water. The water that's coming out of the Hollywood plant, that effluent, a lot of it, maybe most of it, is already allocated to uses that do not involve Fermi. I'm told today, and Lake Tanglewood is very appreciative of this, that your proposed resolution does not include the use of any effluent water, and we believe that should continue to be the case. To give you a little bit and give the public a little bit of education about how this works, that effluent flows out to Lake Tanglewood through an easement. It is cleaned in Lake Tanglewood to a great degree, and then it flows down Paladura Canyon and benefits the entire panhandle. And so the use of that effluent benefits the entire Texas panhandle in a lot of different ways. And so we're here to advocate that direct potable reuse not involve the water that is currently allocated to go that direction. The Fermi agreements sound exciting. Lake Tanglewood has no interest in blocking things, but that water has already been allocated, and I just wanted the council and the public to understand that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If we can get Kendra K. Seawright to make your way up to the empty podium. And Chase, you may begin your comments.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me here today. I am a student at Amarillo College going for his engineering. This is actually to help me do a research paper on actually improving some things. I also am a citizen of this city and have a family with farms that are also getting solar panels for another data center outside of Pampa. So I've got a little bit of understanding of how this system all works. I would say that, with our Ogallala being depleted almost 3 times what it actually gets refurbished each year, we look into alternative sources such as, I'm going to mess up his name, a doctorate, Pundai, out of UT Arlington is tinkering with a prototype that thinks he can solve the issue inside of this industry with a better gel solution to maybe help cool the systems instead of using our natural water. Something that I am actually researching into my school at the moment is maybe collecting water from these solar panels and maybe directing that, since most of this solar panels are going on flat land with agriculture already there that already have well systems and so forth in place. Instead of letting that rainwater wash off or whatnot, just let it get collected and use those pumps that are being demoed out instead to pump maybe water back in, so that way the Ogallala can naturally clean it and then be pumped back out and maybe make a difference in some aspects. You know, because right now they're looking at a 0.3%, but by 2030, the whole Texas area is looking at 2.7% of the water usage. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We could have Thomas Warren make your way to the empty podium, and Kendra, you may start your comments.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kendra Seawright. If you recognize me from the last time I came up here to speak, I'm a citizen of Amarillo. I've been here since 2009 for sure, whenever I started my family here. So I wanted to come up here and give, my remarks that echo a lot of what everybody else is saying, but I also want to say that it's just been really frustrating. I know I said this last time, I don't mean to whine, but it's been really frustrating to go to council meetings and commissioner meetings and panhandle after you guys told us to go and do that, and then Fermi didn't even show up to that meeting this morning. They didn't even show up for that hearing. They requested it, they emailed it, they brought us all the way out there. There were so many members of the community from Carson County that showed up to hear what was going to be said. They were expecting to learn more about it, and they didn't. They didn't show up. They weren't there. So now all of them are here. All of those people that live in those neighborhoods right across the street are here to talk to you guys, to hear what you have to say. But ultimately, overall, from everyone that I'm speaking to, because, I don't know how much time y'all are spending speaking to anybody that's concerned about this day to day, but the people that live in those neighborhoods right across the street from them didn't get noticed, didn't get a heads up. In the air permits, it says that they don't have to give any notification to anybody because there's no neighborhoods anywhere near it. Well, these people see people driving their construction vehicles right up to the site every day, but didn't know anything about it. That's their homes. That's one of those people have been living there for generations. That's crazy. I can't imagine just waking up and finding out right across the street something like this is going down and no one's spoken to me about it. You guys even give us a letter of notice on our streets whenever they're going to repave so that we know we can't use our street for however long that is. For them to do that, to already have construction started out there, to already have water lines running, sewer lines, all these warehouses they're building, everything's starting out there, and it's to make everyone feel like there's no point in arguing, no point to all of this. It's disenfranchising to the people that come here and trust in you and pay taxes to you. Not to you specifically, but for you guys to delve out. But what's the point? That's why everyone keeps asking me is, what is the point of us even saying anything? We should just let them have all of our water. Even what you're allowing them is just waiting for them to come back and ask for more. So you just already said yes to all of it. Why? We should be able to speak on this, and honestly, we were kind of counting on you guys just to tell them to kick rocks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is Thomas Warren here? Okay.
While Thomas makes his way up, I want to make an announcement real quick, and then Ms. Stephanie, if you bring the other speaker up.
Yes.
As people are continuing to show up, we are live streaming downstairs in room 1500 for anyone who needs a chair. Thank you. Afternoon, sir. 1 second. Ms. Stephanie, who is the next one?
Thomas Tuchek, if you'll make your way up, and you can begin.
All right. Good afternoon, Council. This is the first time I've been this far up in this new chamber y'all have, and it's a very nice place. I'm probably one of the few people not speaking on Fermi today. I am here in support of, I think it's item 10F, which is the donation of the sculpture from King Hill. I just wanted to praise the Hill family. I've gotten to know King over the last few years. We're really fortunate to have people like King and his wife and his family who have really, I think, been iconic to this area as far as their contributions to our arts landscape. And it's incredibly amazing to have people like that who want to give back to our community and want to make donations like this. And so I don't think this is going to be a controversial issue at all, but I just wanted to express my support for accepting the sculpture. And I think that having people like King Hill in our community, it's a great testament to how wonderful Amarillo really is. And so I just wanted to express my support for that. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
If we can get Ashlyn Major to make your way up to the podium. And Thomas, you may begin.
Thank you for allowing us to have this conversation with you. I'm here also against Fermi. Just doing some simple math from what's being reported, 2.5 million gallons a day ends up to about 912,500,000 gallons in a year. That is enough to sustain 30,000 people for a year. So what we're essentially saying is we will give this one company the water for 30,000 people for a year, every year. And who knows if they end up needing more. You know, like, we need to protect our communities. I'm from here, born here, raised here, always been in droughts, always scared of, you know, what's going to happen with our water. We're dry all the time. This is the first year we've had rain in, what, like 7 years? Come on, like, just do what's right. We elected you guys to represent us. So be an extension of us and listen to your people who are saying, we don't want this. And if you do want this, let's have more discussion as to why we don't want it and why you think it is a good thing so that we can understand. Because right now, we're not getting much of anything. And we don't understand what's going on. Y'all are having these discussions, and you should be learning more every time. But just please include your community members. We want to know. And just be prepared. If you do approve this and we lose all of our water, that is, it's on y'all. Y'all agreed to this. So like that'd be your legacy, is tainting Amarillo, getting rid of it for AI. So just please think on it. Really work towards the correct solution and just keep us all involved. That's all I can ask. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We could get Tony Vincent to make your way to the podium. And Ashlyn, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Ashlyn Major. As a resident of Amarillo and a mother of 4, it's deeply concerning to me that our mayor and city council members are even contemplating signing over water rights to Fermi America. Like most Texans, I've grown up with ties to the farming and ranching industry. It's a way of life that has sustained Texans for hundreds of years. It's a main source of revenue, especially in the Panhandle. And to deplete our water from these industries in order to supply a major corporation that does nothing to feed us, boost our local economy, provide long-term jobs to Amarillo residents, or improve our daily lives seems abhorrent. We know so far that the construction jobs have been given to a Lubbock construction company, so that's not coming from Amarillo. The pollutants that they'll put in the air and ground are not only harmful to the people that live in the closest vicinity to those, but in outlying areas as well. I want my kids to breathe clean air. I want my kids to have drinkable water. I've witnessed what these large-scale data centers do to the communities around them, and I want no part of it. The numbers they have provided are not even an accurate representation of the amounts they intend to take, whether it be water, electricity, or natural gas. Signing on today for 2.5 million gallons per day is essentially signing on for any arbitrary number they throw out. Amarillo is not in need of this particular industry, as there are many other ways to diversify and grow our community without giving away our natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
If we could have Robin Hart make your way to the podium. And Tony, you may begin.
My name is Tony Vincent, and I do not live in Amarillo proper. I have in the past. I live north of Amarillo now. I'm a 5th-generation Texas Panhandle resident. My great-grandfather was known as the first citizen of Amarillo, Texas. So I'm quite proud of that. I love my Texas Panhandle. I'm here to speak against farming. And the reason is because I understand the Ogallala Aquifer. I'm a rancher. My father was, my grandfather was, my great-grandfather was. That water is not going to last. As we said, Amarillo had their first homicide in 89 or 90, and there were no wells drilled here then. We're 100 years later, basically. The Ogallala has depleted, and for y'all to think that we can sustain this Fermi industry for another 20, 30, 50, or 100 years is ridiculous. I know that y'all have studied this, but you do not understand that it runs and it goes from the south to the north. It does not regenerate and put enough groundwater back in to sustain itself. I understand that the benefits that Amarillo could receive from this, because I'm also a realtor. But I look at all the new houses that is being built from Canyon to Amarillo, all on wells. So I ask that y'all not do this. I ask that y'all really think harder on this, get more input, so that we don't run out of water. Because do y'all want to be the guys that are known for depleting our water? Is that your legacy? I was always taught to leave things better than I found them if I could. I have a 5-section ranch north of here that my cattle, they don't have springs, natural water. We have solar wells and windmills. I'll be out of business if we deplete our water. I appreciate your time, but y'all need to understand the severity of this. And Fermi needs to understand this also. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Robin Hart, and then after Robin will be Kevin Hart.
So we get 6 minutes. Hi. Y'all are probably going, oh boy, somebody else to complain about Fermi, but here I am. Are you really paying attention to what everyone's saying? That we don't want this in our community? I may be a stranger, a nobody to y'all, but to my family, I'm everything. And to my friends. I'm not only worried about the water depletion, I'm worried about contamination. The ground, the air, everything that can be contaminated will be. Have y'all checked up the Savannah River site? Like a sister plant to this Fermi operation? If you haven't, you need to. I'm not going to stand up here and preach to you about theirs. What about our wildlife refuge on the Pantex plant, which the Fermi plant is being built on? We had a lot of wildlife out there, all kinds of little critters running around. What's going to happen to them now? We live right across the street from this construction. We were notified nothing before we saw trucks coming in the road, down the road, unloading, digging trenches, whatever. We had no clue what was going on. We were told so many different stories. We didn't know which one was right. Where's Kim? I don't know where she went. Anyway, make a long story short, this land was supposed to go to our grandson. Now the property value has plummeted. If he wanted to sell after our death, if he wanted to live there, whatever the case may be, this plant's going to be across the street. Kevin rebuilt our house for me to be ADA compliant. Nobody's going to want to buy a house across the street from a plant that's built for cripples. We asked to have a meeting with our neighbors all together at our home with Fermi representatives. We have been told that we needed to meet separately. I'm not for that idea. We would like to have Fermi reps come meet with each one of us that live in that little community together so we can all have the same story. And we also want to know why we got no notice. Again. Okay, Kevin, do you have anything to add?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Shauna Sullivan. And while Shauna makes her comments, we'll invite Tim Benson up to the other podium.
Hello. My name is Shauna Sullivan. Those were my parents that were just speaking. I'm a fifth-generation Amarillo resident. The city is my home, and now my children's future. This is my daughter, Corlin, beside me. Her future matters, and her water matters. My concern with the Fermi project is pretty much what everyone else said. I don't have any fancy data or charts for you today, but I do have something more powerful. The emotion and perspective of a real citizen. I'd like to know why we are here after construction started in August. Why so much secrecy? A project of this magnitude takes years to compile. Why were citizens left out of the conversation until decisions were finalized? How long ago was it that we were in a devastating drought? When was Lake Meredith down to 20 feet? 2013. When did we have the largest wildfire ever recorded in our area, including right near the Fermi construction site? 2024. My parents live directly across the street from the Fermi site. Literally, overnight, cows were replaced with heavy machinery. Neither Fermi America, Texas Tech, the city of Amarillo, the city of Panhandle, Carson County, no one told them. No one had the decency to tell them anything. It's noisy now. How bad will it be when a nuclear power plant is sitting across the street? Worse, the main entrance shares their driveway. This is their home, not a parking lot. It's not for heavy machinery, it's for our future. Let's be clear, this nuclear power plant offers no public benefit. Its sole purpose is for the AI Center. This facility will draw 5.5 million gallons of water per day from the Ogallala. We simply don't have that water to spare. We already use more than what we can recuperate. Beyond consumption, what about contamination risks? What about noise and traffic? This is not progress, this is carelessness. This facility has no direct public benefit. The city states every drop counts. Does it really? We all want growth and innovation, but not at the cost of our children's future and not at the cost of Amarillo's water. Thank you.
Could we have Claudia Stravato make your way to the podium? And Tim, you may begin.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is the downtown tiers. One of the reasons why the city is always operating in the red is because of the tiers. Potter County has no money for a new jail. Our police and fire department are not getting the correct raises they need. And our senior citizens are still not getting any help. But we keep giving free taxes to hotels downtown, with some of them up to 80-year agreements. The city is also giving away free taxes to the South Tiers Rock Rose development. Why not set up a tiers in Pleasant Valley where it's needed? Or better yet, why not let the taxpayers vote to decide whether we want to continue to keep tiers? So when you're giving away free property taxes to certain groups, you're making everyone else's taxes go up. The next thing I want to talk about is the Fermi. The city of Amarillo is not being transparent on what is happening. If anything, there needs to be town hall meetings over that includes all counties that could be affected by this. You five guys should not decide the future of the water that could affect not just Amarillo, but the surrounding towns around Amarillo. I hope this council is not taking legal advice from the same attorney that advised the previous council over the Civic Center. I believe this could have a chance of being challenged in court by other counties outside of Amarillo. What I'm asking is you guys to just do what's morally and ethically right. Thanks for your time.
Can we please have Julia Miller come to the podium? And Claudia, you may begin your comments.
Council, Mayor, I'm speaking today on my own behalf, not for any organization, and I'm speaking for the development of a serious water conservation program for Amarillo. For a city in the high desert climate, we waste water in enormous amounts every day. When people from downstate visit me, they are shocked that we water whenever we feel like it, and that water runs down the curves in large amounts, particularly at commercial sites that are on timed watering systems. Without regard to the potential water usage of Fermi, I have been looking into this issue for some time, and we have needed a conservation program for a long time. And with the potential of Fermi coming in, we certainly need to consider a conservation program. Downstate, I don't care whether it's Dallas or wherever it is, they have odd, even watering days, and they still have green yards. And they have strict enforcement of watering, where if you're wasting water and it's running down the street, you're fined. You're fined, and the city needs to get serious about water conservation and enforce it. I have had a comprehensive presentation on the water situation here by Floyd Harkins, who I consider the expert, but I think he's already retired. Is that right? No, not yet. Okay, well, he knows, I believe, what he's talking about. And while we have water from wells in Carson County and Crimois and Roberts as potential sources, there is a need for conservation now, and we're in a good situation right now, but we need conservation right now as well. The rest of the state is not in a good situation. Corpus Christi is in a crisis situation right now. It have no water. And thank you.
We would ask John Campo Jr. to make your way to the podium. And Julia, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is Julia Miller. I live within the ETJ. I'm a previous employee of the city, and I've seen kind of a lot, but I think the public participation is really the most triggering part of this, as I did help write that plan, but it's not adopted by the city and therefore has no true solid stance. But I would plead with you that you do adopt the public participation plan after considering reinforcing that as well. I think that if the due diligence of that plan was actually put in place, then the anxiety in this room wouldn't be here. Complacency is also a policy that I think that all of this kind of lies back on. Complacency is something that was taught over and over, but once again, it's a ruthless exploitation of our natural wealth. Water is not something that easily rejuvenates, especially for our aquifer. It takes over 1,000 years for it to naturally replenish, and for us to rely on ulterior means. I think that there's more innovation to be made, water catchment, ulteriors, but even so, looking at AI centers near coastal cities, Corpus Christi, ones in Georgia, they're already depleting their aquifer, already depleting their water to the point where citizens can't use their natural wealth as well. And I think that that's the main point. Nuclear that uses water, nuclear that we're not even as a community being able to gain access to, I think that's also troubling, as there are nuclear systems that don't use any water, i.e. salt. Innovation is out of touch with our citizens' needs. I think that more pressure should be put on the innovation department, as there's a lot that could be done with them. But here we see AI being pushed. I think that this is an agenda, and I think that it is quite shameful for the future of the city, as the youth are the ones that are going to inherit the problems that comes with this. Thank you.
Is John Campo Jr. here? If not, we'll move to Lena Seberg. And while Lena makes her comments, Madison Boyle, you will be next.
I'm a little short here, so bear with me. Mayor, councilman, we got a problem, man. Y'all are doing us dirty. My name is Elena Seberg. I'm a resident of Amarillo and Randall County. I'm the mother to an 8-year-old boy. I'm speaking today as a concerned parent who's deeply worried about the future of our Texas Panhandle, particularly for our children and grandchildren. I've reviewed the proposed community benefits agreement with Fermi America, and I strongly oppose it. While it promises economic boosts and innovation funds, the risks to our water supply, environment, and community grossly outweigh any short-term gains. Our water is already in crisis. The Ogallala Aquifer, which supplies drinking water for millions and irrigates our crops, is depleting at an alarming rate here in the Panhandle. Experts warn that more than half of it could disappear by 2070 if current trends continue. And in some areas, it might dry up in as little as 20 years. We've already seen irrigated acres drop by 40% since their peak due to this decline. Fermi's hypergrid AI campus would suck up 1.5 to 2.5 million gallons of water per day initially, and scaling up to 10 million, but probably more. That's an unsustainable drain on our precious resources. As a mother, I can't fathom leaving my son a legacy of empty wells and dusty farms. Our agriculture, which feeds families and drives our economy, is at stake. How will our kids grow up in a place where water is rationed or too expensive because we've greedily sold it out to a massive data center? Beyond water, the proximity to Pantex raises serious security concerns. This isn't just any facility. It's next to a nuclear site, and the proposal's counterterrorism fund feels like a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. What about radiation risks, cyber attacks, or other threats that could endanger our families? The environmental safeguards in the CBA, like monitoring and cutoff clauses, sound great on paper, but enforcement is doubtful. We've seen too many corporate promises fall short, leaving communities to clean up the mess. And let's be honest, the $250 to $500 million payout might fund some endowments and jobs, but it's essentially trading our irreplaceable aquifer for cash that could vanish into bureaucracy, failed programs, or the collapse of the U.S. currency in general. AI data centers are notorious for high water usage. Even a single AI query can indirectly consume ounces of water multiplied by
Thank you,
billions.
ma'am. Appreciate your speaking.
We invite Anthony Hernandez to make your way to the podium. And Madison, you may begin your comments.
Hello again. My name is Madison Boyle, and I'm a resident of Randall County. I'm speaking on the Fermi America situation, as a lot of members of our community are. Even with all economic benefits that have the potential to come to Amarillo, how can we spend our money if we can't breathe the air of our area? The air pollutants alone will make Amarillo uninhabitable. It's been proven that individuals that live near data centers are significantly more likely to develop COPD even without a history of smoking. This data center will be an unprecedented size and will stretch all the way to 15 minutes outside the medical district, where I receive my treatments for my disabilities. That is so dangerous. You were voted in with the trust that you would protect the best interests of the people of Amarillo. Do not fail us on the basis of greed. Our lives are in your hands. I am 21 years old. I don't need an AI data center to stay here. I need my community and my neighbors to be able to thrive. The AI data center goes against that principle. Amarillo is already thriving. I don't need a corporation to ruin it. We already have had so many wildfires devastate families due to drought. Other counties are already under water restrictions. I want to know the reason why Fermi has been able to be so dishonest with us and why we have so little information on something that puts all of our lives and livelihoods on the line. I demand answers from Fermi America, not a press statement. They need to be more transparent with the Panhandle, and I beg you to please consider the lives that y'all are affecting and our economy. Thank you.
We would invite Al Patel up to the podium. And Anthony, you may begin your comments.
Alrighty, my name is Anthony Hernandez. First of all, thank you all for being here. Mr. Les, I don't know if you remember me. We know each other. Cole, we met each other a couple times. Don, 25 years. We had a conversation about 30 plus minutes yesterday where you expressed the same concerns that we're all expressing here. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I'm 29 years old. I'm involved. I coach a 12U baseball team that has players at every age. I coached a West Texas wrestling club. I umpire baseball. I'm in 5 houses every day, 5 different houses every day of different people. And everybody I've talked to across the board opposes this. No one's like, hey, great idea. Let's get that data center here. Look around this room. It's 2025. When was the last time you saw this many people agree on one thing like this? Right? I mean, besides all the obvious answers, the water, the pollution, everything like that. I come from a family ridden with cancer. 4 grandparents died of cancer. My father's passed away from cancer. I'm worried about cancer. I don't drink sodas, Gatorades, things with high levels of sugar because I'm scared. And we're going to just start throwing things into the air, risking our future. I don't have kids yet, but I want to have kids. You guys got to have your kids. You're living your life. Next, to the people here, don't ask for this. Demand this. They are here because of us. They represent us. And if they're not willing to speak up and represent us, replace them. Every single one of them. I know many people here in this very room that are capable of doing this. This very thing. Throw your hat into the ring. Speak up. This is unacceptable. I moved back to Amarillo because I want to be here for Amarillo. I want to be here with my family, my friends, the community. I try to do as much as I can for the community. These people claim to do as much for the community. Let's see it. Stand up for the people of Amarillo. We're not asking. We're demanding. Thank you.
We'll let Al speak, and then I'm going to go back through the list of those that were not here just to make sure if someone was in overflow, we're going to get you next. So Al, go ahead.
Afternoon, Al. If you'll grab that microphone right there, bud. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
All righty. So I guess I'm not here speaking on FIRMA. Sorry. I'm actually here on regards to the agenda item 10H. Thank you, council members, for your time and service. We appreciate it. My name is Al Patel, and I reside in the city limits of Amarillo. I'm here today to speak for my community, who own and operate more than 73% of the hotels in Amarillo. We all would like a helping hand to run our businesses, but unfortunately, we have yet to receive anything from the city of Amarillo. Instead, every year we get increased insurances, property taxes, utilities, and now unnecessary inspections. Then we find out that there is another continuation of an assignment where tax incentives are going to be given. We are here today to speak about the assignment and assumption of the agreement between Tiers 1 and Summit NCI JV 177 LLC to 724 South Polk Street Operating LLC, and all other new incentives that are in the works for hotels in the Tiers 1 zone. We ask that you look at what the original contract says that you keep on assigning. Was everything that was agreed upon completed from the original contract? It is your duty to audit every receiver of tax incentives to make sure that what they said they were doing is done before any checks are written. Some key points we want you to pay attention to is the number of people that they say they will employ, the on-site restaurant, not bistro, and the landscaping that they got money for. On an open records request, we found something that was very troubling, and it was the amount that was given to Summit NCI Master TRS Inc. Who is that? Please explain to the public why they have received up to $630,000 in tax incentives. In our opinion, you have to be transparent with the rebate and has to be assigned to the property owner per PRAD. The Courtyard does about $3.6 million plus in revenue, and some of the other hotels downtown do way more than that. This zone has received more than $5 million in incentives over the year. This area does not need any more help. What is so mind-boggling to us is why the city would give 90% of the annual tax reimbursement for 20 years to the same property address. Why was this not a step-down percentage reimbursement? I agree in the beginning there is a need for help, but 20 years of tax rebate is nuts. Also, if this hotel is planning on doing a $2 million improvement, then their property taxes will increase, which means that they will get more money in tax rebates. Mr. Nelson, I request that you do something positive for the community through the years that you're receiving this $800,000 tax rebate. Don't just give it a financing line item which will offset your renovation costs. Give to the community through feeding the hungry, give the donations to the police department, or simply help the senior citizens of Amarillo and the Catalina.
Appreciate you, Al.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, is David Elizalde here? James Thiep Nguai? Steve Kirsch? Jade Bonzer? Jeff McGonigal? John Campo Jr.? Okay, Mayor, that concludes everybody that signed up for public comment today.
Thank you, Ms. City Secretary. As is customary here today, we will continue to call upon anybody that would like to speak here today. Do I have anyone? Please raise your hand if you'd like to give public comment. Okay, I'm going to start over here on this side. Yes, sir, if you don't mind coming forward. If everyone who's speaking would give their name and whether they reside in or out of the city limits for the record.
My name is Tony Foster, and I reside in Amarillo, Texas, and I'm executive director of the Agape Center, a nonprofit that helps people with mental illness. Today I want to talk about criminal diversion for those with mental illness and the homeless with mental illness. And essentially that process is if you have somebody who's committing a crime and they're symptomatic, instead of incarcerating them, we take them to a treatment center. So we're trying to deal with the root of the problem. And I want to let the council and the community know that there is a diversion center here in town, and it's under the auspices of Texas Panhandle Centers, and it's called Reset. And it's for nonviolent offenders and those that get petty misdemeanors and things like that. It's at 6600 Kilgore Drive, and the number is 806-349-5645. They have state-of-the-art facilities, therapists, and caring people. But there is something that kind of struck me about this. Turn to the pages here. About this facility, is I noticed when I was there, it was empty. and that was really sad. It doesn't seem like it's being utilized or it's underutilized. So let's take a look at that. The other thing I want to talk about is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week CIT coverage. These are CIT officers that have 250 hours of mental health training, and they're also more likely to divert. Right now, if I am correct, I think we just have it from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. But how many of y'all know that mental illness and mental health crises, it doesn't stop at 8 p.m.? For many people, it's perpetual and never ending. So I'm advocating for 24/7 days a week CIT officer coverage. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about showing a modicum of humanity for those who are symptomatic with legitimate diseases. We're also talking about dealing with the root or the origin of the problem instead of spinning our wheels. Many of y'all that have maybe studied the issue probably know that it's cheaper to deal with mental health issues at the front end instead of perpetually incarcerating individuals. One more thing, if I could just, please take a look at Article 1623. It's the code. Didn't get a chance to say it, but take a look at that.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Here on my right side, front row, raise your hand if you wanted to give public comment, please. Okay. We're going to jump back to you, sir, and then we'll come across front row. Yes, sir.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Josiah West. I'm an Amarillo resident. And I'd just like to echo what a lot of folks are saying in that I don't want Fermi here. I think that even Fermi isn't planning on more than 5 to 7 years of use out of the Ogallala based on the things that they've decided to go forward with. I think already signing a letter of intent saying that we're going to be giving them 2.5 million gallons per day by January 31st of next year is a little messed up. I think you're going to be selling some of the Carson County well field or leasing it, and that's all without discussion of the people who would be benefiting from that water normally. So I think that you're selling off the future of the Panhandle and a lot bigger area, if we're talking about the whole Ogallala, for a little bit of greed for Fermi. And I'd really appreciate that if you would consider the citizens of Amarillo as opposed to 5 or 7 rich people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Claudette Smith, if you'll take a microphone, and then who else was wanting to speak on the front row? Mr. Fisher, if you'll take the other microphone. Ms. Claudette.
Okay, so I'm here to ask you to deny or defer item 10H. First, this deal is not in the best interest of the taxpayers or the city. This is not just a routine transfer. It's a significant 90% tax rebate for 20 years. This public commitment was meant to catalyze development outcomes, not to be a perpetual pass-through to the next owner. If we are to continue underwriting this asset, there must be a clear current return on investment, and that's missing here. Second, this transfer offers no new benefits. What's being proposed is simply continuing to operate an existing hotel at 724 South Polk. No new capital improvements, really no specific measurable public benefits. Essentially, you're being asked to rubber stamp a subsidy without any updated public value. Third, there's a troubling appearance of insider dealing. This request comes from an entity tied to former Mayor Ginger Nelson, raising concerns about a premeditated plan to benefit specific individuals. This tier zone was meant to revitalize downtown, not provide a perpetual private subsidy. Now, Kevin Nelson may come up here and give some grand speech as though he's giving closing arguments at the O.J. Simpson trial, possibly threatening legal action if you withhold this transfer. But let's be clear, this isn't about legal posturing. It's about whether Amarillo taxpayers get real value. And Mr. Nelson, who stands to inherit this benefit, claimed at the last TIERS meeting that if this wasn't approved, it would be financially catastrophic to him. If paying the next 6 years or whatever's left of that contract is going to bankrupt 724 South Polk, that should raise serious red flags about their finances and whether this council should be giving them millions in pass-through incentives. Now, you may be thinking the TIERS board passed it, they must have vetted it. No, they were confused too. Half the board were waving at Kevin and Ginger. The other half was uninformed, and every time they asked for guidance, they got vague or evasive answers because you had Brian McShouldbe disbarred and Andrew Freehouse playing Captain Save-A-Crony, pretending not to have the answers. Moreover, David Prescott and Les Simpson have an ethical duty to recuse themselves from voting on this item, as they both have a very clear personal relationship with the applicant, the Nelsons. Not to mention, former Mayor Nelson publicly endorsed both of them for their positions. So here's what I'm asking you to do. Deny or defer the transfer until there's an independent legal review and a written legal memo pointing to the exact contract clause or statute that says rebates continue regardless of ownership. Because I asked for that at the last meeting and he couldn't give that to me. TIERS was designed to revitalize, not to guarantee a perpetual private subsidy. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claudette.
My name is Mike Fisher. I live in the city limits of Amarillo. Government transparency, it's kind of like Bigfoot. Everyone talks about it, but nobody sees it. I'm here to oppose agenda item 10H, transferring the tax abatement to our former mayor, Ginger Nelson, and family, and Alan Rhodes of the Underwood Law Firm. It's a bad agreement, and it shouldn't even be before the council today. State law is clear. If an item is posted on an agenda, it must be actionable at the time it's posted. So when this board, the TIERS board, voted on this, the city agenda was already posted. So it's premature, and it didn't give me my 3 business days to prepare for this meeting today. This item was placed on the calendar. I think I've already did that part. This is about a deal pushed through by staff who seem to be far more interested in defending bad contracts than protecting taxpayers. We saw this firsthand last week when Assistant City Manager Andrew Freeman, who sits right here next to me, he was not a neutral public servant, but he was an advocate for transferring this tax abatement. So here we are now enforcing a taxpayer-funded contracts sorry, I missed a sentence here. When he was defending this, he got on a website and he said, well, they've met all the criteria. It's got a restaurant, it's got a coffee shop. He was looking at a website. So we have this code enforcement up here, but we're not enforcing contracts. The board actually said we don't have contract police. It says we have to pay, so let's pay it. Now, how does this transfer over to the Fermi agreement? The agenda says this resolution authorizes a water supply agreement with Fermi. The resolution even says, and I quote, "Council hereby approves the water supply agreement attached herein, except there's no agreement attached." So we're being asked to let the city manager sign a major contract involving 1 million gallons, millions of gallons of groundwater, sight unseen. I'm sure it'll be fine, though, because after all, as we heard last week, when something goes wrong, the city's position is simple. The contract says we have to keep paying it, so let's pay it. So I urge you to not vote for water for Fermi.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Okay, I see Mr. Skank's hand. Jimmy Joe, if you'll come up. Coming across the front row, do I have anyone else to my left? Okay, I'll come back to her. Anyone here on the left-hand side? No? Okay. Back over here, I believe it's Miss Lindsay. Is that correct? If you'd come up to the other microphone. Mr. James Skank, you're up.
James Skank, live in the city. You know, isn't it amazing the country we live in, the governments that help us run, the way that we actually have this discourse over some serious situations, you know, that we need to, but as progress continues, you have to be careful with what way you plan, what way you don't. I'm sort of involved right now, just to give a pause, because today is Charlie Kirk's birthday. He would have been 32 today. And I appreciate, and I think he appreciates this kind of a debate. Wish y'all could feed back in sometimes a little bit more, but to appreciate that kind of a situation where you have pros and cons and you're able to talk it out. That establishes our individual liberty and freedom in this country. If they take that away from us, if you take away this, we're in trouble. Because all of a sudden you'd be saying, oh, you got to sit down, or, you know. So that don't work. So sometimes the conversations are hard. Sometimes they're easier. I remember a time that I've read in history when all of a sudden the people that were riding horses were really upset that them cars were coming through town. And look at what we have now. I'm not so sure which direction we're going with this AI stuff, but I'm still open to the ideas. Thank you.
Ms. Lindsay, you're up.
Okay, my name is Lindsay London Baker. I reside in Amarillo. I'm going to echo a lot of what was said today, but need to say my piece. On the heels of Mr. Skanks, I would like to also acknowledge that today is George Floyd's birthday, who is also deeply deserving of commemoration. So I'm here today because I'm also concerned about the way the Fermi deal is unfolding. I learned about it from a news article and not from city leadership, which is deeply concerning to me. Mr. Trent Sizemore, who holds a strong reputation in this community, has yet to hold a community forum to hear from us, and we deserve all of that before a single drop of Amarillo's water goes to a company that we know nothing about. We all live in the Panhandle. We know what drought feels like. We teach our children not to waste water because every drop counts. My son was actually in the chambers 2 years ago because his drawing made it into that calendar. So what will this teach our children? That a private company can come in, drain our water to keep their machines cool, poison the air and land, and call it progress? Progress for who? Not for the families who live here. AI data centers are known to increase electricity costs and drive up housing costs. Not for the farmers who rely on our aquifers. It will deeply increase the drainage on those resources. And not for our children who will be dealing with the aftermath when that water is gone. And we know that that time is coming sooner than we hope. Large-scale data centers are known to ruin water supplies, as I said, jack up electricity costs, inflate housing costs, and further data mining that rob us of our environmental stability and our privacy. And a simple Google search taught me all that. I didn't even need to ask ChatGPT. Our water isn't a bargaining chip. It's not a resource to sell. It's the foundation of life out here, and it's running out. I want my children to grow up in a place that values people over profits, not one that sells its water to a tech firm chasing the next dollar. Clearly from the turnout today, this community is paying attention, and you all work for us, and so we expect full participation in these decisions. The secrecy feels abhorrent. This was likely in talks for years, and we never knew about it. So we demand that you do not hand over our water for profit, stand with the people who live here, raise our families here, and actually do depend on this land to survive for generations to come. Our water, air, and land are worth far more than money in anyone's pockets, and we will not back down from this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. London. Would just like to pause here for a minute and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the decorum, also the respect that's being shown to others while they're speaking, and allowing everybody to be efficient in the public comment period. This is one of the most important things we do. However, one of the other most important things that we do after about an hour and 45 minutes of being seated is pause for a recess so that everybody can take a break if needed. We will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. It is 5 o'clock on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, and we are a little over halfway through with our public comment. We've got a goal to get through public comment here in another 30 to 40 minutes. And then I do have one business item that's due by 6 p.m. today. We may take that item up out of order in order to keep schedule, just as running a business meeting as well as a community meeting. Thank you to everybody for getting back to your seats. We are officially called back into session. At this time, we have, I want to say the second row. Yes, sir, if you'll come up, and then anyone else on the second row that would like to speak, please raise your hand. Let me jump across the aisle over here. Anyone? Yes, ma'am, if you'll come up, take the other microphone. Sir, if you would, give your name for the record and whether you reside in or out of the city limits.
I'm Justin Prisk, live inside the city. I normally watch you guys on YouTube. Of course, there we're not allowed to make comments for some reason. I think that's kind of absurd, but that's not the agenda item I'm here to talk about. I've also heard y'all say that every drop counts a lot. You know, y'all parade the children with their artwork. So I hope y'all act like it, but at the same time, I hear about this letter of intent. It sounds like it's already a done deal. And that's the way things seem to go around here. No matter who the faces are at the council, things tend to happen behind closed doors. It doesn't feel like we're really part of it. But I think the Fermi thing is a bad idea, and everybody else has already said a lot about that, so I won't take up any more time.
Ma'am, if you'll state your name.
Audria Clements, and I live in the city limits. I never thought that I'd see the day Texans, panhandle Texans, would even consider selling off the very thing that keeps this land alive, our water. We live in drought country. Every farmer, rancher, and parent here knows water isn't a luxury, it's a survival. And yet the same city of Amarillo running the Every Drop Counts campaign, telling us to save every ounce, now won't even tell us what's going on with our own water. We keep hearing that it's been promised, maybe even sold to Fermi America, but we're not really sure. Because no one's being transparent with us. No answers, no details, no honesty. So which is it? Do our drops count, or just the ones that can be sold? This isn't just about Amarillo. The aquifer runs through 8 states, and it serves over 2 million people, not just Amarillo, other people. Once it's drained, it is gone forever. You can't refill it, and you can't fix it. So I ask you, do you really want to be remembered as the council that sold out your people in secret? The ones who chose corporations over communities? I certainly hope not. This should have been discussed in a public hall meeting, or even a county meeting of some sort with Fermi, so that they're there to answer questions, but instead everything's been closed behind closed doors, like it's a secret or something. There's no information. That's not leadership, that's secrecy. Our kids, our grandkids, maybe even yours, deserve the truth. They deserve to know what's being done to their future. So I'm asking you as a Texan, as Texans, as parents, as public servants, to come clean and tell us what is going on, what's happening. Because right now, Amarillo's message isn't every drop counts, it's every drop's for sale and secret. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, I'd like just to make a statement of fact. There's been a lot of comments made, and they're great. And what Mr. Skank said, this is exactly what this is for. I will tell everybody out there, everybody that's listening, no one here on council has met with Fermi in secret. We haven't engaged with them. We haven't done anything like that. So just as a statement of fact, so you guys know, there's not anything being done in secret, not with these guys up here. So I just want to make that clear so you know. And my hope is that, I see a lot of people making comment and then leaving. And we know it's tough. We know everybody's schedules are tough. My hope is that people will watch this meeting, at least either tonight, or anytime that it's convenient, because I think you're going to get a lot of answers. So there's some misinformation that's out there. There's many things that are being said that aren't true. And it's tough to sit up here and just take it when it's not true. So my hope is that you will stay or watch this when it's convenient for you and find out some facts. And if you want to know anything, call us. We're available. Call us, email us, and we will address it. Our hope is that we will have town halls once this thing is out there, which will be after today. But our goal is to communicate with you. So just know that.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll continue with public comment unless I have anything else, another remark from council. Okay, back over here on the second row. Anybody else would like to give public comment? Okay, we're going to come back over here to the third row. Anyone on the third row to my right? No? We're going to jump across, go third row to my left. Yes, ma'am. And then the other lady in the black shirt, if you come up as well. Afternoon.
Hello. My name is Lisa Romanelli. I'm just going to turn this around because I want to address the citizens and indeed anybody.
So, Ms. Romanelli, I'm going to ask for decorum. So specifically, you are here to address your council.
Okay,
I can't
great.
allow you to face
But
the
I'll look
audience.
over my shoulder too. How about that?
It's hard to go back and forth. We understand there's a need for that,
Yeah.
but specifically, we want to honor your time, so we are listening to you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Again, this is only like my third time to do this. So,
Yes, ma'am.
you know.
You're good. Thank you.
So I just want to be clear on a couple of things. I am the author of the CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement. Nobody asked for my opinion. I just decided to put it out there because I'm qualified, I'm capable, and this is in my purview in terms of my professional work experience. I appreciate all the comments that was had. I appreciate council receiving my email that had the actual document. The information that was put out online was just a summary of ideas. And why did I do that? Because this is actually becoming a tool that communities and people are using moving forward with these types of big projects. And it is in everybody's best interest to continue to leverage these types of things. And I'm not talking leveraging natural resources. I'm talking about if we're going to give you a tax abatement, if we're going to give you access to something, what do we get in return? So I jumped ahead on my notes. I want to remind everybody, adopt, don't shop. There are animals needing rescue here in Amarillo and around the country. But moving forward, the real issue here is Texas Tech leased the land to Fermi. This was not, it's a private project between a private entity and Texas Tech. That is where the blame needs to be put, okay? When you have a REIT, a real estate investment trust set up so that you can go around and skirt different types of guardrails and things like that, that's where the real problem is. Now going back to guardrails, the passage of SB 6, Senate bill in the state of Texas, SB 6 earlier this year, allowed for this type of very large data projects to come through with no guardrails. So it's not just Fermi, it's Swisher County. It is Hutchinson County, it's Carson County, it's Pampa, it's all over this area. So the conversation right now needs to be switched very quickly to what are the guardrails so that this doesn't happen again, so that resources are conserved, but economic growth continues. And at this rate, there will not be an agricultural economy here. And that's just a fact. And I like to deal in facts. So with those facts, that's why I put forth the CBA. From the CBA, a down payment of $250 million. It can scale up. There are investments for the community. It's anchored in water equity, innovation endowments, counterterrorism, defense. This also includes an HVAC innovation center. I do represent an HVAC company here in Amarillo. We have tried before to build an innovation hub specifically dedicated to these types of centers, training the next generation of tech, because this is a very specialized skill. Also, I work with IP portfolios where these types of technologies for these semiconductors, I work in the physical sciences. How do these things come to fruition? So if you want to know how to leverage this, I encourage you, please look at the CBA. Nobody asked for this. I put it out there because I wanted a different conversation other than what we normally get from giving away taxes and resources, just the creation of jobs. Because if you know anything, jobs are not a guarantee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Romanelli. Ms. Bonnie.
Hello. I really didn't plan on talking today. Oh, Bonnie Sechrist. I do live in Potter County. I'm here also concerned about this new idea, and also concerned, as everybody else, how construction and everything started before we caught wind of what was even going on. I'm not only concerned about the water, but I'm concerned about the energy that is going to be taken away from us. You know, our utilities are already going high. What's this going to do to our utilities? They're talking about the job creations that this is going to create, but on the other side, we've got hard facts that saying that it's temporary jobs. And somebody else, I haven't confirmed this, but they're saying that the construction team that's working on it now is out from Lubbock. So if that's the case, you know, is this really for the Amarillo people? You know, I don't want to be lied to. I want the truth, no matter how ugly it is. I want the truth so we can respect that and build trust. The wildlife, I'm worried about the wildlife out there. When I heard that y'all had a wildlife sanctuary, I was really happy about that. And then here we are like 2 weeks later talking about they're tearing it down. I'm not sure how true that is. Like I said, I haven't, you know, heard anything from y'all. Also, another thing I started being concerned about was it being right next to a nuclear plant. What kind of risks are involved with them two being next to each other? I started looking into that, and it didn't really look very good. So I don't want us people to be blind to this. I want y'all to talk to us about this so that we can get on the same page and be as comfortable as y'all are, or as uncomfortable as y'all are. Either way. Also, another thing I was concerned with was Sizemore was saying that this was going to be another funnel for nonprofits. And we see a lot of that going on here. Like, how transparent are these nonprofits? Are we sure, you know, that this money, because like they were talking about with the hotels, I'm tired of seeing the same people profit and get the help from these things, because the same faces do get a lot of help. And I think that's all I got. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're going to jump over to row 4 back here. Anybody that'd like to speak, raise your hand, please. Okay, Commissioner, I see if you come up here, sir. Yeah, well, you missed your turn, but I'll come back for only you, sir. How are you?
Very well, thanks. I'm Robert Keys, resident of Amarillo for 73 years. I came to Amarillo with my parents 3 months old. My dad moved here to seeking job opportunity. That has always been my goal in staying in this city, raising my kids in this city, and also as a 14-year city councilman, which we call city commission back then, from 93 to 2007, we always wanted to benefit the citizens of Amarillo with a new variety of companies that they could work at with new production. But during that 14 years, I was also on the Canadian Municipal Water Authority Board, and that was for about 10 years. We saw our water production grow. We saw with the end of Lake Meredith's use back in, I think, at 2013, that many things existed that could be progress, but yet it looked like it was not at the time, but it is currently. I was on the Crimwall board when Boone Pickens decided to sell his Roberts County water rights to Crimwall. That was a big event. I mean, it increased our water greatly. I know Don Tips had asked this question of Drew Satterwhite, which is the executive director of Crimwall, and he said, meaning our groundwater place out in Roberts County, we're far away, and we've isolated with this territory of our water rights cover that nobody else can go there, Satterwalk said. And he also commented that we have done calculations with modeling showing in 100 years we'll still have approximately 62% or 71% of our water still available. Now back in prior to 2008, when Obama was elected, I worked with a group of trying to put a nuclear power plant close to Amarillo. The permit had been applied for. The production of this company that was putting it in went so far they hired engineers. They talked with the China people with Mitsubishi, and they came over and they researched reactors and GE, their reactors, and we determined that that was going to be, oh my, I'm used to talking longer than that. But it's one thing to have that, and we would have had a nuclear power plant if Obama hadn't canceled all of them nationwide. And I just want to thank everybody that's listened to all the comments. And like you said earlier, there's civilization that, not civilization, but civil comments and not interrupting others. But thank you very much.
Mr. Keys, appreciate you. So I'll ask again on row 4. I didn't see any hands. Okay, we're going to step across. So that row back there, row 4, anybody who'd like to raise your hand wants to speak? Great, we're going to jump back to row 5. Anybody on, I guess that's our back row back there that would like to speak? Okay, come across the aisle. Anybody back here that would like to speak on my left-hand side? Okay, anybody standing in the audience? Mark, if you'll come forward. Do I have anybody else who'd like to give public comment? Otherwise, Mark will be our last one. Raise your hand. I don't see anyone. Mark, congratulations. You win.
Thank you,
We'll
Mayor.
give you 3 minutes. Give you 3 minutes and 1 second.
All right, thank you, Mayor Stanley and City Council for the task and the job that you have to grow our community. I'm a citizen. I live in Amarillo, and I am 100% pro-growth. I think of a quote that Mother Teresa said. She said she was invited to a war rally, and she wouldn't attend, but she said, if there is ever a peace rally, you can invite me. I'm for things that I'm for. So I'm for the growth of Amarillo and for the extremely difficult job that y'all have to do to grow our community. Now, in regards to Fermi and the water, you know, with growth comes cost. And my only thing about that is that I think that we should maybe renegotiate our wastewater with XL Energy, not let them have exclusive rights so it could go to something that's going to actually benefit me as a citizen. And then to the other thing is 10H, the tiers program. I work in the hospitality industry. I've been working in there for years. And it goes along with growth. I think that anything that grows our downtown community is positive, like the building that I'm actually standing in speaking in. I applaud any time that anything old is brought about new, and I don't think the rug should just be pulled out from the new owner. I don't think that I should lose the warranty on my vehicle because I bought it from someone else. It's just one of those things that I know hospitality drives more economic dollars to our community than anything other than I-40. And so when I see things that will keep this downtown growing like this, and hotels and anything that will prompt up bringing visitors to this this city, I applaud it, and I applaud that everything that y'all do, the difficult tasks that y'all have to do to build our economy and grow it. I want this to be a city that once my son, who's a Amtech student, goes off to get his degree, and I want this to be a city he wants to return to, and there to be a job, it may be the AI data center that will give him a living wage. And I applaud y'all in the difficult task, and I support, you know, anything that goes on with the revitalization of downtown. I actually think that anything that affects, gives rebates to any entrepreneurs that want to develop down here should probably be grandfathered in, because there's nothing worse than having decayed buildings down here, and that's not going to attract anybody who wants to grow our city. And so I would only ask that you would extend that even further. You know, I know the Civic Center was a big thing. I applaud the people who were brilliant enough to bring in Hodgetown. I love it. As a citizen, I know that, you know, you have a difficult task, and this is only my second time ever speaking to a city council, and I thought it was my civic duty just to offer my 2 cents. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for the comment, sir. Okay, at this time, we're going to close public comment. I'm going to ask for just a second. Can I just speak with you for a minute? So I want to just maybe try to reset a few expectations. You know, I'm a builder, and so as a builder and as a business person, expectations are everything. And so when you have unrealistic expectations and I don't manage those, what we end up with is disappointment. And so what I absolutely love is true representative leadership. And I love a representative government. And true representative leadership would never call you into a forum and place something before you that we don't have the authority or the jurisdiction or the capabilities to direct. So as a builder, in working in your home or building your house or your office, I would never show up and engage in a conversation with you about your medical issue and ask you how you'd like me to fix that or address that. So it's very important that I reset your expectations here today, or else everybody's going to leave disappointed. I am not the Texas Water Development Board. I do not understand the fullness and the capacities of the Ogallala Aquifer. I am like you, I'm learning, but I've got good data that I can measure. I would never place anything before this council or before you, our constituents, that we couldn't direct in the right way. I believe we can do a good business deal here. I think there's a healthy way forward. But I want to make sure that we understand the difference in, if I came to you and I said, hey, I'd like to have a forum, I want to engage with you guys, I want to hear you. Do you want greater public or let's say police presence downtown on the weekends? That's a great discussion. What I might not do is come to you and say, hey, I want to talk to you about our naval fleets and our military in the Pacific. And I'd like to know if you'd like more of a military presence in the Pacific through our Navy. You understand that that's the capacity that we're talking about here. I'm talking about 2.5 MGD out of a very large reservoir of water, and I'm not attempting to educate everybody on AI and the complexities of AI and how fast it's moving into our lives. I'm not here to be a nuclear physicist and tell you how that works and how the cooling factors work. What I'm here to do today is to show our community a water contract that we truly need to find out, are we a pro-growth community, or are we selling water, or are we not? And you realize a lot of the comments that are do the right thing and make sure we don't, make sure we can't, don't allow these things. Nobody came to us and no one's coming to you asking if you want AI in your life. Nobody came to us and asked if they could call Texas Tech. I don't get an opportunity to have a discussion with you before Chancellor Mitchell gets to decide what he wants to do with his property on behalf of those people that place him as the authority. And so what we are looking at here is a very complex understanding of 350 to 400 AIs that are data centers that are planned across the state of Texas. I don't know how many of those, could come to fruition, but we have a real concern in water conservation. We have a real concern with farm and ranch and agriculture that uses over 90% of those water resources now. And so as a municipality, we probably use less than 5% of the water resources that are pumped out of these 26 counties. And as a percentage, Fermi would represent at 10 MGD, 0.32%, 0.32 of 1% of the total that's used in the upper 26 counties. Now, the concern is not Fermi, the concern is AI data centers and what does 350 of them do to your long-term water conservation goals. I have a great comfort in knowing that I can present a 2.5 million gallon per day consumption as a sell to you, because we make decisions all the time to sell water to XL, to sell water to beef packing plants, to sell water to a paper company. The AEDC is open for business. We turned a corner. I love my friends of the AEDC and how they've really promoted to get that back in there. Do we need to shut that entire system down because we are no longer going to have water available for industry? I don't believe so. I think Amarillo is pro-growth still, and you guys have directed us to steward these resources. So I just want to reset the expectations with you here today. We have a water contract in front of us. And so if you are expecting us to bring items to you for discussion about what you do and don't want in your community that are happening 20, 30 miles outside of town between private entities, you're going to be very disappointed in my abilities. What I can do is bring to you items that once I can get my hands around it, I can place it before you and say, here's what it is, and council, how would you like to vote on a contract? And that's truly the essence of what we're dealing with here. So if you'll let me reset that in a very respectful way. It doesn't mean you're not important. It doesn't mean that I don't have the same concerns. I'm not even an AI fan, right? It doesn't mean that I don't have a concern that AI won't usher in the mark of the beast, right? Like we're going to go all the way from one side to the other. I don't know. I'm not here today to theorize about everything that could go wrong in the world. I'm here today to tell you I have water capacity of deliverability of 2.5 MGD, and I'd love to sell it for twice the amount that I sell water to myself and everybody else in the city. I think it's a good deal. But we want to hear you, but we want to hear you in the right vein. So thank you to everybody who spoke. If you're disappointed because we're not looking out for everything in the state of Texas as it pertains to water conservation, I understand it. You're just at the wrong meeting. And so those individuals that are appointed, that are qualified, that are working on that, it's very important that we push on those entities to maintain the regulatory controls. And we have regulatory controls. We also have drought contingency plans. I want you guys to hear that we're not going to ask you to stop watering your yard or not take showers and allow industry to keep buying the same amount of water. We'll reduce industry across the board, pro rata, with no favorability to any one industry over the next, the same way we would our residents. But our water, as we call it, is for golf courses, yards, showers, and industry. And so it's real important that we reset here right now and make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you for letting me just talk to you about it. Council, anybody want to say anything before we move on with our business section? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would just add, I do think, though, that because we've heard questions today, getting good, accurate information out is important. And the way you get good, accurate information out is by asking questions. And so luckily we have people here that are affiliated with this project that I think I see my job as a council member here not to become the expert, but to ask the questions that all these people in this room and people that I've been hearing from the last 4 or 5 weeks have been asking. And I think, as a council, we cannot get too far ahead of the public. And so I think making sure that we give an opportunity for ourselves and others to become educated on this by asking the questions. And to be honest, I think Fermi would want nothing more that we ask the tough questions, because those are the things that the people in our community are asking. And no, our authority, I guess, only resides over the water, but I do think we ought to be asking these questions because this is an unprecedented project, the likes of which we've never seen before. And that could be something that's really good and outstanding, and we hope that it's that way. But I think it's also something that we just need to be asking those questions about, because this is something that's never been done of this size and magnitude in the country. So what I hope we can do today as a council is not only educate ourselves about this, but to help the public get a good fact-based understanding of what's here and what we're trying to accomplish. So I think our role is maybe just a little bit more than just working out a water agreement. I think our role can here to be, let's make sure that the tough questions are being asked so that our citizens get against answers to that, and to let the citizens know we're listening to you. What I find is if people feel like they're listened to, then they may not agree with you, but they feel listened to and appreciated. And I appreciate people who've shared their opinions for the last several hours. I've listened to you. I think the other council members have listened to you. And now it's our job to make sure that we're getting answers to the questions and concerns that you have. Thank you.
I like it. Let's get our questions ready. Let's move forward with a little business. We'll address that LOI issue later as well, so you guys know that it's 100% done on the up and up with staff and an engineering firm. I'm going to move into Section 8, which is our consent agenda. I'm also going to make that 6 p.m. deadline on that item down the list and pull it up. So on the consent agenda, I'm going to pull item 8Q. Staff does not have it ready. So, Council, do you have anything you would like pulled off of the consent agenda? Okay, I would request a motion removing 8Q, please.
I move to approve the consent agenda less 8Q as presented.
Second. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on consent? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Oh, thank you. Okay. On your agenda, we now drop down into what is Section 9, our discussion item. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up item 10A because it considers a bond and an agreement here that we need to get executed by 6 p.m. So, Ms. Katrina, if you don't mind coming up and walking us into that one.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Today, I am bringing a resolution to publish notice in the newspaper and on the city's website about the intent to issue certificates of obligation. This will be the first step in a multi-step process to issue debt for fleet replacements and then park amenities for the Vineyard and Pinnacle PIDs. This resolution is only authorizing city staff to post 2 notices in the newspaper and then on the city's website about the intent to issue debt at the December 9th City Council meeting. The notice states a not to exceed amount of $10 million, so council can choose to issue debt up to that amount on December 9th, less than that amount, or decide not to move forward with the debt. As you may recall, city staff discussed with council during the budget workshops this past summer about the potential to issue debt to help with the annual replacement needs for the fleet department, along with the need for purchase park amenities from the developers for the Vineyard and Pinnacle PIDs. So the debt would cover $7.5 million in fleet replacements paid for with fleet revenues, and then there would be $500,000 for the Vineyard PID, and then $1 million for the Pinnacle PID. Both of those paid for through PID assessments. The ability to approve and place equipment orders as quickly as possible in the new fiscal year will offer a greater chance of securing the equipment from the vendor, the best chance for favorable pricing, and then a quicker replacement of the equipment the city departments rely on to accomplish their mission. So pending approval of this resolution, city staff will publish a notice in the Amarillo Globe News on October 20th, 2025, and then again on October 27th, 2025, informing citizens of the potential to issue the certificates. The same notice will be published on the city's website for the same length of time. Today, we have Paul Jason with Specialized Public Finance with us here to present the proposed certificates of obligation.
Thank you, Ms. Katrina.
Thank
Afternoon,
you.
sir.
Good evening, rather. Mayor, council, staff, Paul Jason with Specialized Public Finance. Appreciate the flexibility with moving us up. Just wanted to give you all an overview. Katrina did a great job discussing the resolution. So we were able to bundle these 3 projects into one CO issuance. It makes it more efficient for the city and have 3 different purposes. So the fleet, since it's got a shorter useful life, the fleet replacement will have a 7-year term, and then the PID reimbursements will have a 20-year term. If council decides to move forward, the interest rates will be set on December 9th. We're projecting a rate of 3.48%. We've got about 0.25% of cushion in there, and that's based off the city's AAA rating, which is the highest possible rating a city could have. We illustrated the structure on the next page that breaks out the 3 different projects. You can see the fleet has a 7-year term, and then the 20-year term for the 2 other projects related to the vineyards and the Pinnacle PID and reimbursement. We graph this on the next page. It's always easier to look at a graph instead of thousands of numbers, but you can see this illustrates the rapid payoff of the fleet vehicles and then the 20-year maturity on the COs. Sources and uses, Katrina mentioned the not to exceed is $10 million. We expect to come in around $9.1 million. That just provides cushion if there's any information that comes before us between now and December 9th, when this council will approve the issuance of those COs and approving the ordinance. The schedule, this process takes roughly 3 months. So this council, we're just kicking off that process. It's just a resolution, non-binding, to start the CO issuance. The month of October, we'll do the publications. In November, we'll get the documents drafted and meet with the rating agency, and then we'll come back to this council December 9th with a final price, interest rate, and the bids from investors, and then we'll close in early January. So that's a quick update on the CO issuance, so happy to entertain any questions.
Questions, council? Okay, no questions on this item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll touch on that real quick and just speak to, I think, the wisdom and the stewardship of putting good practices in. So we have this built into our budget, so it's in your tax rate. So 7 years from now, council won't need to go out and buy new fleet vehicles, or, you know, this one doesn't necessarily pertain to the fire apparatus, but like we've done this in multiple departments so that we can cycle that equipment in without having to go and find cash and pull it away from other projects or to try to take it out of another budget. And so I am a fan of this kind of stewardship, and I think it will set up these next mayor and councils for a little bit easier road. So anybody got anything to add? If not, would love a motion on item 10A.
I move to adopt resolution 101425-1 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10A passes with a 5-0 vote. We will now jump back up to item 9A. Mr. Freeman, would you mind telling us about a potential item downtown?
Yes, sir. I'll make a couple of introductions. We're going to have a few different slideshows to go over on this Herring Hotel project proposal along with incentive requests. But with us today, we have Todd Harmon. He's a developer with Herring Hotel Partners, LLC, who's also known as the developer on the Barfield project that was completed a couple of years ago. And we also have John Campo with Campo Architecture and Interior Design, which is a leader in the hospitality industry over the last 40 years with a specialty on these historic rehabilitation projects. So I believe John is going to kick us off today with his presentation.
Good afternoon. I'm John Campo. I'm a founder of Campo Architecture. We're based in New Orleans, Louisiana. Our firm has been in existence for 42 years. We've covered 27 states, and 95% of our work is in the area of historic adaptive reuse. I'm here to talk about our credentials. Project of this scale and magnitude is not for the faint of heart. There's a lot of landmines out there that we have to navigate at a local, state, regional, and national level. One of the things that I did want to mention is, as you're looking at a sampling of our work, all of these projects have something in common, just like the project here, the Herring Hotel, that is. But for the local, state, regional, and national incentive program, none of these projects would exist. And I think it's important to know that these projects are America's historic treasures. But the other thing that I wanted to mention, and I heard a gentleman speak just a minute ago about the urban revitalization of downtowns. We realize that our work, while it focuses on the building itself, many years ago I realized that it has a catalytic effect on the surrounding real estate, the city, and in this case, the Herring Hotel, I think is going to have an impact on a catchment area that is regional. So with that, you're looking at some projects on the screen right now. Upper left-hand corner is St. Louis, Missouri. Next to it, going right, is Birmingham, Alabama. To the right of it is Dayton, Ohio. And to the right of it, upper right-hand corner, one that's really near and dear to my heart is it's a Marriott hotel called the 3-Foot Building in downtown Meridian, Mississippi. The mayor, who's just been elected to his second term, Mayor Percy Bland, he had a lot of vision. He had a lot of guts. He sold that building to my client for $10,000. This building was on America's Most Endangered list for the National Trust. That is in common with the Herring Hotel. For $10,000, he sold this building, but our client invested $40 million. The success is more than twofold, more than threefold. The economic vitality that it brought to little downtown Meridian, Mississippi is nothing short of phenomenal. Lower left-hand corner is Houston, Texas. In the middle is Little Rock, Arkansas. And on the lower right corner is one of our gyms. It's a 50-room boutique hotel in downtown Louisville, Kentucky on West Main Street. So this gives you an idea of some of the work that we do. And by the way, I'm also a preservationist, so just made 69 years old. I'm not going to retire. This is something I'm very passionate about. Now you're looking at a project that is on the historic riverfront of Savannah, Georgia. This is one of our larger projects. It's a $350 million project, all in. The centerpiece was a Georgia Pacific power generation plant, 1,200 linear feet of new riverfront boardwalk. The city of Savannah was very involved with the economic success of this project. The project now it's not just a hotel, it's an entertainment district. It's got 14 restaurants. It's also an educational facility where children from kindergarten all the way to collegiate students learn about the origin of power. If you look at the upper right-hand photograph, that is a chrome-plated dinosaur. When our client proposed to do that, I thought he was absolutely crazy. Couldn't have been a better decision because it's one of those Instagram moments. So again, the origin of power, you see a lot of different things going on in this building that are meant to stimulate learning activities. This is the 3-foot building. If you'll look at the left, you'll see there is a postage stamp size rooftop bar. It's called the Boxcar. It's got 270 degrees unimpeded view, and that is the watering hole, so to speak, for downtown Meridian. It's very small, but it's very effective, and we transformed that rooftop into livable space. That has a common denominator with the Herring building. You'll see in Todd's presentation with some of our graphics that the rooftop scene on the Herring Hotel is much larger than this. It'll have a 360-degree unimpeded view. Next. Any questions so far? I'm going kind of quick. I don't want to. Okay. San Antonio, Texas. This is not a historic building, but it's a very significant building. It's close to the Alamo. It's a dual-branded Marriott hotel. This was an office building primarily for the city of San Antonio, permit offices and such. But it's another example of transforming buildings into hotels. It also has a rooftop bar scene that does very well. This is a proposed project that we're working on in Louisville, Kentucky. It's a fairly large-scale project that, again, is transformative because of its scale, similar to the Herring building. It's got 6 different restaurants. It's got a comedy club, other entertainment venues. Next. This is a project that I was in Cleveland last week receiving a national award. It's our 4th award for the AC Hotel in downtown Kansas City. This project is very significant in terms of its position. It's kind of a bookend, similar to the Herring Hotel, where, when I look at this city and the placement of the Herring, it's a bookend to your city of significant scale. This building is a bookend to a 3-block gap between itself and the Power and Light District in Kansas City. And what we find whenever we have these types of projects of that scale is that it accelerates the infill between itself and the other entertainment district. This project is in Dayton, Ohio. Again, it's a fairly small town. It's the beneficiary of many different incentives from the city, the state, and the federal government. This is a Hilton Tapestry Hotel. Downtown Houston, this is the Moxie Hotel, a fairly slender building, very tight footprint. Moxies, they're very small in terms of the room size, but I would say folks that are younger than me would probably appreciate the hotel more than I am. I'm claustrophobic, so the room sizes are a little bit too tight for me. And again, this is the Grady Hotel in Louisville. I love this building. It's small in stature, but it's rich in detail. The basement, similar to the Herring, was activated. We're proposing in the Herring building to have the fitness center. There's a F&B operation that we're looking at downstairs, as well as back-of-house mechanical. This is in Cincinnati, Ohio. This particular project was the beneficiary of incentives. Now, Cincinnati was a little different. They had a requirement for the building to be LEED certified. We were going to do that anyway, but that was key to a 15-year property tax abatement. This is the rooftop. This project has, again, a significant rooftop design that we're proposing. And these are examples of our work. It's really meant to say, look, we've got experience in this type of work. Sometimes the structural elements need to be reinforced. Fortunately, in the Herring Hotel, the structure is incredible, quite frankly. So we really don't have any concerns about its carrying capacity for the urban inhabitants of the rooftop. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
All right. If it's okay, I'll stay up here.
Yeah, hang out. Mr. Harmon, you have anything you'd like to add, sir?
Yeah, well, I want to make sure that John can stay up here because he can add some color as we kind of go through the programming of this property. First off, I want to tell City Council thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today. And I also want to tell you I appreciate the work that your city staff has done to make sure that all the considerations and thought processes for the city's involvement and engagement in this were talked through before we did this presentation. So we're talking about one of the iconic, in a lot of ways, the kind of Sistine Chapel of historic preservation opportunities for the city of Amarillo. And the reason John Campo is here is because he is, in many circles in the hospitality industry, considered the preeminent historic hospitality architect in the United States. And has done, he's being more than humble. In his 40-year career, he's done over 200 different hospitality historic projects. So I think it's a great honor for this market to have a member of the development team of his stature and significance that has won national awards for adaptive reuse. I also want to mention, because it probably it should be mentioned all the time, congratulations to the city and the city council for completing this conversion and adaptive reuse of the historic Amarillo hardware property. It's fantastic, and everyone that was involved in that process should be acknowledged. So, what are we talking about with the Herring Hotel? Well, it is a plus 200,000 square foot, 99-year-old building that was built in a different time. It was 600 rooms originally, and so many things of the history of the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s went on at this property. From USO dances to proms to weddings and large civic engagements went on there in the Tascosa Ballroom on the second floor of this property. The old Tascosa room in the basement, the speakeasy, was one of the beverage establishments during Prohibition there in the east side of the basement. And one of our thought processes, as we did with the Barfield, is to recreate that space in commemoration of Amarillo's history and past. As we plan on programming for this, we're going to convert it into a 4.5 to 5-star hotel. And what we've seen from the success of the Barfield is that there is a gap in market segment that for our ability to grow our amenities and hotel portfolio needs to be addressed. And that's primarily in full-service hotels that can address both civic center opportunities, business opportunities, and leisure opportunities. So in the redesign, we'll have 226 rooms, 20 suites, 61 double queens. Yeah, go ahead. I'll touch on that in a second. We'll bring back the ballroom and the primary lobby space as it was originally considered in 1926. And you can see a upper right image that is of the lobby now and the historic fountain that you haven't seen in the inside. There is a mezzanine level with meeting rooms and the ballroom of over 10,500 square feet on that, completely on the second level. It's dedicated. Next slide, please.
Todd, could I comment on something?
Yeah.
Real quick. We have full-time in-house historian that has already photographed the interior of the building, and I say that because the State Historic Preservation Officer has already come to the site, met with us, and this building has quite a bit of character-defining elements in the historic fabric that you're seeing. So part of our job is to make sure that we're satisfying the standards for rehabilitation and preserving the historically significant portions of this building. So I thought that would, I mean, these buildings come very rich in detail already, but what we like to do is a very intense survey to preserve what is left.
Go ahead, Andrew. So we've already purchased, the members of Herring Hotel Partners LLC have already purchased the property. That's the area outlined in red. Part of our proposal is for utilization of the space in blue for both a pool area, which is one of the things lacking in the downtown space, and additional parking so that it's not all valet and can give better access to local patrons that want to go to any of the food and beverage amenities there. You go ahead. This is just kind of a site layout, and some of these are preliminary. This is not final drawings. We've gotten to this point in order to draw interest with other elements of the design team, what type of flag consideration, and management company. So we have the original hotel property in the southeast corner, the pool area that's considered as a part of the amenity package, so it can be a 5-star hotel there to the southwest, and then the actual parking area. There's an expanded view of the pool deck area that can be utilized as we consider other multifamily development opportunities in that surrounding area. They can also use this amenity for the downtown market. This is some of the imaging that, just from a, I guess you'd say, storyboard perspective of what we're imagining that pool deck area to be like, and to create. It's one of those things that one of the goals of this project will be that it's not just for overnight travelers, but the facilities that might extend stay and give people to have more of a destination consideration for the Amarillo market. Go This is just original considerations of layout. If you look in the southwest corner, that's one restaurant. There's going to be two there on the first floor. You can see there's a lot of area there for seating in the public lobby area. One of the nice things about this, since it was a hotel to begin with, is there's a lot of this programming is programming that was already there originally in its consideration. So it's just putting that primary kitchen is going to be right back where the primary kitchen was. And it makes it from a better utilization of space and more efficient use of the property. And what a gem this property really is. And it's so sad to think about that this has literally been vacant for 50 years. Yeah. And what a treasure it was to the original considerations of this downtown area. Go ahead, Andrew, one more. This is the second level, the mezzanine level, and the meeting room. You'll see the Tascosa Ballroom there, 4,500 square feet, along with several other breakout meeting rooms. And the historic XIT Cafe is there to the north, and also service kitchen areas and bathrooms. What a great programming space, we think, for a lot of corporate events, civic events, wedding receptions, things that we want to try and put our best foot forward for this market, and this facility, when redone to this level, will give us that opportunity. This is just a kind of a programming layout. Again, one of the nice things, this being a hotel originally, has a large basement footprint, which is necessary for the mechanical systems, the safety systems, the fire life safety systems, and laundry, and then still allow for the 3,300 square feet of food and beverage space and the old Tascosa room. These are just some of the example layouts right now and why we're at a 226 room key count. The nice thing about this is that we're still in the third and fourth floor, averaging nearly 400 square foot per room, which is a much larger size than standard program hotels today, as to give a better sense of luxury and consideration for longer stays. Go ahead. So 5 and 6, this is again so that we can have more convention and meeting type visitors and corporate visitors. So you want to have different breakouts and stacks of rooms so that the amenity package for those rooms is not quite as robust as the upper floors for the cost-minded business traveler. Go one more. And then the standard plan is 7 through 14, 13. There's not actually a 13th floor, so we keep it at 14. And the nice thing is there's 2 suites per floor in this layout. There's a lot of extended double queens that gives family travelers coming through this market the opportunity to stay in one room as a family unit, or have combining rooms through connecting doors. So it's been a well thought out layout, but it sits very nicely, again, because it was a hotel to begin with. That was one of the challenges with the Barfield, is it was not originally a hotel, and therefore plumbing penetrations and mechanical considerations on the engineering were made much more difficult. This should lay out very nicely and give these upper floors are over 500 square feet average. And then one of the things we think is a unique opportunity and amenity that is not currently offered in this market anywhere is a rooftop view deck and food and beverage area. This is on the roof of the building, overseeing with an unobstructed view for the rest of the downtown and the whole city of Amarillo. And you'll see we have some programmable spaces as far as for small meeting events, 950 square feet or so, and then the public bar and restaurant space. We even have some programming for the virtual golf or virtual video games, so that there's more family programming opportunities in downtown. This is kind of, again, a storyboard of considerations for theming of the FF&E package of this property. We really took from considerations of, as a boutique hotel, you're really trying to tell the story of what Amarillo is. And so for the guests that come here, there might not be from this region. And quite honestly, I was just at a hospitality conference with John in Scottsdale last week, and you wouldn't believe how many people are like, where's Amarillo? We want the opportunity for them to know it from our amenities and the opportunity to come here and experience what we know to be a fantastic, one of the best areas in the country to raise a family and to be in. And we think these the considerations of theme are important for them to know what our heritage is and what this can be. This is a storyboard of considerations of the FF&E package, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. This is for some of the hotels, what you can imagine. Again, you'll see some larger, spacious considerations, higher ceilings, and broader views. And that is one of the things that the upper-end leisure traveler is looking for, is experiences.
Yeah, Todd, I'll mention our firm is architecture, interior design also. So one of my partners is our director of interior design, and there is an integration between the two. But the picture in the upper middle, again, it's indicative of the luxury that this hotel will have. You can see it's not just a bed, a nightstand, and a desk. It's really there are apartments in New York that are probably this size. But,
right.
Comfortable seating. Again, all of the historic buildings that we work on, just like the Herring, have generous floor-to-ceiling heights and a lot of windows. So not just the square footage, but the cubic footage of the rooms are very generous. Thank you.
Yeah, and to put a finer point on all of this is so many people have come up to me and said how proud they are that the Barfield's here and what it's meant to the city overall to have an amenity like that. And what we want to try and do is expand that footprint and utilization into what is basically the one remaining, to use an old city councilman's term, eyesore. It's been an eyesore for 50 years. But one man's eyesore is another man's historic renovation opportunity. And we feel like working with the city, this can be kind of the crown jewel. One of the things we're showing here in the top right corner is the view from the roof of the Herring Hotel presently. And what's wonderful about it is it really gives a sense, a dynamic sense of space that Amarillo is a city and has a fairly vibrant downtown. And we want to project that image to all the people coming from either the I-35 corridor or from the Colorado or for points west of California, what Amarillo can and should be. The rest of these images are actually rooftop decks that Campo Associates has implemented in other historic properties. So you can kind of get a vision of what that space would look like and to be able to utilize that. Because the point of this is to have all the F&B opportunities open to the public as well. So it's not just for hotel guests, but for the citizenry of Amarillo to utilize and enjoy. This is just kind of a layout of, and I'm not going to bore you with the elongated version of this, but this kind of gives you the programming notes of how we've tried to expand the utilization of space to capture more of the upper end leisure traveler. And John's team did a wonderful layout of this so that we could try and maximize the number of connecting rooms and double queens, so family units and larger groups would have a better opportunity to stay either for longer convention periods or for business conference meetings or even leisure travel. And that's a CGI image of the completed property. And one of the things you'll see there is we plan on, from a historic renovation perspective, bringing back the Hotel Herring sign that was up there, and just a beacon for the Amarillo downtown market for decades. And yield for any other questions or considerations or comments.
Questions, council? Yes,
sir. Todd, appreciate you gentlemen here giving an overview of this. Let me ask you, how long have you been involved in the Barfield building? How many years does that go back?
2006.
So from 2006, and how many of those years did people tell you that that building should be demolished?
Most of them.
Okay. And how many people told you that you couldn't do what you did?
All of them.
I was one of them.
Yeah,
okay?
you were, right.
Yeah. So
I'm glad you acknowledged that.
So I stand corrected, and I want to congratulate you on that. Is it safe to say that if you look at property tax, sales tax, hot tax, you're generating significantly more revenue now than you were when the building's vacated or what a parking lot would generate?
Yeah, an immeasurable
Yes.
amount
Yeah.
increase.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming here today and kind of talking through this. Couple of questions I do want to ask on that. What generally, and I know this will be a couple years down the road, but tell me about the room rates for this. Where is this in the market? You kind of said this is something that's not currently in the market. So what do room rates look like? Who are you trying to attract that is not generally attracted to what we have right now?
So another part of our design team and development team is Aimbridge. They're the largest hospitality management company in the world. They currently manage the Embassy Suites in this market and have been managing the Courtyard for the last decade.
Yeah,
so they have a lot of experience, but they manage 1,600 hotels. So, they're able to kind of look at my pro forma and actually they did their own pro forma based upon this market area, and that's a great question. So we're looking at first year average daily rate in the 225 area and an occupancy ranging from 60 to 65% and then escalating over a 5-year time horizon, about 2.5% a year.
And the other thing that's been said a lot is, boy, there's no way that building could be renovated. You've heard it, too much asbestos, those types of things. What is what you hear in the community? So what is your biggest challenge in what you're going to have to do to renovate it?
Well, it's the things that have to be considered here is development costs, not just in Amarillo, Texas, but across the country and I guess worldwide, as we were just at this hospitality conference. Are up 40% since COVID. You're looking at development costs now for this project well in excess of $400,000 a room. And that's not the Taj Mahal. This is not going to be an Intercontinental Hotel. This is going to be a soft brand boutique like Hilton Curio or a IHG Kimpton. It's going to be what Amarillo can afford and how we can deliver this product as cost effectively as possible. But the biggest hurdle today is getting qualified contractors and pricing for a project of this size.
I'll speak directly to your question about environmental. We've walked the building thoroughly. We're not environmental engineers, but the building is relatively clean. Now, you've got asbestos tile, vinyl tile. There's some insulation. There is always lead paint, but lead paint can be encapsulated. If it's flaking, you've got to deal with it. But lead paint, it's allowed to be encapsulated with other paint. So I guess in a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least, 10 being the most with respect to environmental, I would say this is a 3.
Okay. And then I guess this is maybe a question for staff, but it says this is just kind of the presentation and discussion on the project and incentive request. So when will the incentive request or what we're looking at come back to council?
Yes, I've actually got a few slides to kind of go over the
Okay.
incentive request and the timeline.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
You done over there? Councilman?
One more question.
No more questions.
One more question. And so you did say that this has been an eyesore for about 50 years.
Yeah.
I remember moving here and always wondered why it was empty. It's the city's eyesore right now, and you're willing to take on this project. What would be the cost if this project doesn't go through? What's the cost to the city to demolish the building?
Oh,
And that may be more to staff than to you, Todd.
yeah, well, this is somewhat speculation, but it's going to be probably $3 to $4 million easily.
At least.
Yeah,
I would say 5.
yeah.
Yeah, we were going to say around $5 million.
But the thing that, and this is back to Jim Sims' days, that was the thing that about the Barfield that broke my heart, was that he just berated that it was an eyesore. And I'm like, I know it's an eyesore, but if we can do something, if we can all work together, it can convert. And that's the idea why I referenced the Barfield. And thank you, Les, for doing that, is because, you know, it's not what it is now, it's what it can be very easily. And it's, you're right, it's the same kind of effort. One way or another, you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, and why not try and recapture some of the glory and the history that that property has, because it's substantial to this market. And one of the things when I moved here back in the early 80s from Indianapolis, Indiana, and the difference is there's so much historic fabric in downtown Indianapolis. I was blown away by how many buildings that were historic fabric of this market that were tore down in the 70s. And you can't get that back. And you certainly, in today's market, it's too cost prohibitive to build ground up anything of that size or caliber. One of the things we saw at this conference is this type of development is basically the only thing that's hardly going on, because the cost to ground up on a per key count has just become prohibitive.
What's your total cost of expected capital investment, sir?
Just below $100 million.
So $100 million capital investment on your side. Turnkey, get it open?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
total budget.
Councilman, you have any other questions? No? Okay. If you would, lead us into that incentive package and kind of what we would be looking at.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So these are the minimum project requirements. 90 million capital investment. You just heard he's expecting around 100 million. At least 200 guest rooms, restaurant, rooftop bar, outdoor amenities, and meeting event space. 100 full-time jobs and a $4 million annual payroll. Of course, there's the emphasis on the historic preservation and a full-service soft brand boutique hotel. And then, of course, in the agreement that will come to council in the future is deadlines for construction start, substantial completion, and certificate of occupancy. So the project continues to move forward. As far as the incentive request, it's two parts. The tax increment reinvestment zone number 1, and then city council through a Chapter 380 economic development agreement. What's being proposed, and this has been discussed with council through executive sessions and back and forth negotiations with Mr. Harmon and his team. So this was not the original ask. It's been pared down quite a bit and reduced to a 10-year agreement. In comparison to our existing and previous deals, some have gone up to 20 years, 15, 10. So this is going to be one of the shorter agreements that have been proposed for the downtown zone. Local hotel occupancy tax rebate, 100% annually for 5 years as it's getting established. Then it drops down to 50% annually for 5 years. And then state hotel and occupancy tax rebate of 100% annually for 10 years, and state sales tax rebates 100% annually for 10 years. The reason why it's state hotel occupancy taxes and sales taxes is the state saw the benefit of investing near convention centers when it comes to hotel spaces in particular, and have allocated the state resource of their hot tax and their sales tax collections to go toward projects that are within the vicinity of a convention center. Of course, the Herring is within the 1,000-foot requirement, so the only real qualifier for qualifying for these state incentives is that the city has to partnership via ownership and leaseback to the hotel group. during that incentive period. So that next bullet on your screen is a city lease ownership of the land to qualify. And then at the end of the project incentive period of 10 years, the properties will be deeded back to the city. So what that will look like in the future is deeding back the land that the hotel sits on while also leasing back that land and leasing the western block that the city currently owns for the development. There is also a request for a $200,000 cap on building permit fee to control those costs, and then an option period that Mr. Harmon did not discuss but showed on that site plan. The southern block that's currently a parking lot with the Liberty or the theater also situated on that block is an option period to negotiate a future development project as part of this development for a residential project, which is one of the downtown goals as well. As far as tiers number 1, developer agreement, what has been discussed and will be brought forward next week at tiers number 1 is a property tax rebate agreement, 100% annually for 10 years, as well as a cash grant of $900,000 that would be reimbursed upon the completion of the project and the work related to infrastructure and facade improvements. So this would be the exterior facade of the hotel, putting back the windows, taking down the stucco facade, streetscape, whether it's lighting, trees, sidewalks, all qualify for that $900,000. And then an additional commitment that tiers number 1 has discussed is completion of a hotel study. This project is going to have multiple studies for the financing, historic tax credits, so that was a way to help offset some of those upfront costs, and also a benefit to all our hoteliers in the community because it will be looking at a citywide data set that they could use for their future hotel projects as well. As far as timeline, next step, tiers number 1 meeting will be taking place on Wednesday, October 22nd to consider that developer agreement. Part of the tiers 1 participation with Potter County is that when we have a project up for consideration, we will take it to them first to give a presentation and get their comments to share with City Council. So that would be scheduled Monday, October 27th. And then we would have a city council meeting on Tuesday, October 28th to consider both the Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement and the Tiers Number 1 Developer Agreement. And then in the future, since this is involving a real estate transaction to qualify for those state incentives, there will be future items related to the ownership and lease back of the properties, which will take place within 10 to 12 months based on the development time frame. All the due diligence will be completed, plans will be developed, and all the financing will be taken care of before we enter into that part of the process. Happy to answer any questions related to the incentive agreement. Of course, Mr. Harmon and Mr. Campo are also happy to answer any additional questions.
Councilman Simpson, you got a question?
So just to recap, the incentives that we're looking at are pretty much performance-based.
Yes, sir.
Then there's no money up front until the project is completed and operating.
Correct. The only up front would be the hotel study.
The hotel study. So even the tiers money, the $900,000 would not be, it would be reimbursed after the completion. So
yes, sir.
Other than the cost of the hotel study, there's no obligation to the city until we have a hotel on the ground and operating.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You know, Andrew, back to Tim's question, didn't you have that number as far as, was it a guess? We talked about it, I think.
Which number?
As far as what it would cost the city to tear that
approximately
thing down.
$5 million is what we were thinking it might be.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We're projecting the City Hall demolition around $1.3 million before green space. So.
Yeah.
Any other questions, council? Okay, we look forward to hearing it back on a future agenda item.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harmon, thank you for being here. Mr. Campo, good to meet you. Appreciate the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay, item 9A is complete. Item 9B, Mr. Hooper, if you'll work us through that one.
Yeah, so this item here is, I'll give you a little bit of history on this too. We've been discussing this for quite some time now, working with partners for Wonderland Amusement Park. We do not own Wonderland Park itself. We own the property that it sits on. And of course, as many of us know, Paul Bocard has had a long-standing reputation with our community. I went there as a child. I went there as a father. I've gone there as a grandfather. Spent a lot of time at Wonderland Park in my time. So there's an opportunity now for Paul to sell that facility and we wanted to bring you a couple of potential ideas here, or at least a potential tenant that could take over that lease for them, and some ideas that they have with that. So Jimmy Holmes and Steve McCloskey are here. They're with Park Management, H2 Marketing. They have a presentation they'd like to give you and also describe their vision for the park as well as the asks that are in the lease agreement. And this, just like the previous item, is a discussion item today that we can bring back as an action item at the next meeting on the 28th. So I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Jimmy Holmes, and this is Steve McCloskey. We're 360 Parks Management, and we're here to talk to you about the revitalization of Wonderland Park. And I think that probably everybody in this room, or almost everybody in this room, has had some experience at Wonderland, whether it was going out there as a kid or taking your kids out there to the park. It's been a family tradition in Amarillo for 7 decades, but unfortunately it's showing its age. But we do see tremendous potential for this park, and our goal is to bring Amarillo back to a destination for quality family and entertainment. So who are we? 360 Park Management. We specialize in turning around family amusement and water parks. We operate and consult parks, regional parks like Wonderland across the country, and we know how to make them work. Our philosophy is simple. We invest in experience, we empower the staff, and we connect deeply with the community. So why does this matter to Amarillo? When Wonderland thrives, so does Amarillo. A revitalization of the park will attract visitors from across the region, boosting hotels, restaurants, and retail while creating jobs and economic impact. Our vision for Wonderland is to keep what people love about Wonderland, which is the charm, the family-friendly charm, and the nostalgia. But our plan is to modernize the marketing and the operations. Cleanliness, quality entertainment, and great customer service will be at the heart of everything we do.
Strategic pillar number 1, improve the aesthetics. First impressions matter. Guests notice when a park is clean, bright, and well cared for. Our first step will be an immediate aesthetic upgrade. Fresh paint, new lighting, landscaping, improved signage to make Wonderland shine once again. Strategic pillar number 2. We'll be focusing on guest experience. We'll invest heavily in the guest experience, training our team to deliver world-class service, form an easier ticketing, and better seating and amenities. We want every family to feel the value from the moment they arrive to the moment they leave the park. Strategic pillar number 3, improve the food and beverage. One of our biggest opportunities is in the food and beverage. We'll enhance the menu quality, introduce signature items that people will enjoy, and add catering options for groups, making the park a go-to spot for all types of celebrations, family reunions, birthday parties, corporate picnics. We want to make Amarillo and Wonderland an enjoyable place for family gatherings. Strategic pillar number 4, offer affordable pricing options. To build loyalty, we'll introduce a season pass program designed for families, unlimited visits at an affordable price. We'll also rebuild our group sales business and develop local partnerships that drive and steady the attendance. Strategic pillar number 5. We'll implement a strategic marketing campaign. Our marketing campaign will be bold and targeted, using social media, influencers, TV, and digital ads to reach moms and with kids 12 and under. The Wonderland experience and drive attendance across the region. Strategic pillar number 6, new attractions and future expansion. Families need new reasons to visit each season. We'll launch a new attraction in 2026, continue reinvesting in future years, and ultimately expand onto the 11 acres next door with the new water park, creating long-term sustainable growth.
So the next chapter for Wonderland starts here. This isn't really just a business plan, but it's a partnership proposal with the city of Amarillo and with the community. Together we can preserve a local treasure and create something that Amarillo families can enjoy for generations to come. Our ask is a partnership and cooperation with the city as a landlord and support for a long-term lease structure that enables us to reinvest into growth. A shared goal of thriving, sustainable attraction that contributes to the local economy and the quality of life. That's our plan.
We thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you for giving us a good presentation. Paul Borchert has ran that very well for a long time. I jokingly do say that they had a little bear out there that said you have to be this tall to ride the bumper cars.
That's right.
And it was a little embarrassing when my friends got to go ride the bumper cars, but I didn't get to that. So I think as long as you don't put the bear back out there, I could probably be in favor of this.
We'll see what we can do.
Just don't want to traumatize any other short kids. So in all seriousness, I think that Mr. Borchardt may be 80, 82 years old. Probably reaching kind of that midlife crisis, looking for that next thing that he really wants to reach out into, next set of career goals. So it might be a good opportunity for him to hand this over. We appreciate your interest. I think in reviewing the lease, it was convoluted because it was decades old, and it had been amended and attached to. And so we are going to be a very good partner for you guys. We look forward to having you here in our community. We look forward to the improvements. We obviously will need to vote on the new lease, make sure it's in line with everything that we want to accomplish here. But the vision is definitely in line, and we're proponents of investing in Amarillo. I think you're going to find the market here beneficial. Council, anything further? Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. See you in a couple weeks.
See you in a few weeks.
All right, item 9C, presentation on the Fermi project. We have a whole group. If you guys want to go ahead and get your stuff set up, jump in there while we get our former mayor, Trent Sizemore, up here. He is the community lead on behalf of Fermi and here to kick off this presentation. And I would ask if he would go ahead and do an introduction while they're setting up on who is here to speak on behalf of them.
Absolutely. We, you asked for it, so Fermi is delivering, just like they do on everything else that I've seen them associated with. And what you asked for is to bring the entire team in so that you could ask them any questions that that you'd like. I'll be here maybe to moderate, or you may, or either one of us. And we have the foremost nuclear expert, I believe, in the world with us here today. And I'll introduce him and his wife. And then we have the actual founder of Fermi, Toby Nagelbauer. And Toby was with the Secretary of Energy earlier today. He left that meeting to come to this meeting. Is how important it is for him. So we've got the whole team, and I'm going to introduce them in a moment. But if we want to watch the video first, then I'll come back and start with remarks, if that's all right with you, Mayor.
If you're ready, roll the video. That'll give us time to set up this, and then you can kick it off.
Absolutely.
Energy is power. Few understand that like Donald J. Trump. And no one does energy better than Texans. But make no mistake, we are in a dogfight, and the winner will control artificial intelligence. While America's been asleep, China has declared a nuclear-powered artificial intelligence war with 22 reactors already under construction.
The Chinese are building 22 nuclear reactors today. We're behind. It's all hands on deck. We need to be doing everything in our power to win this race, because this is the race that really matters. President Trump's first executive order spoke to the issue of energy and continuing to make America energy dominant. We are answering the call of two visionary leaders who understand that the future is to those that are brave, that are courageous, but that control the power of energy.
And only the panhandle of Texas, a region where energy dominance isn't just a concept, it's our history, can offer a complete solution. Nuclear, natural gas, and solar at giga scale. With the right workforce, regulatory environment, and the assistance of legendary Texas Tech University, Texas stands ready to produce the largest weapon in this energy-intensive intelligence war. Introducing Project Matador, a Texas Tech initiative that will ensure that America is trusted to manage the rise of energy-powered artificial intelligence.
So we're really not interested in building the second largest energy-driven data center in the world. We're going to build the largest. And Amarillo, Texas has the expertise, it's got the can-do spirit, and it has the resources to make this a reality.
In the state of Texas, we only know how to do things one way, and that's big. The Advanced Energy and Intelligence Campus with Texas Tech University is going to be the world's largest energy complex. It'll be operated on 5,236 acres. That will provide up to 11 gigawatts of power. And it will have 15 million square feet of data center capacity.
The campus sits above America's second largest gas field, offering unlimited, redundant gas supply. With the nation's best solar resources, the site will utilize the latest water conservation technology, sits conveniently on the nation's top 10 fiber infrastructure, and, more importantly, is adjacent to Pantex. Since 1951, the beginning of the nuclear age, the city of Amarillo, Carson County, and the Department of Energy-sponsored facility Pantex have stewarded over our nation's nuclear arsenal. This summer, Texas Tech and Fermi America filed our combined construction and operating license for 6 gigawatts of nuclear power. And recently, we broke ground on a 4-gigawatt gas-fired generation facility. At Fermi America, we believe that we, the people, who innovated faster than any nation in the history of the world and led the energy and technology industries of the past, should be the ones trusted to power its future.
We come from the best place for labor and tradesmen who will have great pride and joy in building America's largest private utility. We come from a place blessed with abundant natural resources. We are blessed to have America's most significant natural gas pipeline infrastructure, and then sitting all on top of America's largest salt and freshwater aquifer. So you just have a combination of people, resources, pipelines, and then the tenacity of our management team. We are humbled by the opportunity to make this contribution to our country, because this is the exact thing we need to win this war with artificial intelligence. And we are ecstatic to get to be a part of making that happen.
It seems only fitting as we approach America's 250th birthday, and with President Trump in office, the U.S. is once again leading, winning, and dominating the world stage. Welcome to Project Matador, because it's time for America to win again.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you to our city staff who has worked diligently on this project for almost 5 or 6 months, putting together what I feel is going to be a great partnership between the city of Amarillo and Fermi America. I want to commend you guys for your service to this community. I've sat in your seat 500 times. I sat at a council seat. And so I've been through a lot of these, and your manner that you address folks and are so kind, and I'm very impressed with that, and I thank you for that. Everyone has an opinion, And that's good. That's what Fermi America is fighting for, is the right for people to have opinions. Even when they disagree with us, it's a great thing, and it's what makes America great, that we can all have opinions. And so I'm thankful for you in allowing the time for people to come and ask questions. However, a little disappointed that a lot of the people that wanted answers are not here right now. And I agree with you, Councilmember Tips, that's got to be discouraging. But we'll get the answers out somehow or another, and that's what we're here today to do, is answer questions. When you sit in your seat, you know this, and I know it, there are hard decisions. And those hard decisions are the ones that usually make the most difference. This is a world-changing decision that you're making today. But also the hard decisions are the ones where someone's house is about to get torn down and you give them an extension and they're able to go ahead and rebuild their house. So I thank you for not only the great big decisions, but for the small ones too that you make. I know you all to be men of integrity, each and every one of you men of character. And I know that today there have been people that have attacked that. But I know you're men of character, you're men of integrity, and I know that you can stand those attacks because you know the truth, and that's who you are. This week I was reading in Nehemiah and Ezra, and it's just kind of, as I read through the Bible each year, I think it's kind of amazing that that's the two books that I'm reading this week. And it's about taking on big challenges like this Fermi project, when Ezra went to rebuild the temple, and there was a lot of noise and a lot of people saying it can't be done. When Nehemiah got ready to build the wall, they said, you can't do it. And he was attacked from all sides. But he said, you know what, I've got a mind to work. I've got a mind to do the will of God. And in 52 days, they built the wall. And that's the kind of speed that this company is using, because we're in a war. I mean, whether you like it or not, it's a war. And speed is everything in this war. We've got to beat our adversaries, whoever they are on the world stage. We've got to beat them. And it's got to be done fast. And that's why sometimes this project seems like it's been rushed. But there's been much dialogue between city staff and Fermi and working to this part. There's no agreement at this time between Fermi and the city of Amarillo. I know you're going to address the letter of intent later, but that's a letter of intent. It's not a contract. And so as we move through that, that's one of those boxes on the wall that's trying to knock the wall down. But this is a wall we got to build. I want to just say one thing. When Robert Keyes, Commissioner Robert Keyes and I were on the city council together, Bell Helicopter wanted to come to Amarillo. Today we look back and think, they're the most wonderful corporate citizen that we have. Sonia Clark, the site leader's right here. They are an incredible citizen. They have been instrumental in us winning the war in the Middle East through the terrorist wars, supporting our military. But I'm going to tell you, when we brought the contract for Bell to come, there was so many naysayers. They said they've been here before and they left after the Vietnam War. Why would we bring them back? We went through all those naysayers knowing that we need to build the wall, that this was an important project for Amarillo, Texas. Then we had the disaster of the testing of the V-22, when the precious lives were lost to the Marines that were on that V-22. And then everyone wanted to capitulate and to give up the fight. And we didn't. Even though at that time it was not popular. It was unpopular. But we knew that in the end, America needed the V-22. Our armed services, all four of them, were asking for it. And we were able to deliver as a community, and now look what we have with the V-22 and Bell Helicopter. So I just say that as a point of reference, how things can change. You know my history. I was going to give a little bit of history, but I know brevity is appreciated, and this meeting has already gone a long time. This is the longest city council meeting I've ever been in my life. Out of 500, this one is number one, the longest. Well, thank you, Mayor. So who is Fermi? I've been asked that. Is this a French company? Who are they? Enrico Fermi was the inventor of the nuclear reactor in 1942, which because of his scientific discoveries helped us in the Manhattan Project and helped us to save 1 million lives in World War II when our country dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So Fermi, that's an honor to him. But who is Fermi? I'm going to introduce our Fermi team. This is Mitsut Yutzman, his wife, Suzanne, the foremost nuclear experts in the world. They have just built the last nuclear reactor in the world in Abu Dhabi. They've worked in China, and they're going to be here to answer questions for you. We had the chancellor of Texas Tech here to answer questions about Texas Tech. I don't think he realized how long the meeting was going to be, and he had other meetings that he had to go to. But he was here in attendance to answer those questions. We have Toby Nagelbauer. Toby is the founder of Fermi. You know, these guys, when they move at hyper speed, I'm telling you, they are visionaries and they're moving. And so because of that, Fermi's made some mistakes. We're moving through, going fast, knowing there's a mission, and there needed to have been some time that we could talk. And that's what we're doing today. We're catching everybody up to speed, not trying to, however long we need to stay, whatever questions you want to ask, they are here to ask the questions. And full transparency, whatever you want to ask, we're here to answer those questions for everyone. Hopefully the people that were asking the questions are watching on TV at this time. But that's what we're here to do today. We have Toby's son, Nate. Where's Nate? Here's Nate. Some of the questions will be answered by city staff who knows our water situation better than anybody. Donnie, I've sat in meetings with Donnie and Jerry. Grayson knows it. Andrew knows it. We're going to ask those folks. We've got folks from Park Hill, Cole and Zane. They're here to answer water questions. There are rumors and there are facts. We have people that have the facts. Anyone can make up a rumor, but we're going to back it up with data today. Data is all that matters in this kind of decision. You've got to have data. We can't make the decision based on emotion. This is a data-driven decision. So what's happening here for everybody that's not part of this group, because y'all know, Fermi is building a mall. We are a mall, I say we are mall builders. They are mall builders. They're building their own power generation. They're not taking power off the grid like so many people said today, that they're going to rob our power, it's going to go up. They're going to use a minute amount of power in the beginning to get things started, to build the project, but then it will be self-generation, enough power to power Fort Dallas, Texas. We're talking about the epicenter of power generation, and that's how you win the AI war, is with power generation. I know I sound excited. I want to be, I'm hired to help you and to help them and to kind of bring our communities together where mistakes have been made and maybe we didn't get the information out. Today, we want to get this information out. The part of the reason was just kind of the ultimate storm. They hired me to come on as a communicator, did one interview, and then we were shut down. I couldn't say anything because we were in an IPO and a silent period. I don't want to get in trouble, so I didn't say anything. We came out of that. Since that time, last week, I had met with a group of bikers Sunday afternoon, 60 bikers. Let them ask me questions for a long time, answered their questions. They were comfortable. I've been on Michael J. Stevens' show, had interviews with the Tribune. We're here today. Tomorrow, I'm doing a meeting with the Government Council to explain this to them of the Chamber. The next day, I'm doing a meeting with 300 guests from all our counties. We're getting the information out. It's just going to take a minute. I'm the only person in Amarillo, Texas. When somebody wants to sell Fermi business cards, they're calling my cell phone. When they want to sell a house to a Fermi employee, they're calling my cell phone. I'm going from early in the morning till late. So we just went in the video. I'm not going to go over why here because the video explained it. But the real big is why. We're going to win the power war. America's got to win the power war. We don't have a choice. And we've got a short time to do it. And in the future, it's about our kids. Not having to go somewhere to Dallas, Fort Worth to join the Metroplex. They can come out of school here and become citizens of this community and productive citizens and work in a field that's going to be the newest field and a highly lucrative field for them. So this is about the future of our community. What's Fermi asking for? We're not asking for any money from the AEDC. They are not asking for a penny. Normally the AEDC would pay $100 million easy for this many jobs. Fermi's not asking for AEDC money. They're not asking for the city to pay for infrastructure. They're going to pay for the infrastructure themselves. They're asking to pay twice what the rate is that the citizens of Amarillo pay for water. This is going to be a huge economic win for the city because that will be money that can be used for projects. And I know there's a dream list, and you just get to dreaming because there's going to be a lot of money if this goes through in this contract. How much is 2.5 million gallons of water? Tyson uses 5 million gallons a day. Fermi's asking for half of that, what Tyson uses. And I could go into corn production, but there's 3,125 pivots of production in the panhandle of Texas. 3,125. The most that Fermi will ever need is 11 pivots. That's less than 1/10. I mean, it's not even 1/10% is what they're asking for from the whole panhandle, not from Amarillo. Amarillo today, they're asking for 1 or 2 pivots. Out of 3,125 pivots, they are not going to drain the Ogallala Aquifer. When Commissioner Keys and I were on the City Council, we bought 300-year supply of water. And now you're going to be able to take that supply of water that Commissioner Keys and I purchased, and you're going to be able to sell it to Fermi at a 600% return annually from what we paid. The city of Amarillo is going to get a 600% return. I don't know of any other stock or anything that you can make that kind of return. I want to be here for you. We're behind the ball, and I'm trying to catch up. I want you to ask these questions, but I needed to kind of tee this up for you. I want to thank you. This is a need, and it's a need to go fast because this project, everybody is waiting, and there's construction workers, and y'all know this. The mayor, you know this better than anybody. We're coming into winter, and when you start trying to do concrete work and the stuff you've got to do going into winter, you need to get on it as fast as possible. Here's the other thing. I want you to have my cell phone, and I want everybody else, all the people that were here today asking questions, I want you to have my cell phone number, 806-674-6688. Is Fermi available? 806-674-6688. No one's running. No one's trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. Fermi is here. They've asked me to help them with that as a contractor for them. And so I will return all my phone calls before the end of the day. It may be 12 o'clock when you get your phone call, but I'm returning them. So with that, it's all up to you guys to ask questions. If you need me to moderate, let me know. But if not, I'll sit down and let the experts talk. Thank you.
No, I think it's good.
Your phone number again?
Yes, 806-674-6688.
Mr. Nagelbauer, would you mind stepping up to the microphone, sir? I think that
Yes, sir.
I think it's very fitting to hear from you, if you don't mind.
Sure. My name is Toby Nagelbauer, and I am from down the road. My family has been farming off the Ogallala Aquifer since about 1900, 1910. My father has been one of the primary stewards as the congressman for the aquifer for the last 15 to 20 years. He retired in 2016. I grew up coming to Amarillo, getting my butt beat by Alex O'Brien all the time, and my doubles partner lived here. And so to me, this is a project of love for this part of the world. My best friends, you think about this is the old Friday Night Lights high school football district. And all my buddies still live in the Friday Night Lights high school football district. And it's really an extraordinary place. When you think about Odessa and Midland, they just added 13 million barrels of oil a day, changed the world, this Friday Night Live football district, added 75 trillion cubic feet of gas of reserves. Y'all been the baseline heat for the United States for the last 70 years, your Hugoton Basin. And because y'all had the Hugoton, all of the big gas pipelines from the other basins would come and aggregate here in Amarillo, Texas. And y'all have such an extraordinary situation. Y'all can be the epicenter of the global creation of artificial intelligence. I like to say us at you're smart. The rest of us at Fermi are dumb electrons guys. And what we're going to do is manufacture a bunch of dumb electrons with these the people, the resources that we have, and then we're going to create the highest valued good on planet Earth, and that's a unit of AI compute. Every one of our leadership is from around here. I mean, the governor is from Paint Creek, not 90 miles from here. Zane at Park Hill has been developing the water infrastructure for the Panhandle for the last 50 years. It looks like we lost Dr. Rainwater, who was the foremost expert on the aquifers, Dr. Rainwater. He was the first person. Oh, there you are. haven't seen you today. Dr. Rainwater. Yes, good to see you. So we immediately went out and got the world's foremost experts. And what I'd like to do is have our team answer your questions. But the abuse of the aquifer is it's just not true. What we're trying to do is help the people of the Panhandle harness this District 35A resource that begins with our natural gas and oil, primarily the gas from the southern part of our old District 35A, the people that they're going to need to move as we've developed the resource out in the southern part of our old high school football district, your natural gas pipelines, and you sprinkle it with a little water and the nuclear industry that already exists in Amarillo, and you have something that really is going to be extraordinary. My wife and I will be living here. My brother-in-law is y'all's weatherman. No one has heard more about your precipitation for the last 20 years than me. Every weather station in Amarillo was installed. My brother-in-law, the Sandys are playing in district, and that's why he stood me up. But my wife and her sister are going to be integrally involved in the community. We're from around, here. And so this is not when they were describing these evil people, Council, I was like, I'm from here too. And we're not going anywhere. We did mess up. And I think it was a confluence of capturing some opportunities that we saw for Amarillo that were immediate, the combination of the quiet period, and, I'm I owe y'all and this community an apology because the buck stops with me, and we're going to be over. Y'all will be tired of us before it's over with, because we do acknowledge that. So with that, I'll open it up for questions. We'll obviously have our experts both in water and nuclear. We definitely want to dispel some of those myths. So with that, Mayor, I'll open it up to you.
Thank you. Mr. Nuggebauer, I'd love to start with maybe some questions for you, and then Dr. Rainwater would be great if we could transition over to the water, and then would love to come back maybe more on the nuclear side with Ms. Sue. Council, questions for Toby?
No, Toby, I appreciate you. Trent and I have talked quite a bit, and I think the biggest thing was I appreciate you owning the fact that this was a blunder. And it was timing-wise, we get it, but the public didn't get to see that. They didn't understand it. You're a private company. They're thinking, why are they pushing dirt, right as soon as they made the announcement? You're a private company. You don't have to disclose like we do, right? So none of that involved us. You didn't have to talk to us about pushing dirt. All that kind of stuff was done. But
probably should have.
Well, hindsight, I mean, y'all are learning. I mean, you're learning. It's a different world. But we appreciate you making the effort. I've told many citizens that, I'm going to demand town halls, that y'all give. Like you said, I appreciate you saying you're going to be sick of us. That's great, because I need, you're from here. You know how we are.
My father served in the same role in Lubbock as the city councilman for a long time. So I fully get the job.
So you get it. Our job is to be the voice, be their representative. And when they're uncomfortable, we've got to exercise our due diligence and say, okay, they're uncomfortable. We need them comfortable.
Yep.
And because of the quiet period, man, it looked shady. It looked terrible. We've got Fermi coming in here. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows the people. Nobody knows anything. You want to take our water. I mean, it just looks bad. I mean, and y'all got to keep your mouth shut. Can't say a word. Trent couldn't say anything. So I appreciate you owning that. And
I'm laughing, but not laughing.
Yes,
I'm just
I get it.
Oh my gosh.
Kind of a perfect storm.
Exactly.
Yeah, perfect storm. So I just want to start off with that, saying I appreciate you owning the fact that this was not done well. But moving forward, you're willing to over-communicate and be.
And like I said, my wife and I are buying a home here in Amarillo. You'll expect to see us here at least Monday and Tuesdays of most weeks. Texas Tech's entrusted us with an incredible asset. Y'all are entrusting us with your assets. This is like playing your hometown homecoming from a professional standpoint. And we intend to win and serve everybody and having a successful homecoming.
Yeah. Well, just thank you for owning that and being willing to change and be transparent when it's tough for a private company to come out and have to do that. So thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple of remarks I'd like to say, and then I'm glad you're here first, because I think I want to kind of go back to the beginning of all this. But one thing I have determined all this is our water is gold.
Yes.
It has a high value, and gold is selling at a high price. And so I think that's a key thing I've discovered. And we're lucky in Amarillo that we have access to a lot of it. So I think that's a good strength for our community. I just want to let the public, I don't think we can reinforce this enough. No water agreement has been made, nor should any water agreement be made without full disclosure, public input, and a clear understanding of what this means for Amarillo's long-term future. I think we're starting that process today. I'm looking forward, because I think we'll make good, progress. Not sure I see a path to accomplishing everything that such an important decision needs to be made in one meeting, but I'm looking forward to this. I do think Fermi offers tremendous opportunities for our area, but because their success depends on resources owned by taxpayers and ratepayers, we've got to hold this process to the highest standard of transparency. That's what our job is as council members, and I'm confident that we'll see that here today. I will say I appreciate Fermi choosing to be here for public discussion and transparency, because even before any agreement is ever made, that's not common in data centers and AIs. What I've found out, there's a lot of this has been done behind, and that the data centers and AI organizers require non-disclosures until the agreement is reached. So this is a little bit of exception of how it's been done elsewhere, and I'm appreciative of the willingness to be able to do that. A couple of questions I'd like to ask just kind of as a background, and I assume that, our community needs to get caught up to where we are, as I do. So can you just share a brief history of Fermi America? How was it founded? Who founded it? When did this occur?
Yes. Fermi America was founded by Governor Perry, his son Griffin, and myself about a year ago. And it was in response to another project in the old District 35A, and that is the Stargate project in Abilene, Texas. And as that project was being held out as the key to us winning the AI race, I had, and the governor had, significant concerns, even though the governor's mother still lives in Abilene. Griffin was born in Abilene. My ranch is close to Abilene. We're pro-Abilene, everybody. My dad was the congressman there for an extended period of time. It is missing some of the critical ingredients, mainly this large natural gas infrastructure, to be able to generate that amount of power that we felt like that we needed to, kind of act urgently, and went to the regents at Texas Tech explaining the combination of the supply of natural gas in the Friday Night Lights football district. We all remember District 35A. So you have the gas, you have the gas pipelines, and then you have Pantex. And if you cannot restart American civilian nuclear power at Pantex, then we already lost. It's the fastest place to kick this off. And so we went to the regents at Texas Tech, all of whom are very sophisticated. You've got Vistra board members, some of the top natural gas pipeline CEOs, y'all's legendary Cody Campbell is the chairman there, your famous football player from this region, all quickly realized that Amarillo, we're not talking about, Councilman Simpson, a data center. We're talking about an epicenter. We're not talking about a data center. Data centers to me are fringe vulture plays on the electrical grid. Okay? What we're talking about, and what we felt like was urgent, Governor Perry and Griffin and I, was we needed to create a new epicenter for AI development in the country. So we started in November. We entered into a letter of intent with Tech in January, and have been working aggressively with multiple stakeholders, as you know, handing over a site of such significant national security, involved multiple government agencies, et cetera.
Yeah. And who are kind of the principal investors or ownership group behind Fermi?
Yes. So, what you would normally think of them, the original ones were, you would think of traditional oil and gas entrepreneurs like you find in our old District 35A. So, Councilman Simpson, that would have been what you called the early round investors, would be the energy entrepreneurs in the state. Today, as you all know, Fermi's backed by some of the largest institutional investors on planet Earth, from Fidelity to T. Rowe Price to, again, some of the largest institutional investors. Macquarie, which is one of the largest infrastructure funds in the world, was one of our early backers as well. So again, when you look at our team experience doing large-scale energy projects, Councilman Simpson, no one's built more large-scale energy projects than the individuals that we assembled here at Fermi America.
Mm-hmm. And what does Texas Tech's benefit out of this agreement?
Yes, Texas Tech gets a royalty. Texas Tech thinks of it as their, maybe the unfair thing is all of the wealth for A&M and the University of Texas comes from the old District 35A, and Texas Tech has not historically benefited from that wealth. And so think of it as a royalty based on the revenues and values of what will be built on the site. But, you know, when Texas Tech looked at it, I can't speak for them, but we're not talking $10 million a year fully built out. This is a hundreds of millions of dollars a year opportunity. It's a transformational opportunity from an education standpoint for the Panhandle of Texas via the royalty payments that will come to Texas Tech.
So
they
really,
call it their PUF fund.
And it looks like they're going to be a partnership with you, I guess. Or,
yes, they were kind. They even, you know, I didn't even expect them to invest equity in the company because they already had such an economic stake in the project. And they even got so excited, the regents, again, that's a pretty tough regents group. Those are not amateur energy people. The endowment itself also chose to invest. We didn't solicit it, but it was a very nice affirmation as they saw us executing. And what they saw, Councilman, is every time we told them we were going to do something, we did it. That's why they did it. They did it. They came in late, but what gave them the confidence is they had been dealing with us close to a year, and every time we had told them we would get something accomplished by a very specific date, even though those dates and promises were so audacious, we delivered.
So Texas Tech has benefited, as you're saying, could be hundreds of millions of dollars a year?
Yes, that is my dream.
Okay. What's the current estimated total cost of the project?
Can I break it up into two things? I talk loud. You know, the way to think about it is the exterior. What Fermi is building is the power generation. Okay? So all of basically building a private utility so that we don't take your power. We don't increase your electrical rates. We build our own power for the development of AI, and Fermi America will build the buildings, what we call the power shells, okay? And so when you look at that number, Councilman, that number is about $60 billion. That's just the warm-up. Each one of these buildings at an 11 gigawatt investment, we are looking at an additional $20 to $30 billion that is replenished every 3 or 4 years. So over the lifetime of a project, Council, this is literally a $800 to $1 trillion investment opportunity.
Mr. Nagelbauer, we're going to mic you up
Okay.
just so people that are watching online can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So our part of it is $60 billion, what we're providing. But again, what we call, since we're from, what's funny is everyone knows I'm from here because I talk all over the world, and I say nuclear just like everybody in District 35A. What we call the insides, not like they do in San Francisco, we call the inside of the data rooms, data centers, innards. The innards investment that we're talking about here is probably $600 to $800 billion. NVIDIA, just one chip company, said $700 billion. One of the most famous tech people of all time said that if they wanted the whole campus, about $800 billion. But our part, what you're looking for us to deliver, is $60 billion to provide the foundation for the subsequent investment.
And how much funding has been raised and how much is yet to be raised?
Yes. So the way the funding works is we have raised just over $1.3 billion, okay? And then as we get a customer, y'all have been notified, we are in letter of intent with a major U.S. corporation. And in fact, it's for this very site right here. The senior executives are actually in town within minutes of here. They've been out at the site today. That investment by us, Councilman, will be about $4 to $5 billion. And what we will do to go finance that is we'll take the contract. They don't have as good a credit rating as you all do, but it's really close. And we take their contract, and we're in New York today to secure about 5.2 to 5.5 billion for the first phase that, as you can see, we've actually already started construction on today. So you would be looking, Councilman, for about $5.5 billion of investment by Fermi America, not including the investment by the ultimate company, but Fermi America in Amarillo in $5 billion in the next 365 to 550 days. We have to deliver them a gigawatt by December the 31st, and all told, that investment will be in around $5.5 billion dollars. So these aren't, we are in New York meeting with the banks to do a securitized financing associated with, again, they're not as good a credit rating as y'all's AAA, but they're definitely in the neighborhood of that kind of deals. What's great about this project for you, Councilman, is the people that are going to be investing in here are the largest, highest cash flowing, highest margin. The biggest funny one today, I heard some great concerns, especially about our poor communications, but that this isn't profitable. This is the highest margin business on planet Earth, creating AI compute. And we intend to grab some of that margin and bring it to this community. And again, I'm all for corn production. I just think we can take some corn production, take a few more pivots, and Amarillo can be also producing the highest margin, most valuable good on the planet today, which is a unit of AI compute.
So still a little ways to get to the 60 billion, but you're making headway there.
As everybody's been saying, we've been moving fast. I think we're going to have, the goal is to close the project financing around December the 9th. And again, we are out in the market today for my CFO and my team are in New York tonight, and it's a $5.2 billion project financing, and that's just as fast as we can move.
And what individuals or entities have the controlling interest in Fermi America?
Fermi America is a publicly traded company, and so it is run by our board, and we are gifted to have a really, really talented board. One of our board members is Marius Haas, the former president of Dell. The other board member is Lee McIntyre, who, if you Google him or Grok him or ChatGPT, they're all customers, so I do not want to look like I'm predisposed to one, is one of the top engineering and construction executives in the country. Then one of our board members is on the board of Hershey and is a tech guru. One of our other, Anna Bofa, is a woman that is one of the top executives both at Meta and now is doing an AI partnership with Amazon. So really talented board. Your large shareholders are the large institutional investors. Obviously, the Perry family and my family are, large shareholders as well.
So who has the controlling interest there?
We are, as a publicly traded no one has a controlling interest in the company. And being a publicly traded company as a board, no five shareholders can own more than 50%. So a controlling shareholder structure, like I can appreciate your concern, it's not legal in the REIT structure by which we chose. So we are a publicly traded company run by our board, and not one person can't own 50. 5 total people can't own more than 50%. So it is really set up so that it's run by solid governance that you would expect from a publicly traded company.
Thank you.
You have a question, Councilman? Councilman.
Can you just briefly retouch on the 90,000-foot view and why we hear Manhattan Project, we hear the next, Can you tell us, or someone on your team tell us, what that truly means. I have a grasp of it, but I think everyone needs to understand that.
I do. So and I wish Governor Perry, he would had another event this evening, but I will channel him here. China has 22 nuclear reactors under construction tonight. They are not building those nuclear reactors to lower air conditioning prices in China. Okay? A modern superpower has nuclear-powered submarines, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and nuclear-powered AI. And we don't have anyone building these. These reactors that we have under permit are what the Chinese are building. And the Fermi site's the only 4 applications before the Nuclear Regulatory Commission today. We're behind. And again, China's building 22 nuclear reactors not to lower air conditioning prices for their people in China. It's an offensive military objective. And so that's the deal. What it takes, historically, as y'all know, these data centers were 40 megawatts, 50 megawatts. What they've determined is the higher the concentration of chips, the smarter the AI is. I'm not smart enough to understand why that is. That's past my pay grade. But that's what happened is when we saw what was going on in Abilene, they don't have what y'all had. Think about it. All the pipelines from the Anadarko Basin, all the pipelines from the Raton, all the pipelines from the San Juan, the Permian and Waha gas is all because y'all were the Hugoton Basin and the largest basin, y'all were the staging point for large-scale distribution and aggregation of natural gas. That is y'all's wonderful, wonderful gift. And then to have a community that's got 4,600 nuclear workers already, a site already ready to be permitted for nuclear reactors, your fiber's just as good as your gas pipeline, and you got a community that's patriotic and where it's still cool to be a welder. It's still cool. I was telling the New York people that at this site, my sons might have had a privileged life, Nate. But their car at the site will be the exact same car. Oh, there you are, son. Will be the exact same car as everybody else's. It's a pickup. Because this ethos in District 35A is the place to go build this. Over and over, people ask, where are you going to get the labor? Well, we know that what happened, that we finished building out the lion's share of the Delaware and the Permian. And I know those Odessa Permian people are going to have to change uniforms. And they'll have to be at Dick Bivens stadiums. They'll adjust. But culturally, they'll still be in the same. I'm sorry. You can tell I can get excited about this, and this has already gone long. Sorry, I apologize.
One question I think that was resounding in the public comment was water.
Yep.
And I don't know if Dr. Rainwater wants to jump in on some of this.
And I want to get Dr. Rainwater. He is here.
Right.
But what I'm dealing with in Washington is the inverse. And I think Dr. Rainwater could talk about the aquifer. I want to talk about the usage of the gensets, okay? Because I think that is where there is a really big misunderstanding, both here in Amarillo and bluntly at the Department of Energy. So what's funny is these same slides, we're using them, they're getting used multiple times all over the place. No, I was going to get the slide that shows the water efficiency. So in my view, at Fermi, oops, let's flip it. Sorry. This is Nate and I's first council meeting. I bet it's not our last. Lesson learned, lesson learned. So when you look at this, what has traditionally been associated, and I think was accurately represented, was the water consumption when you use complete water cooling for the reactors. And you can look at the 22 million gallons a day. And that's a pretty dang scary number. I have zero intention of doing that. Okay? I start with air cooling. And people say, just so y'all know, we can air cool these turbines. And you say, no, you can't. The technology, you all have been associated with air-cooled turbines. They're called airline engines. And they're not being cooled by water in the air. Those engines are exactly, in fact, some of the data centers will use actual airline engines to power them. We're building a more industrial, but the concept behind it is the same. And the suit will get up here. Our view is when we look at the efficiency. So the only reason you don't completely air cool everything is it's just about the efficiency of the engine. And when you look here and you look at the 15% hybrid cooling scenario, you look at, you don't really give up, go to the annual generation percentage, that much efficiency on the engines with these new modern turbines than you do with the 100% fully wet-cooled engines. So the answer in terms of, and again, Dr. Rainwater will talk about the reservoir, but I think what we need to talk about before we get there is exactly what we're talking about. And that's where we get to pretty much, it's about a pivot apiece and our efficiency. So the government, because they're so used to, and frankly, we failed in America's nuclear race. And they're not, it's the reason we brought Masoud. He's an American citizen, but he's been building in China. He's been building in Abu Dhabi. And he's aware of how it's being done best practice globally, not failing. That's why we went and got the people who can do this and brought them here to Texas. He's now a full-blown Texas, got a Texas cell phone number, and he's got they've got lots of cowboy hats now. And so that I just want to set the record straight is we are going to hybrid cool these, and the water numbers that have been shared with, those are historically accurate numbers that aren't relative today.
Mr. Nagelbauer, let me ask a question and we'll jump right back over.
Okay.
11 pivots would be 27.5 MGDs.
Yeah, 11.
Is that
that's about
on
right.
the other? So I'm just looking at the total ask. Does your need involve all potable drinking water at 27.5, or are you able to make that efficiency?
You can put any water in that.
Wastewater treatment, effluent.
The largest nuclear power plant in America is Palo Verde, and it's in the middle of the desert, and that is effluent. This can be absolutely powered with salt water, effluent.
Okay.
So there's plenty of places to get water without making an impact towards the community.
Okay, Councilman.
Going back to, there's so much misconception and misinformation right now on, I mean, we're hearing that this is going to affect the aquifer in Nebraska. We're going to hear that this is going to affect the aquifer in Kansas. And it's very challenging for our constituents to understand what is going on with the Ogallala, especially in Carson County. I think that some critical components that need to be discussed very quickly and very unscientifically is what is radius of influence, what is the transmissivity of this part of the aquifer, transmissivity being how fast is the water going to move out, what are we going to see in terms of drawdown with 24-hour pumping, if that's going to be the case, and really what is the affected radius going to be? Is this going to affect Roberts County? I know the answer to that, but I would love to hear Dr. Rainwater tell us these answers.
Great questions. Dr. Rainwater, hold on just a quick second here. Here's what I'd like to do. It's 7:30-ish. We've been pushing for 2.5 hours maybe since our last break. So what I want to do is I want to catch any final questions quickly with Mr. Nagelbauer.
And I wasn't going over you. I just wanted
No.
to get to
I think it's a great transition. We need to dedicate some time to this, but then would love to take a very short recess just to let everybody come back in.
I've got one question for
And
Mr.
so you got one quick one?
What does the philanthropy look like when these firms come in
Yes.
that you're talking about.
So,
what does that landscape look like if this was achieved for Amarillo?
Well, first of all, in our lease agreement with Texas Tech, there is significant philanthropy required on the campus as it relates to Texas Tech. Fermi America gave 1.8% of the company? 1.8% of the company before it went public to a fund that is completely dedicated to philanthropy. And I think that today's like $300 million. That will absolutely, my wife and Christy Kirsch, Steve Kirsch's wife, are going to lead that effort in coordination with the other communities. But we're not here to be takers. And again, we're going to be a big part of this community. I want everybody to give us a little bit of organization time. My wife's give us till the first of the year and to get things set up. But we are, again, we set aside 1.8% of the company to go straight to philanthropy. And my wife and her sister here are going to get to enjoy leading that for Fermi America.
One last question.
Sure.
I know you guys always laugh about this. The question is, this is going to happen.
Yes, this is happening.
This is happening.
Yes, sir.
If the city says no to the water, you're going to get the water somewhere else.
Yes, sir.
Period.
Yes, sir.
And it's still going to come out of the same aquifer.
Yes, sir.
And we lose the opportunity to
Yes,
generate revenue at a 2 times multiplier.
Yes, and I think it hurts you from a long-term community development.
I just want that to be said one more time so
Yes.
everybody hears. If we do not enter into this agreement as a city,
yes,
the aquifer will still be pumped down.
I don't
It will
know
be
that
used.
I believe
It'll be used. The water will be used with no benefit to the city.
We can go buy 11 cornfields.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
clarifying that.
Oh, go ahead.
One final question.
And I'm just going to follow up on what you started with. I don't know where you got off on this other stuff. You keep using the word war. We're in a war.
We are.
Right? So explain, one, what's at stake,
Yes.
and what the final goal is with this AI.
Well, you know what I don't like about it? As someone I did agree is how do I feel about AI? And I'm going back to Washington to go meet with the Department of War because they absolutely think we're in a war. And the next way that we're going to fight each other is, we all know what a nuclear weapon is because y'all make them all here in town. We're going to fight each other with control over infrastructure, etc., through artificial intelligence algorithms. And we're going to be able to wreak almost as much devastation and distortion with algorithms, with AI compute, as we would do with a thermonuclear weapon. And what a perfect place that the site where we've kept America safe with nuclear deterrence, that we actually now make it the epicenter for AI-powered nuclear deterrence here in Amarillo. That's what people in Washington love about it too. It makes sense that the infrastructure's in place to protect an asset like this already, the protocols and the procedures.
Thank you. Councilman? Mr. Nagelbauer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Be back here promptly, 10 minutes. Dr. Rainwater, we're going to move right into your section. Thank you. We've got everybody getting back to where they need to be. So far, so good. This is a big topic. It's very complex. There's lots of layers. Mr. Nagelbauer obviously is covering a lot of ground there. My hope here in running this meeting would be to get the doctor up here and specifically target into water consumption, existing aquifer depletion, what agriculture really demands are, and what this will cost the community. Then I would love to, once we get through that round of questions, kind of come back to Masood and the nuclear aspect, safety, things of that nature. Also want to touch on one of the big topics here, which is public safety and security, around the Pantex plant. We don't have a Pantex representative here, but I want to know where you guys are at in working next door to them, and we need some way to be able to say that we've vetted this and we've asked what we don't necessarily know and control, which is the DOE. So, Dr. Rainwater, real quick, just tell us who you are, and then if you're good to just let us shotgun questions, I think that's the way we'll go.
Okay. Well, I brought my bodyguard with me, too. I'm Ken Rainwater. I've been at Texas Tech since 1985, primarily a groundwater hydrologist. I'm a civil and environmental engineer. And this is Zane Edwards, who's leading the project for Park Hill.
Can we go ahead and get the microphones up in the back, ma'am? That's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Is his going to be enabled also?
Yes, his should be good. Zane, check your mic, please.
Okay. Do I need to introduce myself again? I'm happy to do it.
If you would, go.
Yeah. My name is Ken Rainwater. I've been a professor of civil engineering at Texas Tech since 1985. I'm primarily a groundwater hydrologist, water resources, environmental engineering. And I serve the firm I'm a contract employee as their chief hydrologist. This is Zane Edwards, who is, your official title is now at Park Hill?
Regional business.
Regional Business Development. But he is leading this project from the Lubbock office, and you also have participants from also here in Amarillo and El Paso.
Yeah.
And even
all of our offices.
All their offices are around the state. So I'm kind of doing the high-level issues, overseeing them, and Zane's team handles the details. So I will be pointing to him when appropriate. All right? So what do we want to do first?
Council. Now, Mr. Prescott is ready. So
Okay.
he's going to ask a few questions. We'll get going and then wrangle this in.
Okay.
I just want to make a point of reference or a statement of fact. Dr. Rainwater, you are preeminent in this field of hydrology, and I could not see anybody better to trust on the data of the Ogallala in this particular part of the world, but then to have you part of this, it's a big deal, guys. It's a really good deal that you're on this project.
I appreciate it. That's very kind.
So the questions, if you were here for the public comment, over and over and over again, we heard that this was going to destroy the Ogallala, the 8 states of the Ogallala. More specific, that this was going to destroy the Panhandle. We're going to be the destroyers of a legacy if we make this commitment. Can you tell folks really what is going on with the Ogallala, what the Ogallala is, and if we did go with the 10 MGD a day, what would the radius of influence be? And what is the transmissivity in this area of the aquifer? And ultimately, which direction does it flow?
Okay, that's a bunch of questions.
It's a bunch of questions,
Yeah.
but I'll let you handle it.
All right, okay, I'll try to do that. Well, first off, the Ogallala is the largest aquifer in the contiguous United States down here. It stretches from Texas up to the Dakotas and a little bit into Colorado to the west as well. And the most unfair thing about it is 80% of the water in the Ogallala is in Nebraska. 80% of it. The rest of us are dealing with it, but it has a lot of water. If you look at a map of the Ogallala, it is downhill from the Rocky Mountains. So it's eroded material that is collected to the east of the Rocky Mountains, and that eroded material allows water to exist inside it. That eroded material was deposited on an irregular topographic surface that had been eroded by historic rivers and streams over the years, so it's not a flat plain. There are different zones where the base of the aquifer is deeper in some places than others. And what that leads to is if we have that alluvial material, the sands and gravels and silts and clays on top of it, then we can have different thicknesses of the aquifer formation available to hold the water.
And that the thicknesses is known as saturated thickness, right?
Yeah, the distance from the base of the aquifer to the water table is called the saturated thickness.
And the saturated thickness on the Fermi side is what, approximately about 300 to 400 feet?
Okay, at the Fermi site itself, it's less than 20 feet. We're not getting the water there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's one of the reasons that site was available. It was not an irrigatable place because there wasn't enough water to flow to wells there. If you just go to the other side of Pantex, where the city of Amarillo has a wonderful well field, the saturated thickness there is over 300 feet.
Okay.
So just going just a few miles, there's a big difference for that.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, for example, when I was asked to help with this project, the first thing I did was call the different groundwater districts in the region to get their maps of saturated thickness so that we could start in, for example, Brittany Britton with the Panhandle District was very helpful to provide their maps so that we could see where the water was thick and where it was thin so we could target those as potential source areas.
Okay, thank you. But let's continue on with where you're going with the Ogallala. And
okay. I guess one of the, and I have to blame Boone Pickens for this, because Boone Pickens used to say that people were going to put in a straw somewhere and suck all the water out from under his property if he didn't do something quick. He used to say that, and that was in Time magazine, and that was wrong. Okay? If you have a single well that is pumping from an aquifer, its radius of influence, the distance around it where it causes drawdown, could be on the order of hundreds to thousands of feet for one well. If we put multiple wells together in a well field, they might contribute additional drawdown, but that is partially regulated if you're in a groundwater conservation district like we are here by their pumpage rules that try to limit the amount of drawdown that would be taking place. So, for example, just talking with Brittany, the rules that they have that Fermi would have to live by, pumping anywhere within their district, they could only pump 1 acre-foot per acre from each year from their property, no matter how many wells there were. And so that limits how much water can be pumped from an individual property. So that is intended to extend the life of the aquifer for the desired future conditions that they manage through their relationship with the Water Development Board. And so anybody that wants to pump that water is under the same rules. So, for example, I think I can safely say even if you have a sizable well field with, maybe 10 or 20 wells spaced properly according to the district rules, the impact of that would only be felt in one county. You wouldn't dry up the other counties that way.
And we have, Donnie, I think we have, 40 million gallons? What is that calculation that we have available to the city of Amarillo in the Carson County well field?
In the pumping permit?
Yes, sir.
The contiguous acreage in Potter County and Carson County are combined because they're together, and it's a little bit over 40,000. We use about 25,000 of that.
Okay, so we're just using a little over 50% of the amount that we could pump.
With about 77,000 total acres available for development.
So the 40,000, what was the units on the 40,000? Would that be acre feet?
Yes,
the acres.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
acres.
40,000 acres?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Acre feet.
Acre feet. That's a jargon word in the water business when we have a whole lot of water.
Right.
That's an acre foot is 1 foot of water spread over an entire acre.
And that's 325,000 gallons, correct?
325,000 gallons, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So if Fermi is running at maximum capacity at 10 MGD, what would that radius of influence, if it is in the northern part of Carson County, where the saturated thickness is 300 feet, what radius of influence, and what depletion rate would you expect this project to have, and can you give us a time?
Well, that's a lot of things that you have to ask about. That complexity is something we attack through computer models, and we try to take into account for the fact that the ability for water to move through the different aquifer materials may change from place to place, even within a county. But those are the kind of things we can simulate. The Texas Water Development Board has regional groundwater models that are intended to be used for that purpose. Brittany and the groundwater management area, they use that on a regular basis for their purposes, so that could be simulated. The amount of, let's see, I want to pass to Zane. When you've been doing your estimates about how many wells might it take to reach the amount of flow that the councilman's asked about?
Yeah, we really haven't tied it to wells because we're still looking, we're looking at the hybrid production. So I continue to ask how much water you need, and they continue to say we're working to get it lower and lower and lower. But we're looking at different sources, even the effluent from Pantex. That's a land application use right now, and they just have to get that permit through TCEQ reorganized so that they can give us that 500,000 a day. So there are all those different sources, so we don't really have wells until we know those numbers.
Yeah. Okay. Just a hand wavy thing I can say right now is that probably if you had a well field that took up 2 or 3 sections of land, square miles, that might be felt in the surrounding square miles. So if you have 2 or 3, it might be felt in 6 or 7 square miles.
Understand?
Just based on running models in the past.
And so 1.1 trillion gallons in 2023 in the top 26 counties from the TDWB, Texas Water Development Board, is what was used for ag, municipal, all activities. 1.1 trillion gallons. And that's information you can look up in the Texas Water Development Board.
Mm-hmm.
And at maximum capacity on this project, we would have 0.38, I think is what the number was. 0.33?
0.33.
Yeah, 0.33 of the total usage of just the top 26 counties.
Right.
0.33.
Mm-hmm.
So very, very small amount compared to what is happening. And if we truly are concerned as a citizenship group or a community, 1.1 trillion gallons are being pumped, 23, 24. It's been going back, since you started probably looking at this, it consistently goes up.
Yep. Yes, sir.
I mean, this water, regardless of this project, is being drawn down.
It is.
Yes, sir.
And the water is owned by the individual landowner. It's one of the assets they have to manage to make a living for their family.
Understand.
And so they get to make the choice for that. If they live within a groundwater conservation district, their amount of pumpage may be limited, but it is their choice about how they want to run their business.
Is it your opinion that Fermi would build a $1 billion site on a location that's not going to provide them water for at least 50 or 60 years?
I'd get fired if that's my answer.
Yes, sir.
That's Zane's team, and my job is to find the water where it needs to come from,
right,
so that we can get it there to do its job.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Has Fermi already applied or planned to apply for permits to drill its own wells?
No, we have not. We've been wanting to go through these processes to get the water.
So Fermi doesn't have any plans to drill its own wells?
We could in the future, but at the moment, we'd rather work with the city of Amarillo and the communities.
Okay. And I know this is a moving target, but just to give us an idea, we've got the 2.5 million that we're looking at. But as you look at, and maybe there's a range on this, but what's the maximum projected water demand once it's fully operational?
What do you have so far, Zane?
You're asking for the maximum water demand?
When this I don't want to call it a data center, epicenter, maybe that would, but whatever this is, when it's fully operational, what do we anticipate the MGD to be? Or what are we preparing for?
And I think I would refer that to the power team, because that's what I'm asking all the time on the water
It's what
amounts.
we have on the board here, 11 pivots at 2.5 MGD per pivot. So that's 27.5 is what we're projecting. We are constantly working to minimize that. That is us using
27.5
million gallons.
So right now at your peak,
at 11 gigawatts.
so 27.5 million.
That's what we're projecting at full capacity, but we're building a gigawatt at a time.
And so are we looking at the future that the request from the city could be up to 27.5?
Well, as we've been saying, we would like to find the best places to find the water. The reason why we want to come to the city is because we would far rather pay y'all twice as much as you're getting elsewhere. We don't want to drain the community. My cousin's playing tennis for Amarillo right now. We want to be good neighbors. Okay. So we want to be respectful, and if you tell us to go elsewhere, we're going to go elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't think the city would be asked for all that water.
No.
That would be coming from other sources. Zane can talk about that.
Well, that's what we talked about, the effluent from Pantex, salty groundwater. There's many different options that we're looking at to get that, not to take it from the city of Amarillo.
Okay. Again, I know we're hypothetically speaking, but as we're thinking this long term, I mean, do you anticipate the maximum requested from the city of Amarillo would be 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, or we just don't know?
We would like to have conversations with the city of Amarillo about what you want that involvement to be. That's part of why we got here as fast as we were allowed to communicate publicly. So we want to make this a conversation. If you guys offered us more water, would we take it? Yeah, but we don't need to do that, and we don't need to burden the people of Amarillo or make them uncomfortable.
What's the breakdown in the needs of potable versus non-potable?
It's our understanding, and we're still learning about this, right, Zane, is that for a lot of the cooling purposes, the water doesn't have to be potable. There will be a working staff out there at the facility that will require potable water.
Yes, and the cooling for the data centers, it's an enclosed system, so that needs to be potable water, but it's inside its closed system, so it doesn't have to be replaced. So there's a lot of water conservation there.
Mm-hmm. And what are the sources for the non-potable that you're looking at?
That's what we're looking at. It's
Okay.
effluent, salty groundwater, surface water, all those different sources.
Yeah, the Pantex plant has an amount because of its employees of wastewater that they generate that right now is land applied or evaporated. We have a chance to get that with the proper permitting. Also, your wastewater effluent that's currently going to the power plant, that's the same idea that could happen with Fermi as well. Those kind of alternatives to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pantex has the pump and treat from their perched aquifer, so that's some of the water that we're looking at obtaining.
I'm sorry, you guys would take some of the perched aquifer, the contamination at the Pantex plant, and possibly run it through?
Some of that water that they're taking out and treating and using for land application, that we're looking at getting some of that.
Okay.
Yeah. That could be several 100,000 gallons a day.
So right now, the 2.5 million request is for potable water coming directly from our water system?
It's going to be used all across the system. I mean, getting the system up, getting the data center field, having water on site to start construction.
Right.
I mean, several uses.
Yeah, and then I guess there could be a chance that Fermi could come back from other types of non-potable water from the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are the contingency or backup plans that Fermi has for water sources? Whether you're talking if you can't meet operational needs through droughts or even, supply interruptions, broken lines, what are the backups for that?
Well, one thing we can do is go buy 11 cornfields, but for another, we're looking to find.
What I'm thinking, I guess, just up and operational. I mean, I'm not talking about right now, but what is the plan? Okay, for example, if the city's having issues delivering water, or you can't get it from other locations, or a water main breaks or whatever, because I'm guessing that this center has to be up and operational 24/7, 365.
We'll have on-site storage.
Okay.
For the non-potable water, it would be earthen storage and tank storage for the potable side.
Okay. So you would have enough storage on there to try to get you through whatever.
Through a certain operational period, yes, sir.
Do you know how much that'll be yet, or is that still going to be determined?
Still determining.
Just want to make sure that I get a good understanding of this, because this is a question that I get from a lot of people. Is Fermi committing to implementing water recycling, reclamation, efficiency technologies to do everything that they can to reduce consumption and dependence on water, and how will Fermi do that?
Well, we're headed to Washington right now to explain to them that we don't need to be using the old-style nuclear cooling techniques that require a whole lot of water. We are advocating at every possible turn. We believe that one of the futures of cooling technologies will involve helium. The National Strategic Helium Reserve has been historically based in Amarillo. We are looking at new technologies every day, having new conversations with different vendors, different partners, and different innovators to find ways that we can cut down water. My grandfather's a cattle rancher. My uncle is a weatherman. We do not want to use more water than is required to do the job well.
Got it. And then what will be the process for just ongoing water use to be monitored, reported, verified, to kind of ensure compliance, that type of thing?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I guess, what is the monitoring system is it just the meter that we run out there and we're responsible for making sure that you're staying with that, or how does that monitoring system work?
Yes, sir. There
Sure?
will be a city meter at the site.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that, one thing we are trying to build at Fermi is a state-of-the-art, holistic monitoring facility where we can monitor all of the aspects happening on our site at any given moment. And so we are committed to making sure that we have accurate, up-to-date millisecond by millisecond measurements of all components. Mm-hmm. And so we've got to get a chance to get fully up to speed. We're building this very quickly given the demand and the national necessity, but all of those systems will have a massive emphasis on, from the internal team on getting up to standards very, very quickly.
Got it. Good. Thank you.
Great questions. We're getting there. Couple good ones here. What's the guesstimated cost for the infrastructure that Fermi's willing to pay for that then would be gifted to the city for the wells and the pipelines for the 2.5 million?
10 to 12 million.
10 to 12 million. And then if we did go ahead and bring up capacity with, what we have is we have volume. What we don't have is we don't have deliverability. So if you're looking at our staff is very comfortable in saying, we're able to deliver you 2.5 MGDs if we have this and this in place. If you want 10 MGDs, we may have the water rights and the water resource available. We don't have the deliverability without years of planning and execution and massive capital investment. And so Fermi has come into the agreement in the MOU, right, that outlines this. What do you think the total is in, is that $150 million? Is that for the capital investment?
Are you talking about for the next phase of that, Mayor?
I would say, I'm trying to look overall. What would be the overall investment in the city's sewer and water program that would be paid for by Fermi potentially if we were to increase this over the next 5 years all the way up to the 10?
Mayor, I can step in there and answer that, I think, because we've had these conversations, but it's really difficult at this point in time to determine, just like we talked about the wastewater treatment plant project. We can have some really high in the sky estimates that we could give you. The numbers that we came up with are in excess of $200 million in investment to get to that 10 MGD number. Just in infrastructure, but we're still early on in the discussions on what that would even look like. But the well field in Potter County, which would be our Potter County 2 in our master plan, would have to be developed in order for that to occur. The 5.5 is a little bit different number as well. The only number that we really have a good beat on right now is the 2.5. We're still working through the other problems as they come up.
Let me address the LOI real quick, since Zane, you've probably been the single point of contact, primary contact that I think you approached me first. You had already approached staff kind of at the same time. Describe to us how that LOI came about and why the city staff signed that on kind of a preliminary basis.
I approached the city, just told them of the plans out there, asked if there was any water availability in some of their adjacent pipelines. Just asked if they would be willing to sell Fermi any water.
And that original LOI was the 2.5 MGD, and did it include a 5 or a 5.5 MGD?
It was 2.5 and then 5.5.
It was 2.5 and 5.5, and that was in the LOI that was signed by staff in order to engage with your firm just in our capacity, not in our willingness to negotiate a deal, but in the capacity of we were going to look at it from staff's point of view of can we do this?
Yes, sir. Staff said that they needed to verify how that would be delivered, the infrastructure needed to get there, and then take it to council.
Okay, and I'm not going to wade over into the legal waters of how that might have been represented or all the SEC filings. What I am going to do is go ahead and put a pin in that we did document that LOI. It was given. It is a public document at this point. It's something that is on hand. It doesn't have to be disputed. So is that anything that we shouldn't hand over? Do we want to produce that document, Mr. City Manager?
We can absolutely.
I would request that we do, unless there's some legal reason.
Right.
I think it's important that we should make that available.
Here's what I would love.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can make the document available. Yeah, when the Park Hill approached us, they explained that also they were trying to pursue investors. They're trying to pursue support in this, and so with this, they need a letter of intent in order to work with those investors as they move the project forward. So.
Could you reference that date if possible during this meeting? I think it'd be great to know when the LOI was actually executed.
Yeah, Donnie, do you have the date on there? It's in June, July.
I think it was August 25th, I believe.
August 25th.
Was it that late? Okay, I thought it was.
Yeah, I think so, but let me add something to that as well, because, and I think I got that date, I can look at it, but it's very common for us to have somebody come to us, such as a POB, such as the EDC, we do it all the time, where they come to us and they say, hey, we're looking at this business that's coming here. We need to see, are you able to produce XX MGD of water? We never turn that down because as part of our pillars, part of your pillars as council is to be business friendly, to entertain those ideas. So we have many discussions with many developers all the time. What's different about this one is the amount, and the amount of public conversation would have to happen with that. So at one point in time during those discussions, we said we could probably do an LOI to show you that, yeah, we're going to entertain this, we're going to explore it, we're going to look through it, we're going to make sure we have the ability to do this, and then this has to go to the city council and has to go to the public so they can look at it. So it's non-binding. It was something that was just part of that discussion, something they needed, as he mentioned, for
and it gives us an opportunity to start working together. Obviously, you hire us in order to work these deals and help kind of bring these things to you. And so that's sometimes a letter of intent is needed to help good faith effort negotiate to get this to this point tonight so we can have these conversations publicly.
So bottom line, go ahead, sir.
So timeline-wise, June 27th was the letter of intent. That's the date on the original letter of intent.
No, August 25th.
No, I'm looking at a letter that was sent to me, a letter of intent to Park Hill Final, 6/27/25.
Oh, you may be right. I'd have to go back and look at those dates. The date is on the LOI, but there were so many different conversations that were taking place during that period in time. We'd have to.
But we had a letter of intent that was out there, and it was.
And let me note this too, that it was not to Fermi America, it was to Park Hill Smith and Cooper, who was the only one that we were talking to at the time was Park Hill.
Right. Park Hill's a representative for the Fermi project. We weren't under any, we knew what the project was referenced, correct? Okay. The MOU speaks to something else that I think is helpful for everybody to understand. There's an MOU, a memorandum of understanding that, our judge over in Randall County contacted Mr. Sizemore as soon as, he was labeled as kind of the community lead and took on that formal role. Lake Tanglewood reached out to him in a couple different capacities. The effluent water going out of Hollywood was something that he put in the MOU to help solidify. Fermi's not coming in asking for that effluent that's already been committed to XL and Hollywood Road. In that conversation, I was given an opportunity to understand that MOU, and I said, we don't want to know 2.5 here, and then we come back and we ask for 5, and then it becomes 10, and then it's 20. Like, don't do that to us. Tell us, to the best of your ability, what you expect your water usage to be, and what could you be comfortable in capping. Let's set a benchmark. Came back in the MOU of 10 million, 10 MGD. Potable water, and we ask good questions. How are you making up whatever the differences are? We don't know what the differences are, but we've heard everything from 30 to 50, right? You have some online commentators that are 100 to 150, so being not in the industry and not understanding, is it really 100, 150? I think today what we're looking for is some educated experts here that are subject matter experts that can say it's not 150 MGD. We are not building the old style nuclear power plant. It can be designed, it can be carried out at 27.5 MGD. That's the confidence we need to hear. We also need to hear that if we were willing to take this first step, we're not willing to get married. We're okay with going on a date. let's go on a date. Let's move into this. If we did 2.5, my interest would be in making it very uncomfortable for a future council to take something within our reasoning that's reasonable and then double it or triple it and then put our potential capacity. Now, I'm not speaking to our water rights in the volume. I'm saying the deliverability that we have could be compromised. Are we losing water pressure somewhere else? Are we not able to filter the water at the water treatment plant? So many different components that come into this. So let me transition there real quick. What's below the Ogallala, sir?
The Dockham formation.
Dockham.
Yeah.
And that Dockham formation is how deep, sir?
Depends. The answer is always that depends where you are. Actually, at Pantex, they're very close to each other. But the formation is there. Whether or not you can produce water from it depends on if you have a continuous sandstone layer within the Dockham.
And is that pretty brackish?
It varies. It goes from about 2,000 parts per million to higher than that.
Okay. Well, what's below the Dockham, sir?
We just don't go there usually.
Is the Santa Rosa too deep for it to be exploratory?
Santa Rosa is part of the Dockham.
Oh, the Santa Rosa is part of that formation.
Yeah, that's the productive part of the Dockham.
Okay.
The geologists changed the names on us.
Okay, so there is not necessarily another reservoir below the Santa Rosa Dockham.
It's combined.
It's combined. And then you guys are exploring all that. I think what we are looking at is a phase potential for our Hollywood Road wastewater treatment plant, and then moving over to the River Road treatment plant. And we are building all this out on paper right now. Staff's doing a good job of designing this. That effluent that could come from the River Road plant, Donnie, would you be willing to estimate how many MGDs you'd like to produce out of that side?
We're still in that piece where we're trying to decide what is actually flowing to River Road and what's flowing to Hollywood. So because of that pivot, but I know it's going to be more than what it is now. I just don't know that exact number yet.
I know you don't want to guess at it, but if I were to guess at it at 7 to 10 MGDs, is that way off?
No, it'll be more closer to 20 probably.
More closer to 20. And we don't have any purchasers of that effluent on that side of town currently?
From River Road?
From the River Road
That
plant.
River Road is what goes to Excel.
So in the XL purchase, they buy all of it over at the River Road plant?
Yes, and we also supplement that from Hollywood as well.
Okay, so I was misunderstanding then. I thought the Hollywood plant was the primary for XL. You're saying the River Road and the Hollywood are combined.
What I'm saying is that we're looking at all those options to determine what the best way to get that water to them. It's easier for us to get it to XL from River Road than Hollywood.
Okay.
So if we increase the amount we're doing on influent at Hollywood, that changes that equation for us. So,
but SPS does have contracts for both
Yes.
plants, correct?
So in walking this out slowly, going on a date, not ready to get married, but looking at this and the potential of moving it forward, we should be able to identify affluent water that, as XL continues to transition their plants down to natural gas. How many did they transfer from coal? 2?
I don't know that number.
I think that we would have to look, but we are on the lookout for, a lesser demand potential from XL over the years, a greater demand from Fermi that's going to come on the effluent. We should have a greater potential as we update these plants to produce. I don't know why we wouldn't want to sell that water to you guys. Now, on the potable side, I understand the reasoning, and Dr. Rainwater, it's really good to have you here. My other contingency would be everything flowing out the East Creek and the West Creek and going that way. And as we do have significant rain runoff, is anybody looking at the study to get that rainwater and that storm water potential, which we're pumping from every playa that we can and can't get it out of town fast enough? Can we get that over onto that East Creek, and then can you guys capture that and then maintain it on site? I see a big, pretty pond on some of these photos. What is that?
There is a Playa 5 will be on it's called Playa 5 by the Pantex folks, will be on the Fermi property. That would be something to be looked at. There could be the possibility, we'd have to, because it's stormwater, we'd have to remove suspended solids from it. So there would be some sort of filtration required and some sort of residuals management, but that could certainly be on the table. as we look to the future.
So definitely wouldn't be your first choice, but in water conservation, there are harder ways to go and capture water than
Amen.
that.
Amen
Okay.
to that.
Great. Here's my last point, and I'll move on. We charge one of our customers that's out of the city limits. For decades, we've charged them less than the going rate. We sold them a lot of water, and we charged them roughly 60-70% of what everybody in town was paying. They were great to negotiate with. They've moved themselves, along with staff and the consulting firms, up to the full 1x rate of what we're paying in town, though they still reside outside of the city limits. The conversation was had of, we'd like to move you up to 1.5 times. That's the outside rate. Or we would love for you to annex. Those conversations have gone very well, and they continue. 1.5 times rate is what we charge people that want to buy water from the city but don't pay taxes to help support that. This is a 2x cost. We ran the numbers. My tier rate on the commercial side, the higher tier, once you get into purchasing large amounts of water, is $4.36 per 1,000 gallons. That rate doubles to $8.72. That grosses $8 million in revenue for 2.5 MGDs. So you will become a rate payer to my system of $8 million tomorrow, as soon as you start pumping the water. When that goes to 5 MGD, it'll be $16 million, and if that goes to 10 MGD, which if we ascertain that that is well within our capabilities, we are using less than, 3% of the total drawdown. Farm, ranch, and ag uses over 90%. We're not trying to restrain that. We understand that it takes water to produce beef, cattle, agriculture, food. It also takes water to produce power. We like turning the lights on, and we like industry and growth. And if we can balance growth with some common sense, if we sell 10 MGDs one day, it produces $32 million worth of revenues to our system. That would be roughly 35% of what my annual gross is right now. Is that what we're roughly? What's the total sewer and water revenue just on the water side?
Don't know that water off the top.
I don't know that either because it's got your sewer in it. So let me not put a percentage on it. It's a large amount. So those are my points in what I'm making now. I would like to come back to one thing that I have here. So Councilman Prescott did a good job of organizing for us the 26 upper counties and their total usage based on groundwater conservation districts, right? That's where you got that, was from the districts? Okay. He got it from the Water Development Board. 1.1 trillion gallons per year are used out of, and this all comes from the aquifer, correct? It's all pumping. So that's the pumpage out of the total 26. Would you verify that? I mean, I know we're not necessarily experts. Prescott is definitely a self-proclaimed expert in lots of different fields. But for everybody else, I'd like, especially the campaign trail. So I'd like to hear it from you guys. Would 1.1 trillion gallons used in the upper 26 sound reasonable?
Sounds reasonable. If it's from the Water Development Board, they have to get it right.
These numbers are from the Water Development Board. Just to be specific, Carson County used 36.6 billion. Armstrong used 3.5 billion. Potter County's a good one, 14.2 billion. Those were pumped. So out of 1.1 trillion, we are seated here today with going on a date with Fermi at 2.5 MGDs. That would be roughly 0.08, less than 0.1% of what the usage would be, the 2.5 MGDs of what's being drawn down. If we were to get all the way to 10, which the MOU considers a maximum ask, and we appreciate that. If you guys can go and show that you are being so efficient and conservative-minded that you're extrapolating every amount of effluent, redundancy, conservation, you name it, if you're doing it and that 27.5 MGD is realized, then I would love to feel like 10 MGDs is very adequate. And here's what I would base that on. When people say, I can't believe you sold our water away, you're selling out my grandkids' future, you realize I'm offering to sell 0.32 of 1% to one user for the upper 26 counties. Like, that's how minimal that amount is. Are these numbers correct in your understanding, Zane? Do you feel like this is pretty minimized? And then when you expand that to Nebraska and everywhere else,
Yes, sir.
you know, can I confidently walk away from this deal here knowing that I did a business deal for my city and that I didn't take water out of somebody's well over here in River Road?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Okay. Follow up, sir?
Yeah. Well, you're always good for analogy. Can I add just a little bit of color to your analogy? I would say I don't think we're dating. I mean, when we enter into a contract, we're getting married. Right now, we're talking about the prenup. So how can we work through this to make sure that both sides are satisfied, you know, with this agreement? So I have a question for staff on the 2 times. So what we're talking about, and what I want to know is, have we done cost analysis on this? Because I know we're saying, wow, we're getting 2 times, we're getting time and a half or whatever. But also remember, and we're appreciative of Fermi, you know, committing to build the water infrastructure, but then we have to maintain it. Okay. Well, this is a little bit different than maintaining something that's inside the city or a ratepayer. So I just wonder, have we put pencil to paper to determine if, you know, how much it's going to cost to maintain it, and if 2 times is the right, or because if for some reason what we're collecting from them on the water is not paying for the maintenance, the upkeep, whatever of what they're graciously giving us after they pay for it, then that's going to go back to the ratepayers. So, you know, if it's costing us more than they're paying us to be able to maintain that. So I just wondered, did we do a cost analysis to look at that to make sure that we're getting a premium because they're not in the city, but we're going to have enough money to be able to maintain that so the cost doesn't have to go to the ratepayers.
At a very high level, yes, we have. And there's still, you know, when we get to the 5.5 request, if that comes back, there's going to be additional analysis we're going to have to do for staffing, for maintenance of the well field and some things like that. But for this first ask of 2.5, we've done enough analysis to feel comfortable that would cover maintenance. Absolutely.
So how much? I mean, how much is it? I mean, I guess I just want to. I trust you, but I want to verify that we're charging the right amount to make sure that we're covering it.
So what's your question?
Yeah. Well, I just if you're confident in it, then I'm going to go with it. So.
You know, and again, we've been moving just as fast as everybody else on this to try to keep up with the request. And we have, just so you know, and this may make you feel more comfortable about it, we use HDR Engineering. They have a modeler that works for them that we've been using for our system for a long time. Models our system, models capacity. We start looking at things like staffing levels, different things like that. We met with our well field superintendents, supervisors, people that are out there maintaining the Potter County, Carson County well field, what kind of needs they would have, what maintenance needs they're looking at. Not only that, but also looking at the things that need maintenance now. And we've had conversations about that too, that those numbers could cover some of the things such as transmission lines that need some repairs that are existing transmission lines now. So a fairly thorough analysis of all that, and we're comfortable with.
Okay, good.
Can I answer that real quick? I want to make sure I'm real clear. This is not a static rate. I don't want anybody to hear that we've signed a contract that it's $8.72 and that's all you're going to have to pay. You are involved in the same living document that we call our budget. And that budget can be amended, and that budget gets reevaluated at not a high level, but a very, very detailed level annually. So to the concern of, you know, do we have a prenuptial here where we know we're charging you adequately? I'm charging you as much as I can possibly think I can get away with. And that's the only way I'm willing to do the deal. And so if you're willing to pay more, Mr. Sizemore, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm looking at it as that 2X rate is 2X of what that rate is. And if we need to raise that rate by $1, that is the right of the council to consider. So if the well field has problems and the pipes and the maintenance and everything one day, and there's a public utility commission that oversees all this, we're not even going down that road. We're simply looking at what does this 2.5 MGD look like here today?
Yeah, but we can't change it for 20 years.
What do you mean can't change it for 20 years?
We can't change the rate.
No, you're changing the rate every year. This is a 2X. rate, whatever rate is. Rate is 8.72 for them right now.
Got it.
But when you sit down here in another year and you say, well, I think we should
Well, we
charge
can't
a
change
nickel.
the multiplier.
Well, that's correct. I'm not trying to change the multiplier on the rate. I want to honor our deal. But it's not static. I think it's important that everybody understand we're not saddling ourselves here for a future council not to be able to adjust the rate. Now, we did have a customer that was fixed at a certain level for a time, and we're not repeating that mistake. So, yes, sir.
Yes, obviously, I'm not a Fermi employee, so I cannot guarantee that, but I know from the fact that all the conversations that Fermi has given me that they want to be the best community partner that we have. And we have some great community partners. And part of that means being very generous with our community partners. And that was part of my reason to come with them is I want the best deal for Amarillo, Texas, and for Carson County. This is where I live. And they have, in every negotiation, they have bent over backwards to make sure that Amarillo and Carson County are being taken care of. That's as much as I can say.
Yeah.
I don't have the authority to do it, but the intent is certainly there.
Well, I appreciate that. I know the MOU considered 1.5x, and we pushed hard for, I believe, our rate payers, and I feel like it's been cooperative to get to the 2x. I would like to go right ahead. Councilman
One
Smith.
other thing I would like to do, so I think we've done a great job today of providing perspective on the aquifer. I would just like to, I would like to provide a little bit of a perspective of where this request kind of lives as far as the city and our commercial customers, because I think that is something. And this was a slide that was given to us, and I think just for perspective to show where, and this is our 2024 users. So these are our top users in 2024. You see XL, Southwest Public Service, is about 7.3 million gallons. Tyson is actually at 3.88. So, and then Owens Corning is well below that. So if you look at, coming on board immediately, Fermi would become our number 3, commercial, water user. If you go back, if you look at 22, which was a little bit different, it was a hot, dry summer. You look at the changes that occurred there in just 1 year with what Southwest used and what Tyson used. But if you go back to the other slide of 2024, if you look at 10 million gallons a day, that does put Fermi as our top, our top user. So while as far as the aquifer is concerned, it is a drop in the proverbial sea. But when you look at our water supply and what we have, it's a pretty good amount. I don't think that's any reason I'm just pointing out that this is and we have something different that other communities like Lubbock and other places don't. We have a lot of high level, high water users in industry, and they come here for that. So I don't think, I just wanted to kind of point out where this request would land as far as our
I think it's a
commercial
great
users.
picture, Councilman. 7.3 on XL, SWP, or SPS. That's all potable, or that's affluent as well?
That's all potable.
Plus, we sell the affluent.
Correct.
Yeah. So you go back to the public comment period, right? We don't want them taking our water. We don't want anybody other than the residents taking our water. You realize this is the model that we already have. We sell massive amounts of water right now as the city of Amarillo to industry, and we advertise and will continue to do the same. If you, being our boss, want to redirect us, you have to flip 180 degrees around. We don't need to go out and build 3,000, 5,000 more homes. We don't need to do all of the additional prep for growth. Our AEDC needs to turn around and go a different direction on the way that we are trying to grow. Growth pays for growth, and growth is what every community needs. If you're not growing, you're dying. It is a fact and a law. And so, like, the city of Amarillo is growing. We want it to grow. We want it to grow and prosper. That means it grows healthily, right? 2.5 MGD is not a growth that we can't handle here if you look at this pie chart. Councilman Prescott.
I would like to just save just a little bit of time because I would really like to talk about the reactors and safety in the reactors. And I know we
can
have
get there
two
next.
experts. Yeah, if we can, please.
Are we good? Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Zane.
Thank you.
Masood?
Yes.
You're up, sir. Your last name, Uzman?
Uzman, yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. So tell us just a little bit about yourself real quick. Either one of those is fine.
Okay, so then I'm just going to use this one then. Yeah, I'm in the nuclear industry since the beginning of my career. It's been over 25 years now. And I started with Westinghouse Electric Company, which around the world, more than 50% of the nuclear power plants are based on Westinghouse technology. So then after that, I've been in China for helping CNNC, Chinese National Nuclear Corporation, for building their fleet extension program. So I involved with multiple plants there. Then lastly, I was in Abu Dhabi, and when Abu Dhabi decided that oil-rich country that they need nuclear power, they built 4 massive nuclear power plants, 1,400 each. And so I was in that project and from the beginning to the end. And that's considered one of the most successful projects in the last several decades in the nuclear industry for outside of China. That's my background, and then I just want to answer any questions that you may have.
We heard many times from the population in our constituents that they're very concerned about the safety, and they're very concerned about the air quality and different things. Can you give us some facts about the Westinghouse reactors?
Sure.
And specifically, if we go with the molten salt reactors, have they been proven to work and fully implemented in practice? Do they work, and have they been proven? So I think we need to
Okay.
settle some of the fear of the folks that live in these communities, including myself.
Okay, so I'll just start with that. The technology, when you say molten salt reactors, that's becoming generation 4. Right now, all the nuclear power plants in the United States, except for Vogtle Unit 3 and 4, AP1000, generation 3. So then Vogtle 3, 4 also generation 3 plus. They are not at the level of the Gen 4 yet. Gen 4 is that there are additional safety features. When the plant is not pressurized, for example, when molten salt, it's almost atmospheric pressure. So if there is an accident, the leakage is not that much. So then radiation leakage or just you can contain the reactor a lot easily. But then AP1000, the AP means Advanced Passive Reactor. That makes it, that design 3 plus is 10 times safer than rest of the 100 nuclear reactors already in operation in the United States. So don't get me wrong, these reactors are already at the probabilistically 10 to the minus 6 level safe, right? However, AP1000 is 10 to the minus 7 level safe. That's the probabilistic risk assessment when you apply it for the core damage frequency of a AP1000. That's because this advanced passive reactor doesn't need any coolant in case of an accident. It has massive storage tanks. Maybe I can just... I got you, Mr.
Yeah, we'll get a mic.
Okay. Oh, that's too much. All right, so then if you look at the Westinghouse AP1000, you can see that there are these 2 massive tanks of water storage on the top of the reactor building. So what it does is that if there is an accident, and this is again 10 to the minus 7s, like the levels of an probabilistic, but then if there is an accident, there are some what we call scoop valves that they just little explosives. They just start the circulation of the water from this top around the sealed containment shell, which is all steel liner, and then evaporation is helping cool down this reactor without any meltdown, right? So then
this is the AP1000.
That's the AP1000, right? And then this water storage tank is good for 72 hours, and after 72 hours, all you need to do is just refill it, right? So if there's a fire truck, you can use that, or there's a water pond at the site, you can use that. In our plan, we are already on the this map. You can see that we are placing a man-made water pond just besides the nuclear power plants. So that's our reservoir for in case of a very highly unlikely incident, we can still contain this reactor not becoming hazard to anyone around it.
And the salt reactor, again, just going back to that, they've been proven to work. And are they operational yet?
There is no licensed one yet in the United States, in the Western world.
Okay.
So there are multiple companies. We are also watching them, but the technology we are watching them for our SMRs. So today we also have this 4 SMRs. This is our second campus in the at the site. There is N1 for the 4 large reactors, and N2 is for the 4 SMRs. Currently, we are watching the industry who's making the headway with regards to licensing as well as constructing their nuclear power plants. And on top of it, we will, of course, consider our future tenants' preference, because all of these guys, they all understand the importance of the nuclear power. All the big players like Amazon's, Microsoft, and all of them, they are investing in one or several SMR companies for this development. So then some of those SMRs are also molten salt reactors, like coming, for example, TerraPower's reactor is one of the ones that are very promising. So those are the ones, and TerraPower is Bill Gates' company, it's owned by Microsoft. So they are all investing in that, and we are watching them. But we have not made a decision about what will be the technology for those. You should understand that nuclear power plant construction is a very long-term endeavor. So it's going to take, for first reactor online, we are planning end of 2032.
Understand. What byproducts would come out of these reactors, if any, that would cause problems for air contamination or pollution?
The air contamination, I think that question may be coming from the gas turbines, because the nuclear reactors, we don't do any air pollution, right? And there is a accident, again, there could be some case for that one, but then AP1000 is pretty safe reactor, and then we have a containment building around it. So I think a lot of people watch these documentaries about Chernobyl and everything. That reactor not exist anymore. Nobody is building, obviously. Didn't have a containment building, so when there is an accident, it just leaked out. And I can also explain what happened at Fukushima in great detail, but then that's a very catastrophic incident which could have been prevented. And in Westinghouse, when I was working with Westinghouse at that time, we actually put an AP1000 at the same location. We simulated, and nothing would have happened if it was a Westinghouse AP1000 reactor.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? No? Describe for us just a little bit on the redundancy and the additional coils that water cycles through. How many times can you use, say, a gallon of water to cool one of the reactors?
Okay. So what we are doing is, right now, it is not only us, but around the world, this is becoming the next focus for nuclear power plants, for the coolant. Nobody want to use so much water unnecessarily. When we have the discussion with Westinghouse, we also discuss about how they are looking forward for reducing the water usage for a nuclear power plant, and then how even the Vogtle plant, the last 3 and 4 built, could have used less water, but it was already too late. They already started the construction and everything. And I heard about a comment about Southern company, owner of Vogtle, did a study about air cooling of these reactors, and then they concluded that it's not feasible. It's not a technical feasibility issue. What they were doing is that they are next to a water source, and they are comparing for the cost of doing this. That, if you do the dry cooling versus if you do the all wet cooling, how much it would cost to us, right? So everyone's situation is different when you build a nuclear power plant. What we are talking with the Department of Energy as well is that twofold. One, our license application with the US NRC is all air-cooled condensers. This is a closed-loop system. Maybe I can just come here. So in the nuclear power plant, there are several closed loops. The first closed loop going through the reactor vessel, which is the contaminated, and this is with the radiation. This never goes out. There is pressurization in this loop. This is the primary loop. All it does is that it goes through bundle of little pipes inside the steam generator to get the secondary water inside the steam generator to produce steam. This steam goes to the turbine, and at that time, I need to get this steam to condense back to water and get back. So there are ways to do that, right? So then one way is that I can use an outside water source, and then through the heat exchanger I can just circulate, and then I can get it condensed. Or we can put these air-cooled condensers now becoming publicly available, which, by the way, when Southern Company did this study, it was 2007, 2 decades, right? So now the technology really, really evolved, and we can just put these air-cooled condensers, and then we can send the water outside, come back to the plant, send the steam outside, and come back to the plant as they feed water to get back to the steam generator. I cannot tell which companies that we are working on because we did not sign the agreement yet. But then the company we are working with right now, they came visit us, and then now we're going to meet them in Europe. They are expert in this one, this technology. And the one for the safety system, again, AP1000, in case of an accident, doesn't need any outside water, right? So it can go by itself by up to 72 hours. Because of all these passive systems, it also uses very little coolant water. So our solution for this one is that creating this pond at the site, and then this water is called SWS, Service Water System. So we're just going to recirculate this one to the pond just for our component cooling system. So these are only essential equipment inside the reactor that we need to cool, but this is not steam, so this is just hot water, and then we're just getting it chilled and then get back. This man-made water pond, estimation is that there will be 1 to 2% per day evaporation, but that's all weather dependent. Right? So
per reactor? Per
the size of this pond, right? So then we are estimating at this time, which, by the way, there is a engineering already ongoing with some foreign company as well as with Westinghouse. They are working on the engineering. But the guesstimate size of this pond will be 20 million gallons, which is about 30 Olympic-sized swimming pools.
So that's very helpful. You have a follow-up, and then I'll ask my next one.
One question. Is on the CCS system, will this at any time ever go into the aquifer and have a closed-loop system and use the aquifer as a sump for cooling, a heat sump?
Well, get to that. Right? So this is our solution right now because it's like a very good solution. But what is going on is also that nuclear is highly, highly regulated industry. Right? So then there is not a private company saying that I think this would work, let me do this. We cannot do that. We are regulated by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and around the world, NRC is de facto the nuclear regulator. Everyone follows them. So this is the most true nuclear regulator in the world. We are submitting our design changes for our site-specific condition. We are submitting our design for this plant for a licensing application to the NRC, and then they are performing this review. Our application just been accepted by the NRC on September 5th. That means that they have now 18 months to review, ask us questions to go through this. And as part of this review, there is also environmental impact statement has to be created by the NRC. For that, we already have a consultant company working with the input, that information around here, and they're providing that input to the US NRC for review. So that one is also going to determine that if we are having any impact to the water around us or the aquifer or anything, that will also be included in that report.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very helpful. My follow-up question is on that NRC Is there any inclination that they wouldn't approve this model? So these AP 1000s with this hybrid cooling system and the designs that you are proposing?
Okay. So AP1000 design is generically design approved in the United States. And it's also, there is a version called CAP1000 in China. This is the time that nobody wanted to be the first customer, so I was with Westinghouse. We had to sell it to China, and then with the technology transfer. So now Chinese are building these in their country, and that's one of those 22 plants under construction. And they're actually building a lot faster than we are building. So we just want to really get back to this because this is technology we develop, and then now they are doing it better than us. It's not acceptable. So we need to just get back to that race and then just beat them. So for the nuclear island, it's approved. And that nuclear island is actually, our location is better than Vogel location, which they had to do a lot of ground improvement for the construction. So our location is a lot better for that. For the turbine island, it's all about the operator, how much the efficiency loss. So Toby talked about this dry cooling water consumption table. This is just a representative. This is just a representative from the company that we are working with. What they are suggesting is that instead of full dry cooling, if you just lube it with water just a bit, this will be the efficiency, these discussions. But again, our base with our application is the dry cooling at this time. But we are looking for also what can we do? I mean, maybe we can get some brown water and then just use that one.
Very
good. And these work very well in a semi-arid environment with low dew points like we have here.
Correct. And then, this is going to be one of the innovative solutions the Department of Energy is also looking forward for companies to do. So this solution, when we just achieve it, will open up that we can build the nuclear power plants anywhere in the United States, that we don't need to be tied to any water source next to us.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of energy questions. So I don't know if it would be specifically nuclear or somebody else would need to address this. But at a high level, what are the energy sources that are being used here, and how much dependence on each energy source?
Well, here in the United States?
No, at Fermi. So what will you use to generate, and how's their breakdown on?
Okay. So we have the nuclear power plants. There are 4 large nuclear power plants, right? So AP1000 is guaranteed capacity is 1,000 megawatt. So 1 gigawatt each. That's the guaranteed. Based on the site condition, it can be higher than that. At Vogel, they achieve close to 1,200, for example, right? So it can be achieved. So but we have 4 AP1000s. Then we are also planning 4 SMRs. SMRs at this time 350, but then there are 472 versions. One of them, new scale, already been approved by the US NRC. So if you go with that one, if you say around 500, so it's another 2 gigawatt there. So total about 6 gigawatt of this one will be from nuclear. The rest of them will come from mainly combined cycle gas turbines. And then gas turbines, there are 2 cycles, right? So there is a, primary cycle that just you get the gas and then just turn the turbine. But then with the excess heat, you can get that heat to boil the water and then get additional steam turbine. And then so that's the secondary cycle, which is then becoming very, very efficient. What we are using initially is Siemens SGT 800s. Those are very well-known industrial, steam, natural gas combined cycle modules. So at our elevation, it's about 60 megawatt each of them, and if we go to combine, it's another 30 megawatt. So we have series of them. So just understand that these data centers also looking for very high reliability of the energy, right? So then they don't want to get any, power outages. So for that reason, we also have the battery system, and we have the solar power. Solar is actually really feeding the battery, and then our power going through the batteries to these data centers. So if there is a trip with one of our units and then we lost power, then the battery can make up that duration. It's almost like uninterrupted power supply. During that time, we're going to start another gas turbine. So at the end, at our site, we will have gas turbines capable of generating up to 11 gigawatt of energy, but they will be on a standby mode.
Okay, good.
Councilman, if I could just add one thing to that. With these gas turbines, we're using the same types of units. Our new 1.1 gigawatts from Siemens, those are F-class units. Excel has those same units. These SGT 800s are types of units like Excel is comfortable with, and our GE Verona units are the same types of units that the major grids use. The tools that we're using, the add-ons like HRSGs and scrubbers, will make this one of the cleanest grids in the United States before we bring on nuclear. Far cleaner than you have Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania's, and far cleaner than ERCOT's, because we don't have to live with the legacy grid decisions that they had 50 years in building.
Right. So you're going to be getting electricity from Excel at startup, and I guess you'll continue using that going forward?
Yes, sir.
What's the maximum capacity that you need from Excel when it's up fully operational?
The maximum that we've asked for is 200 megawatts out of, up to 11 gigawatts.
Okay. And of course, and so you're confident that you will not need any more than that from Excel?
No, we can use rental generator units to supplement. It's always good to have a backup battery in your pocket.
Right. Well, the reason why I ask is, again, and I think you've addressed this by trying to have, but just to ask the question that gets asked and maybe clarify it, because across the country we have seen credible reports of that happening, and I just was wanting to, I guess, commit to here that there is no plans at all ever to take a significant amount of electricity that would result in such a demand from that Excel would be raising rates to compensate for that.
The entire thesis of Fermi America is it is unfair to burden the taxpayer for artificial intelligence. The companies, the big hyperscalers, the Mag 7 with multi-trillion-dollar market caps should not ask the taxpayer to subsidize the highest margin business in the world. And that is why we are so eager to come to Amarillo and be good partners, and why we are perfectly fine with paying 2x for water. The taxpayer should receive blessings from this project. They should not be burdened.
Mm-hmm. And will Amarillo or the region receive any energy benefit or priority access from the power generated, or will it all be dedicated to Fermi?
We're working on how this needs to look like, and we want to have good conversations with y'all. We've been having fantastic conversations with Excel. In an emergency, we would love to give them power. The thesis of this is that this is power paid for, built, and for hyperscalers, but we really want to be good neighbors.
Good, thank you.
So you're saying that this power, it could go into ERCOT or it could stay in the Southwest system?
It would not go into ERCOT. We don't currently, to my knowledge, we don't have any intention of building any connections to ERCOT. We will have this, the red line on the upper left-hand corner is a 200 megawatt, I think that's the max. I can get one of our power experts to confirm that. But that line is designed for up to 200 megawatts. I should say that our request is initially for 86 megawatts of firm power. It will oscillate. The additional 114 to get to 200 is not from grid power, but from rental TM2500 units that Excel can lend or lease to us. So we're really only asking for 86 megawatts from the grid.
And we heard earlier that this is 4 times what Dallas-Fort Worth needs?
Yeah, Dallas, the city of Dallas, all the grids spike depending on how much air conditioning you're using, etc. On average, the city of Dallas is about a gigawatt.
Thank you.
Ms. Sue, thank you. Very well done, very informative. You've answered a lot of questions. Thank you. So, in our discussion here, Mr. Sizemore, thank you for coming in and running this presentation. I know what we've done here is pushed us late into the evening. It's almost 9 o'clock. We've got a lot of council that had concerns. We obviously heard, prolific amount of public comment with all sorts of worries. I feel confident right now that if you were to watch the entire meeting, we've eliminated the majority of those concerns. I think the concerns that still are resonating are AI and, what's the security aspect around nuclear next to nuclear. So my final question would just be, DOE, Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy, they've signed off on everything. There's nothing incumbent upon us as a water contract seller, and leaders in the community to try to step over into the security aspect of how Pantex protects itself.
Yes, sir. So, this is the most sensitive military site in the United States, and some sources say the world. We've been told that it took over 20 U.S. government agencies to approve the handover of the lease from Pantex and the DOE to Fermi America. We are in active conversations with many of those agencies, including the leads being the DOE, the NRC, and the FBI is having really productive conversations with us on how we can make sure that we're using the proper procedures and protocols. They wouldn't have handed over this site next to their most important military asset if they weren't confident that we can operate within these protocols and keep the safety of everyone at the plant, of the country, and of the people in the surrounding communities.
Very good. Council, at this time, I'm wanting to close the discussion. Does anybody have anything else that they want to offer for feedback from the Fermi team that's here?
Well, so we're and I know we're here late, but this is the end of the question period?
We can move into item 10B, which would be the actual contract. We can ask questions on the contract. I'm just hoping in moving this forward, while we've got these experts here, if we have further concerns on water, nuclear, generation power, whatever, like what we've done here today, ladies and gentlemen, is we've taken 4 weeks or more worth of meetings, and we've condensed them into a very, very highly educational seminar. This is not normal. Normally we get a 10-minute presentation. Council has a few, surface level questions, and then we act. But this is not a normal project. And so at this moment, this would be my statement. We have walked this forward with you, and we've got it in first gear. We're willing to keep moving. The only thing I'm not willing to do is put it in park. I didn't do all this work, and I didn't come here to get educated in order to just drag my feet on something. At this time, I think every one of us that are very highly intellectual and educated on this side of the dais should be in a position to take action either in a yes or a no. And so item 10B frames that for us. Before I move us to item 10B, I'm just asking if council has any concerns that they need alleviated from the team that's here.
Well, I guess I do have a couple of questions because this has come up and it's something that's important. But I guess what specific steps does Fermi plan to take to engage with the community moving forward to ensure transparency and public confidence? Because I think, and for whatever happened, I mean, people, didn't know, they feel like they should be notified or whatever, but what I'd really like is some specifics, because in my mind, I would like to see some specifics in this agreement, because if we're, again, this is different, and I think than anything that we've ever done before. So I say, not only with the, and I have some ideas that relate to that, but not only that, but the specific steps that citizens can feel comfortable with, and that Fermi can put in writing to say, here is what we're going to do, and here's what we're committed to doing going forward.
Well, let me hand this over to Trent, but let me say from the Fermi management team, from day one, the thesis has been that we want to be a blessing to the local communities. We have friends, family, many of us were born here in the Panhandle. I was born in the Panhandle. And so whatever it takes to be a good neighbor to this community, we will do. And I'll let Trent talk about what those steps are.
Sure. Do I have all the answers for this one? No. But I do have different ideas than I had when we came to this meeting. There's a high level of learning that has to be done to present this to the community. I hope that a lot of that would have happened today, but a lot of the community members left and didn't engage with that. But I would like to see something just like this on a larger scale. I'd love for the council to be involved, asking questions. We could publish the meeting way in advance so there's no open meetings violation at all. You come with the same questions. We'll bring the same team. We'll have a bigger venue, and we'll look so that it works out for everyone's schedule. And then maybe do it during the day and have George Strait play at night and let Fermi pay for it.
Councilman Simpson, not that I'm not one to entertain the George Strait thing and play.
I'm just trying to dream
King
up.
George always welcome in Amarillo.
You bet.
Councilman Simpson, we're proposing a 2.5 MGD. We know there's an ask coming at a 5.5 as this progresses. There's hundreds of millions of dollars that are invested. I like the direction you're going. I think it's smart. Let's put it on paper. Let's get this MOU out into a good guiding document that ties the hands of us together. Let's stick with your prenuptial analogy in this. Let's have a good, healthy relationship. This is a contract. It's not a covenant. We're not releasing our rights over to Fermi. We're restricting their rights on us in some ways, and you're wanting to do that further. I like that, but I feel like that is a next step. That is not before we could do anything. I want everything that I could ever have, put on paper. That's not how business works, and that's not what
I understand.
want to
Can
do.
I make a suggestion to that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I understand that right now we all have business to do. They have water to have, that type of thing. But let me just tell you what I would be looking for. And what I would like to see is in this agreement that we're about to pass, that there's a notation that this is coming. We can't produce all this overnight. But the things that I would like to see in writing as a commitment to is, again, how Fermi will maintain transparency and open communications with the city council and the public. More worried about the public than city council, but we need to do both of those. The other concern that I have is how will Fermi support workforce development to build a strong local labor force that benefits Fermi and Amarillo? There is some concern, and I think it's valid, of where is this labor force going to come from when we currently have 3% unemployment. So I would just like to see if that's something that Fermi feels they're committed to, that's part of something that's in writing to say, here's how we would like to commit to it. The third is just commitments for protecting our natural resources, water, energy, by preventing overuse and ensuring environmental safeguards. And the fourth thing that I would be looking for is how Fermi, and I'm glad that there's the philanthropic part of it, and that's great, but we have taxpayers and ratepayers who have needs and demands too, and while I'm glad that we're getting 2 times on that, growth, while good, also has issues and problems that can come along with growth, whether it's infrastructure. So I would just also be interested in plans that Fermi may have to perhaps partner with the city to help address the challenges that growth could place on our community. That could be, it could be a stress on our city budget. It could be on infrastructure and housing. I don't think this should be in whatever the immediate agreement would be, but what I would like to say, let's set a deadline, maybe no more than 6 months from now, that we can come back and we can talk through what these commitments to our community actually look like. And then, I'd like it to be something that that every year you're coming back and talking about, here's what we said we were going to do, and because we're using your resource, this is what we're doing, and that we all have a good feeling of how this relationship is moving forward. I really would like to be Texas Tech and us get those hundreds of millions of dollars. I know we're getting 2 times the rate, but I just think, we're giving this water and resource, it's a partnership, and I think we're crucial. I just want to make sure that we and me are doing the best to protect our citizens, to do what's in the best interest of our ratepayers and taxpayers. And I think getting something in writing about that would just make everybody clear about what the expectations are moving forward.
Councilman Simpson, are you wanting the money to go to the Georgia Bulldogs? I'm kidding. I know
Well,
Georgia
let's
Bulldogs.
vote.
No,
No, I'll just settle for Amarillo taxpayers.
I understand. And Fermi is committed to doing that. I can say that as a representative that we'll look down the road at putting together a document that will satisfy the council and that we can have as an ongoing document, a living document that we work along with the council to meet these deliverables that the council's asking for in the future. I will tell you that I've already been with the Amarillo College Workforce Development Group, and I've already met with them, and they're very excited about the prospects of working with Fermi America and developing jobs, and so that's already happened, and so we'll continue that. I can promise you. The only thing I can't promise you is after the mayor talked about how much Fermi's paying for the water, and it was kind of my idea that I'll have a job tomorrow. So thank you all very much for this consideration. As you know, time is of the essence. That's been said time and time again. So I'd appreciate, on behalf of Fermi, your vote, and let us get on down the road and get to putting people to work.
Mr. Sizemore, I appreciate it. Councilman Simpson, strong leadership, much appreciated. I think it's a good point. So
I would just say what I would like to have something is that this isn't just something we say that we're going to do.
That's right.
But this is tied to the water agreement.
Well, and I think we've got a lot of leverage when that second ask comes. If we're just going in at 2.5, I think we all see where this is going. They're willing to cooperate. They're willing to be a good partner. I think that we get a document, we get something with our expectations so that we can move forward. I don't think that that's going to be an issue. I mean, because we know there's another ask coming that they're going to.
But when is that going to happen?
Well, I would guess soon. I don't think that they're going to sit on it and wait.
Good. Councilman, I guess what I would say is that
When you said 6, I'll defer to Toby now that he's here.
No, I just can't help but wipe the smile off my face, and I'm sorry I had to excuse myself.
Chewy State.
But you know, this $5 billion that we were talking about will probably be the largest single investment in. I bet that number based on the dinner. Wasn't a dinner, it was, and this will be one of the most consequential, positive things you've ever done. This is a game changer for Amarillo, and the scope and scale of the investment that we're talking about will be the largest, probably, individual project in the world. Not in America, in the world. This is China scale type of thing. And this will be right now this is well on track, even since I last left you, Councilman, to being the most significant. You know, we talked about this being the largest in the world. We've made significant progress even this evening making that occur.
Councilman Simpson, as a direct on that, this will have 2 readings. So we get to read it here today. We get to vote for it or against it. October 28th, it's going to come back for a second reading. We'd invite you back, Mr. Sizemore. You won't be here?
I had jury duty and I'm juror number 10.
Oh, man. I've got no pull in the jurisdiction.
We will have fair meeting.
The judicial system doesn't let us off, but I'll see. But so on this, I would just invite you back with the guidance of bring back anything that you feel comfortable in kind of putting down to where we're moving towards that document. And then as we move into the next steps, set expectations for us. How many months out or years out are we on this 5.5 ask? And then what does it look like on the build out so that we can walk hand in hand with you? So very good discussion. Thank you. I think I want to move forward now unless anybody has anything else. We're good. We're going to move into our non-consent part of our agenda. Item 10A has already been acted upon. Item 10B is before you. First reading of the resolution authorizing the water supply agreement. Mr. Path.
Yes, City Council, as you guys have obviously discussed the last few hours, before you tonight is a water supply agreement. This was handed to the council recently. And so with this, just to summarize some of the key details in here, obviously this is for the first 2.5 NGD of this project here. This would be the city furnishing water to Fermi. We do have language in here regarding drought contingency plan. We do have that as one of our ordinances. In this agreement here under 3.01, Fermi will be responsible for all the costs for all the improvements. We're looking at having to drill 2 new wells in our Carson County well field, and there'll be also related piping to transmission, all of that. So they would be obligated to pay for all that, as well as the generators in order to back up that power with that. We do have language in our contract about metering, and so also we'll put a meter on this project. The rates that we've identified numerous times is be at 2 times the inside city limit rate, and they have agreed to that. A few more terms here. Maximum rate of delivery is 2.5 MGD. Life of the contract is 20 years with 2 optional 10-year renewal options. There's termination language in the agreement, and obviously then the rest of it is just all of our standard legal terms for our water supply agreements. Now with this, obviously we've been moving on a fast timeline the last few weeks to get this drafted. Fermi has given us a few edits that you saw just a few hours ago before the meeting here. We got those back late last night. Look at those edits here, just summarizing those. Again, if you wanted to act on this tonight or not. They've asked for a change in 4.01 on the equipment. We had put in there a reduced pressure zone backflow, but they've asked for an air gap. That's acceptable to us. 3 more edits here. They've requested that under 7.04 that they be allowed to 7.04 in our contract is you cannot resell the water we sell you outside the property limits. They want to stipulate that they can do it within the property limits, so I take it as their landlord, they want to sell it to their tenants, and so we're okay with that language there. They have some edits to the assignment section involving their affiliates and others who are financially involved in the project. We're good with that language there. They did the last edit here that we as staff would recommend a renegotiating with them on is we had in our termination language we had stated that both parties had the right to terminate within 90-day notice, period. They requested that once the public improvements are in place, there would be no termination ability. Obviously, we don't recommend having no option for termination. So we have some language looking at our Tyson agreement. We have some language to propose back to them. There wasn't enough time to do it tonight, but we have some language that we think both parties might be acceptable towards that goes back to our Tyson water supply agreement. I think that's where we pulled it from, Brian. So with this, again, you have in front of you now a water supply agreement. This is a first of 2 readings. Obviously, the council can do 2 readings, or you can waive the reading requirement and do it tonight. Just some clarification, just for myself and staff, is a goal to have some additional language that addresses transparency, workforce development, natural resource protection, and growth plans to be put in this agreement, or to be brought back at the 5.5 MGD agreement. Because if it's 5.5, I would then put this back on Furman to tell us, you tell us what that looks like to you, and then the council can basically grade that and decide whether that's acceptable or not. And so that's how we could run that. If you want to do the 5.5 option, I would have them spell that out as part of that 5.5 MGD agreement, which we're going to turn around and start working on that right away. It goes back to the MOU you authorized me to sign. So we did the 2.5. We're working on the 5.5 next. So we can bring that language back to you all at that time. So just some guidance on that.
I think that was a separate document. I don't know that we're waiting or trying to tie it to the 5.5. Is that correct, Les? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, I'm just wondering, if the 5.5 is going to be 3 years from now, then no. I would say no. But if it's going to be 6 months from now, then I would say that would be a perfect time to bring the commitments that Fermi's making in these areas that we're talking about. But I just think there needs to be something in place so we have some good dialogue, good communication, good expectation, and you guys are free to do what you want to do, but I think to have we're representing the public here. We're representing the ratepayers and the taxpayers, so to make sure we have that. So I think, as soon as we can get that into place, I think it's going to benefit everyone. But I don't
Yeah.
know when this 5.5
It's my understanding from the MOU, I'm talking to Fermi, that the 5.5, you're looking at having a contract in the next 6 months, I think. Was that the intent, or?
Yes.
Yes. So, yes, the plan is to bring that back to you all very quickly.
If we can have that back in 6 months, then I think that would be, because I know you can't generate this overnight, and I think there needs to be some good dialogue between us on what that would look like. But I think 6 months would be fine with
Well,
me.
I think that's good drawn up in the document. But like Toby said, I want to get tired of seeing you. You know what I mean? Like even before then, and I think the citizens do as well.
Yeah, I think that the key thing that we need to do is get this first, based on the wonderful timeout I had.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I don't think that's a problem at all.
One of the greatest things that's ever happened to Arizona. We were talking about Palo Verde. Amarillo is on the verge of occurring.
And we don't disagree.
So-
But I'm just saying, in the meantime,
Mr. Path, what I would not want to do at this time would be to waive the second reading. I think it allows staff some time to go back, get that language right. We vote on it as presented here with the changes. Let everybody have their yes or their no here tonight. That gives staff clear direction. You guys then can make those changes, bring it back if we get a yes vote, and we finalize this on the October 28th.
So with that, I'd recommend that the council, you approve the agreement. I've mentioned the edits that they've requested. We still want to go back and work on the termination language. So allow me the opportunity to go back and work with them on that. But otherwise, if I know that you're good with the language I presented originally, with the edits they have made to the other three sections, that gives me my marching orders to come back at the next meeting with an agreement that cleans it all up.
Yes, sir. Council, you have before you item 10B, would entertain a motion.
Well, Mayor, before we get to that, I've got some questions about this agreement. I mean, first of all, I got to tell you, I'm not a big fan of getting changes at 9:18 in the morning and voting them, 12 hours later. I mean, I really wish that a final agreement of this could be out to the public. I don't even know, I mean, was this posted on the website? I mean, does this contract appear to the public?
All of our contracts are with the city council, and so we present this to you through the portal you have available to you, because obviously this is the
But we haven't
council's
shared it with
business.
the public.
We have not shared with the council, with the public. Obviously, if the council directs me to, I work for you. I work for you. So if you direct me to make it public, I will make it public.
Well, I think on something this big, it would have been nice to have made that to the public, but
I just need direction from the council to do that.
Here's what happens is, and I'm not saying, but optics are not good and transparency is not good when we introduce, and I know we've got another chance to come back at it, but to say, okay, it's the first time on the agenda, the first public discussion, and we've got to make a decision immediately on that without giving the opportunity to make sure that we're listening to the public. I mean, I understand that there's a timeline, and I can appreciate the timeline and where we are on that timeline, and there's an urgency to do that, but that's not because of anything we did. Maybe if we'd been talking about it 5 or 6 months earlier. But I've got a couple of questions about the agreement, if I could have a few minutes to ask those questions.
Sure. Before we do that, does anyone else feel uncertain on their position on this contract here tonight? Everybody else prepared and okay to take action on it?
Well, I'm certain on my position, but
Okay.
this is the first reading. So do we take a vote on that, or is it just an agreement to move forward to the second reading?
Yeah, so we take a vote on the first reading, as always. We take a vote on the second reading. It becomes final upon the second reading. That's why we read it twice in certain cases, more so now than we used to. So it's pretty procedural. It's not outside of the ordinary. But, I mean, I'm fine with discussing the contract in depth here tonight. I'm just saying we're taking a vote on the contract here tonight. And so, the only issue that I have here is putting this in park. I don't have any reason not to move it forward. Can anybody give a reason why they wouldn't want to move this forward? I mean, you're talking about some edits. The one that would be the biggest would be the termination. And so if we need to try to negotiate the termination here, let's get it done.
I feel confident we can do that with Fermi.
I feel like it's well within, your abilities to do it and bring it back within the next 2 weeks. So, Councilman Simpson, I don't want to step by anything that you have a concern
Well,
on.
I don't think not taking action on something is putting thing in park. We're not throwing it to the sideline. We're just saying, But can I just go over the points and questions?
What are your questions? I think we dive into those.
So in the agreement, the agreement says that Fermi is going to drill the wells, and they're going to be in charge of doing that, correct?
Correct.
So where is the wording in the agreement that the city has to approve the construction plans and the water distribution system? Where is that in the agreement?
So in that same section, what it says is that in further consideration of the city's commitment to supply water per this agreement, Fermi shall design, construct, and install public improvements necessary to enable the city to deliver water to the project site at the sole cost of Fermi, giving due regard to the city's specifications and necessary design input in accordance with the notice and consultation with the city, with all said public improvements to be dedicated to the city upon completion.
Okay. And what does the term dedicated mean? Is that a legal term, or what does dedicate mean? Because it seems to kind of lack clarity on the when and how the title transfers.
Well, it's just like a dedicated an easement, dedicated right of way becomes our property at that point. So Brian, you can speak to that a little more.
Yes, essentially what that means is it's dedicated for public use. The city can use it out of the Carson well field for the public's benefit. That's what it means.
And then where's the clarity on liability?
Liability?
Yes. So when the liability during construction or prior to dedication, is there something in the agreement that says so Fermi is liable for anything at that point? Correct.
Yes, they'd be obviously in order to fulfill their obligations, they have to complete their obligations. They have to dig the wells and put in production. Otherwise, they don't get the 2.5 MGD from the city. Right. That's the ultimate hook. If they don't comply with 3.01, they don't get 2.5 MGD from the city.
And what is the warranty after the dedication occurs? How long is their work warranted for the city? Or when we get it, is it done, and anything that happens after it's dedicated is our responsibility?
Yes, once it's dedicated to the city, it becomes just like any road, any public improvement, it becomes ours. But that's why we are involved in the specifications, the input ahead of time, to make sure that we're not getting a lemon afterwards.
And what is the protection in the agreement, say, if Fermi declares bankruptcy before the project completion or something happens?
Well, in that situation, if they declare bankrupt, they just don't dig the wells and we don't sell them water. So there's no risk to us. I mean, again, the way this is worded is we're not at expense on this other than some staff time. But if they go bankrupt, then this contract doesn't happen and we don't sell them water at all.
And so there's a deadline to complete this.
Yes, in that same section, we wrote in here upon January 2027.
And what happens if they don't complete it on time? Are there any repercussions or any?
Typically, a lot of our contracts have deadlines, and that usually involves us going back, having good faith negotiations. Also, they'd be in default, and so we'd have to go back in good faith negotiations to talk about extending it or not. That's how some of our EDC agreements have been written. But obviously, if they don't comply, they don't get the water from us. So if they don't complete the improvements, they don't get water from our system.
And say if something happens and there's a bankruptcy declared or something happens along those lines, who do the well and the whatever's been constructed so far, who does that belong to?
Since it's on our land, it would be our property. So
even if it hadn't been dedicated at the time, or would that be an asset?
Brian, can you speak more to that process there?
Yes, that's what it envisions. It envisions it's on our land, so it becomes a fixture of our land and it's ours.
Okay. And let me just ask a simple question: is why not have the city construct it instead of Fermi, and let Fermi pay for it?
Donnie, speak to that, please.
Well, yeah.
We're treating this just as if we were, and the conversations that we've had with Parkhill Smith and Cooper, which we've hired to drill wells for us before here, and they do it all over the Panhandle, is that they would actually, while they're working for Fermi, would actually be drilling it as if they were working for us, getting the permits through us. We'll be involved in every step of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Will this be bonded work?
Yes.
Will a bond be required? So we would have the financial assurances that it would be completed, correct?
Sure.
And that's in the agreement or just an understanding?
Just an understanding. I don't think that's in the agreement, but Brian may be able to speak to that.
Yeah, it's not.
When it says meet our specifications, that's a specification.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilman Simpson?
I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Item before you is item 10B. Would entertain a motion, gentlemen.
So moved.
So moved. Second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote.
And and Mayor, for clarification, my understanding from that is also the council is good with the original, with the edits. We're going to work on termination language, being back to you all in the next meeting.
As presented, yes, sir.
Yes.
So the motion was so
Yes.
moved as presented for clarification.
Very good.
I need to go back and catch item 9D. I skipped over that one for any future agenda requests from council. Council, you have anything you'd like put on the agenda for the 28th? Time cap from Councilman Prescott. So we should pass an ordinance for a maximum time cap. Hey, thank you to everybody that participated. Thank you to the Fermi team. And we'll let you guys be excused. Thank you. We're going to continue with the business meeting. Item 10C, Drew Brassfield.
Thank you.
This is a mud policy. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Brassfield, thank you for bringing this forward. This is one you've been working on for a while, and I see that we have a few of our developers here still hanging in with us at 10 p.m.
Yes, sir. We've got a couple hanging in with us.
Almost.
So item 10C, this is a public hearing and first reading of a resolution consenting to the creation of the Noble Park Municipal Utility District Number 1.
Hey, let me go ahead and call for order here. We're going to hold on, let everybody move out, and then Drew, we want to make sure everybody can hear this item. If we can make sure that our mic is turned on in the back so we can hear. Drew, you may pull that microphone over just a little more in the center. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go back through that if you would.
Yes, sir. So item 10C is a public hearing and first reading of a resolution consenting to the creation of the Noble Park Municipal Utility District Number 1 of Randall County on approximately 601.5 acres of land situated in the vicinity of Hillside Drive and Helium Road within the city's ETJ. So these first couple of slides, I'm going to go through just a brief little history to get us to where we're at today. The Texas Water Code and the Texas Constitution are where we get the statutory authority to create municipal utility districts, and Amarillo's Resolution 422-25-8 is where we get our local policy. MUDs are mostly created or most commonly formed to serve as water districts, but may also include sewer, drainage, parks, and roads. MUDs work as a financing vehicle once taxable value emerges. So back in April, this council approved our policy to apply to districts being constructed in the ETJ only. Petitions must be received from a majority in value of landowners within the proposed MUD, plus the policy calls out three specific agreements in addition to the resolution. The council must also find no adverse effects to facilities, rates, taxes, and the city's financing or bond rating. So today's petition, what's before you today to be considered for consent, is from PW Land Holdings. It's on approximately 601.5 acres in Randall County out in the vicinity of Hillside Drive and Helium Road. Evidence of the majority and value of landowners was provided by a warranty deed, and the stated purpose within the petition is for the creation of supplying water, sewer, drainage, and roads. And here is a visual representation of what, so the green shaded area is where they are proposing to construct this MUD. Proposed improvements are estimated to cost around $120 million. The current taxable value of this acreage is just a little over $3 million. The value at 50% of the vertical improvements is estimated at just north of $319 million, and at full build out would be north of $638 million. They're planning on 2,297 residential units, and they anticipate bringing about 100 units online per year. No adverse impacts to existing water, sewer, and storm facilities. There will be no adverse impacts because any necessary infrastructure will be paid for by the MUD, and it will not increase taxes or utility rates because MUD residents will pay 150% on utility rates or for water and sewer, and property taxes won't be collected until annexation. So today is just the first reading and the public hearing on this resolution. Next step would be the second reading on October 28th, and staff will continue to work with the developer to create the three required agreements. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on the policy, and as was previously stated, we've still got a couple hanging with us if you've got any project-specific questions.
Questions, council? We have Mr. Williams out there if you have anything specific about the development. No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brassfield. So this is a public hearing at this time. I will open a public hearing. Do I have anyone here today that would like to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and would entertain a motion, council.
I move to adopt resolution number 10-14-25-3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you for being here, hanging in there with us. Item 10D, first reading of an ordinance for transit. Mr. Quigley, if you'll come up here and walk us into that one, sir.
Thank you, council. So this is the first reading of a ordinance to create our Amarillo City Transit Advisory Board. It'll be the first board for our transit agency. This board came about due to a recent review with the FTA and Federal Highway with the MPO. During that review, the FTA found and felt as though transit didn't have reasonable and formal representation on the MPO board. So we were in the process of already creating our transit advisory board, as many transit agencies have, large and small. They all have transit advisory boards that they report to provide information to the communities. So we were already in the process. We provided that information to FTA and the Federal Highway. They agreed that that will be a good solution to resolve their concerns regarding representation on the MPO board. The board will be comprised of 7 members. 5 of them will be from the community, which will be appointed by City Council, 1 representative from Amarillo College, and then a City Council member who serves on the MPO and will also serve as the representative for council on the advisory board. That is all I have. Is pretty brief. I'll answer any questions that you may have about it.
At 9:29, brief is appreciated, sir. So, questions for Mr. Quigley? Okay, this is a good thing. We'll have an advisory board that'll help you guys with the growth that you're dealing with. Motion, council?
I move to adopt ordinance number 8224 as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second on item 10D. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10E. Thank you, Mr. Quigley. We have a policy before you, Mr. Path, if you'll take us on this one.
Yes, at the City Council September 16th council meeting, you were presented a request by Mr. King Hill to display a cowboy, the Amarillo cowboy statue. And as part of that conversation, the City Council asked that staff work on developing a policy to bring back to you for consideration when it comes to receiving or accepting donated statues or artwork and so forth. So with that, city staff has prepared to you the draft policy you have in front of you. So just real quick, running through that briefly. This is not an easy document to produce. These are very challenging items to consider, and so there's a lot of things to take into consideration when it comes to accepting statues or artwork. And so with this, we've tried to provide you as well the document as we could with this. So with this, a big part of this is obviously understanding what government speech is. We define government speech here as it means that when the city displays monuments or artworks on its property, it is conveying its own message rather than providing a forum for private speech. This allows the city to exercise editorial control and discretion over what it publicly endorses. So with this, obviously that gives you the authority to decide what you do and do not want to accept when it comes to statues and artwork and so forth on public property. We discussed the application process. about turning that over to the city secretary. We would then review it for completeness, but we would turn it over to the city council to decide its merits. We have in our policy some option language. Obviously, this does fit under executive session opportunities in order to discuss prospective gifts and donations, so we spell that out here. But we do make it clearly state that any final decision has to be made in a public meeting. We then identify some criteria for your consideration, looking at artistic, community, and historical merit, looking at the community standards, things that the community values, looking at content neutrality and viewpoint neutrality, looking at the financial feasibility to accept this. Is this something that we want to take on as a cost to us? And also consideration language here about ownership and removal. So with this, we also had in here, based on the last council discussion publicly, was having a public hearing on all items here in this policy. And then we also identify some denial criteria, which basically means you don't meet the criteria for consideration. So then we have some other legal language tied to this. So with this, I would take any direction the council has, whether edits to the policy or redirection or approval if you so wish. So this is a resolution tonight on your agenda. So it'll be 2 readings of this.
Questions, council?
I would say, and given the lateness of this, since we have a second reading, there's some thoughts I do have about this. But instead of maybe getting into a debate about it, I think if we get at the first reading, there's a couple of things I may bring back at the second reading that I may want to look at that, to propose it at that time. I think when we are looking at taking, and I know in everybody's mind this is like, well, it's easy. It's easy to see that we should accept this. And in this case, I see, yes, it is easy. But I think there should be some thresholds so that council doesn't wind up getting presented numerous items to be presented. There should be something that says, what does it take to get it to this level? And so I don't want tonight. I won't get in that discussion. I'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Overall, you feel good about the policy direction?
I do. I think it's a step in the right direction. It gives descriptions on the narrowing of it. I would just say when you look at one, I think that a citizen should be the person sponsoring whatever it is. That is, it's a citizen of our community. It's not somebody from outside. That's something I'm going to propose. And then also, I just think there should, to protect council from, again, getting bogged down in these things, I think there should be some way that council's able to see that there is community support for whatever is being done. Now, what shape, form, or fashion that could take, we can talk about that. But I just think it is something that, it's easy to make this decision when it's something that everybody seems to like. But I think if we get into the challenge of something that somebody may not like, or even council may not like, but we wind up having to spend meetings talking about it, I think there should be a little threshold that somebody has to cross to get it up to the dais for that to be considered. And I'm prepared to discuss that at the next conversation.
Okay, I agree. I appreciate that. I think it's it's our document, so we can continue to work it, I think, as we move it forward. So thank you, Mr. Path, for working on that. I know it was mainly your diligence, so appreciate the time and effort in putting it together. Council, any further questions on item 10E? Would ask for a motion.
I move to adopt resolution number 10-14-25-4.
Second.
Motion and a second on item 10E. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10F, in line with that, is the statue. Mr. Hooper?
I have about a 20-minute presentation, if you don't mind. We'll pull that up.
Perfect. We're going to step out. We'll come back. No.
Start the clock. This is actually the item we've already presented to you before. I think you understand what this is. It's the Amarillo Cowboy statue that Mr. Hill considered donating to the city, and this is the item for consideration of approval of that.
Anybody have any specific questions about the cowboy statue?
I've got one question. So, to the city attorney, we just passed a policy which requires have certain things, but in this instance, we're not following the policy. Does that give you any legal heartburn?
It doesn't, because
Okay.
the policy isn't final until the 28th.
Okay. So, but once we finalize the policy, then even though we're allowing something to come in through this process, which is not following the policy, it doesn't open us up to any potential liability.
It doesn't.
Okay.
The acceptance of statues and artwork is the providence of council. It's up to your discretion.
Okay.
Even a resolution you could change your mind in the path of the acceptance, because you can change your mind. You're the council. So good question, but no, it doesn't give me any heartburn.
Thank you. The only other thing I would like to say is I did talk to King and Diane Hill last night at length about this, because I wanted to kind of talk to them about this. And I would just say that they kind of related the whole sordid tale of how we got to where we are today. And I think as a city, we owe them an apology for this. This process was not handled smoothly. And it caused them a lot of angst. The slogan goes, no good deed goes unpunished. Well, in this case, they were just trying to do something good. I think there was miscommunication, misunderstanding. And then one day we said, well, we need to have a policy, or the council needs to approve it. So I just think I'm going to vote in favor of accepting this, and appreciate that King and Diane Hill are doing this. And I just want to apologize to them that it was such a rigmarole for us to get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything further on item 10F?
I move that we accept the cowboy statue.
Second.
I got a motion and a second to accept a cowboy statue. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10G. I am going to abstain and step out. I'm going to hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem, ask him to run item 10G. I am the hired contractor on this particular project and have already performed. And this is a simple item for you to cover. Come get me when you're ready, please.
Okay, sounds good. You're up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So this item considers approval of a tax increment reinvestment zone number 1 developer agreement for the park located at 413 Southwest 6th. The agreement is for $55,775 to assist with costs associated with streetscape improvements. The payment of the grant is contingent upon the project completion and acceptance or periodic draws or progress payments at the developer's request. So the Panhandle Adult Rebuilding Center exists to end the cycle of homelessness. They are currently constructing about a 6,500 square foot facility with landscaping and streetscaping, again located at 413 Southwest 6th. Total project cost is in the neighborhood of $1.9 million. Their request to the tiers was for $55,775. The tiers board approved this project back in February, and the project has received a certificate of appropriateness to meet the Dodge standards. Here's just some images to show you that this property is within the tier zone, a little bit of their design. And then here's some examples of what those Dodge standards are that we require in all of our downtown projects.
Anybody have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion.
I move to accept 10G as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm assuming item 10G is completed. We are moving into our last item, item 10H. Mr. Brassfield.
So item 10H considers approval of Summit NCI JV 177 LLC's assigning their Tiers 1 incentive agreement related to the development of the Courtyard by Marriott in downtown Amarillo. The assignment would be going to 724 South Polk Street Operating LLC. So a little bit of history on this item. In 2008, Amarillo Hospitality LLC received an incentive agreement for 20 years of 90% of their property tax to be reimbursed. There was a cap of $1.6 million in that agreement. The developer's obligations as part of that agreement was to construct 108 room hotel that consisted, or that can, also had a restaurant / lounge, business center, 7,300 square feet of public space, a fitness center / spa, and a parking garage. The certificate of occupancy was issued on this project in 2010. The first rebate payment was made in 2011. In 2021, the incentive agreement was assigned to Summit from Amarillo Hospitality. The Tiers Board approved that December 13th of 21, and the council approved it the next day. And then in 2025, Summit presented their request to the Tiers Board to assign the remainder of the agreement to 724 South Polk Street. So what they are assigning, 14 years of this project have already been paid out, just north of $808,000. There are 6 years remaining on this assignment, or $849,000 to get to the cap that was part of that original agreement. They're currently averaging around $57,000 per year in rebates. If they continue at that average, there's about $346,000 that would still be paid out on that. This assignment has not, they have not requested any additional funds or any time to be extended to that. And did want to point out that Section 15 of that agreement does state that the developer has to have the zone approval before they can do that, and the approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. It's getting late and hard to talk.
Questions, council, on this item? So on this one, I do have a position and I need to explain it. So Tiers Board, I was notified by a couple of individuals that sit on the Tiers Board that had concerns with it. There was discussion, it got tabled. I was updated that during the table, the entities were trying to enter into an agreement just, I guess, independently between themselves. For whatever reasons, it wasn't going to come back to the Tiers Board. I had individuals reaching out saying, look, we've heard it at the Tiers. We want to rehear it. We want it to come back to the Tiers Board. Then it did come back to the Tiers, but it came back with, an appeal of, if you can vote for it or against it, every item that ever comes before a board member or an elected representative has to be actionable, where you can vote for it or against it. But in this case, it was presented in a way of, you may be endangering the entity, from a potential suit if you don't take the right action on it, which would be if it doesn't pass. So in understanding this, I think I went back through my dates just to see how the correct procedure followed. When it's followed allows for the council to hear it and the Tiers Board to hear it. So right now, if we had two parties, a buyer that's waiting on a contract and a seller that's attempting to sell, seller brings it before the party of the city, goes through Tiers to get the approval, goes through city council to get the approval, then they offer it in the sell agreement. What I'm understanding right now is that it's already been offered in the sell agreement that was dated, maybe it was June 24th or June 26th. And so it's before us here today. So my position is not that the city doesn't contractually owe the rebate. I think it does. I think it's the procedure in which that it went through. And so in factoring that, I'm calculating the reasonableness that it requires may not be withheld, without reason. My position on this would be, with the attempt of the two parties to do something outside of the full awareness of the taxpayer and those people that I represent, I have to be able to endorse every vote that I cast. And I couldn't, with good conscience, say that I'm representing to accept this or to endorse it with the way it was handled. So I would vote against this item based on the principle that's involved in that. As an elected representative, I've got to be willing to stand next to that vote And so I think if it had been brought to us in the correct order, I think if Summit had come to us and said, we're asking, we need your approval, then we can include this in the contract. Perhaps the contractual obligation of the potential damage to the buyer if it doesn't go through would have been allowed a discussion and a more legitimate vote. So I hope that that's helpful for everybody to hear. I would hate to vote against something without justification, but that would be my justification on it here today, and I would ask if council has anything that they have an opinion on one way or another.
Brian, my only question, this is contractual, yes? I mean, the assignment, the ability to sign, it's contractual.
It is.
Okay.
Councilman?
It's contractual. It passes. We've already done it once. Can we go back to the slides, please? The slides. One more. So in 2021, we agreed to the incentive agreement to assign it to Summit. Council approved it. So that sets precedence.
It was assigned like it was contemplated to be assigned from
Right.
one hotelier to another hotelier.
And so so what's the difference this time?
None
There
that
is
I
none.
know of.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions on this?
I'd make a motion that we allow the agreement between Tiers 1 and Summit in CIJV 1. I don't know how much you need on this. 2724 South Polk Street Operating LLC.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the item. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes with a 4-1 vote. Okay, that concludes all of our business here today. I
Motion to
appreciate
adjourn.
everyone. I appreciate everyone for attending one of the longest meetings. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn, please?
To adjourn.
You're adjourned. Thank you.